Hi guys, hope you're good. Late again. Been a really busy morning. Been a really busy morning. Doing stuff related to Saturday's YouTube video quite a bit, as well as other stuff. But yeah, I've done pretty well to get on this time, believe you me. It's took a while. So I've been reviewing Saturday's video. It's starting out so good, but there's some issues around frame rates and stuff, so I've been toing and froing with Finn about it, and I've got to review more of it later. I've only done about half an hour, and it's an hour and 4 minutes long, so I was on the PC from 10 until half 12. Made an omelette before that. After that, I had to go for a walk and have a shower and sort lunch, so I actually not really stopped, really. I did have a 45-minute walk, which was nice, but that's the only thing I've actually done that could be considered leisurely so far. Everything else has been either breakfast or work related. I probably got up a bit late, to be fair. I couldn't sleep last night. I didn't get up till like 9. But yeah, hence I'm late, but mainly I'm late because of YouTube. I did make the mistake of reading a few YouTube video comments. I thought one was interesting. It was on a video titled 13,000 hours or 11,000 hours, and it was like, 11,000 hours, you could have done a master's degree in that time. And become a lawyer or a doctor or something. And I gave quite a nice reply, but it started with something that was really kind of, not intentionally, but it could be construed as big-headed. But anyway, I'm not going to regurgitate all of that now. Oh my god, Redline. Hope all is well on that front. Holy shit. That's partly why I've not been sleeping. I don't really go... Let's just say I got punched. I got punched in both arms a couple of days ago, and I've been sleeping a little bit poorly as a result. Got dead arms, I did. Thrice, thank you very much for the Prime. Oak, thank you. Oh, that was yesterday. Now, Thrice was earlier today as well. They're not even here. They're not even here, they're not. Okay, anyway, let's get on. Right, let me find a server and join a server. I really hope that they could do a bit of digging on yesterday's evening's character. I'm sure those two were up to no good. I don't know. We'll see. They'll probably get caught at some point, won't they? Right, let me just find a Sakal server. What do we have? We have plenty of servers, varying player population. That one looks pretty good. I'll join that one. Paul, I need advice on my balls, please. Wash them every day. Wash them every day. Jack, well, I hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. And same with you, Josh, as well. Hope you're good too. Good morning, NS. Hello, Creepy Tickler. Hello, Patrick, Chris Layton, Mongrello, Nate Plays, Josh, I already said hello, but hello again. JD, Lee Mills, Martin, Quack Attack, Gene Diamond, Bond, Zvokaman, Jeffro, and everybody else. Seems like I'm going to have some kind of character, but I don't remember having a character.
Good afternoon.
Morning Trian as well. Still no update on Lights Out. Well, when Serpy tweeted that they were doing a short-term notice Lights Out to raise money for the Spanish floods, the Valencia floods, he said something in the tweet, I think, along the lines of I wasn't planning on doing a Lights Out this year. So, reading between the lines of that, I don't think there is a Lights Out this year, other than the one that was on Saturday before I got back. Do you see what maps other streamers are playing, or did you strictly look for server pop? Like, do you play what's popular? I don't know what people are playing, Jack, but I don't look. I don't care. To be fair, the audience will tell me. So, one or two people were talking about an England map yesterday, and another map called Antara or something. So, if I start hearing noise in the chat about a map, then maybe I'll check it out as a result. But I don't go and look at what other streamers are playing. I don't give a shit.
Mine.
Not because I'm all big and powerful and anything. I just don't give a shit. You know, I don't care what's popular. I just play whatever I fancy. So I wanted to do Sakal today. So I just went and found a server that was high pop for Sakal. I don't care what anyone else is playing. More often than not, I'd rather play on a server without other streamers, but that's not easy so much, you know. Yeah, good point. You spawn with a knife, don't you? We do need to suicide. I played a bit more of Chernerus and Livonia the last couple of days, so I'm not used to spawning with a knife again. And it's kind of cool occasionally to bump into a streamer, but I'm not interested in going in servers where streamers are, if that makes sense. I suppose I ought to respawn, otherwise it's going to be a bit slow, isn't it? I agree with that, Alf. It's a bit of a chicken and egg thing. And a lot of streamers play on similar type servers, so a lot of streamers... Certainly, I've been playing single player. I've been playing first person, more survivally, low modded servers forever and a day. But an awful lot of other people do too, you know, like people like Smoke and most people play similar types of servers, right? And maybe that's because it's what people want to see, or maybe it's because what suits Twitch or YouTube. I don't know, but it's what I enjoy, so it's what I play. But most people do as well, so you get quite a lot of people playing on... I can't do anything with that, can I? Like Zero or Day One or Karma Crew or Spaggy. You get a lot of streamers playing on those because they're the popular servers that meet those criteria, you know? So you do get people bumping into each other, but I think it's the game that causes that. Hello, you alright? Doesn't have a mic, but he doesn't seem to be wanting to kill, so we're not going to kill him. I presume he doesn't have a mic, he's not talking. This one's nice, isn't it? Unfortunately, it looks like the dude's got quite a bit of gear, which means he might have hoovered everything up from here, which means we ain't going to get shit. Where are we anyway? I don't know the name of the place we're at. Oh, I do know where we are.
40 freaking years, baby. Here's to many more.
I'm going to call it Boktok because people love it. I'm not calling it Vostok because it clearly says Boktok, okay? I don't do acrylic. Oh, this fucker's hoovering all the loot up. Someone's trimming their bush in the back garden by the sound of it. You'd think they'd do that in the privacy of their own home, really, wouldn't you?
Well, finally back and you're still running.
If he was dead, I could use his bones for fishing, couldn't I? Hello? Can you understand me? Où est le... speaking? Parlez-vous l'anglais? Sprechen Sie Angleterre? No. Alright. Have you got a hook for your thing you have? You've got a rod. You've got all the loot. Can you just kill me? I want to go somewhere else. Kill me, please.
You should go back to school and properly learn acrylic, mister.
You've taken all the loot, you greedy bastard. Yeah. At least he could understand me. S Ypsilon, thank you. Still Just Jack, thank you very much as well. Smore, thank you for the 3 months. Bonzo, thank you for the Prime. Seventh Dawn, Connor, cheers for the support as well. Please don't be Boktok. It's definitely not Boktok. I've been here before, but I don't know where we are. But I think we're in the north somewhere by the look of it. So long as we're not somewhere where the orange raincoat has hoovered up all the good shit, that's what matters. Well, that's a good start, isn't it? Lighter. More, been watching you for a while now, finally caught a stream. Thank you. Cheers for tuning in, dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the bits. See, they aggro from a long way out, don't they? Right, we'll have our first defence here and our final stand at the other door, I think. Oh, yeah! The fucking table made me put my fists down, bastard. As I was like that, I caught the table and it put my fisticuffs down there, like that. Oh well. It's okay. Well, I've decided after 3 days of eating, well, 2.5 days of eating healthy, that the whole going on the lower processed food diet is quite good. I feel really good. It's all fucking, it's all placebo. I feel great today. I'm not going to lie. I feel amazing. I recognise that a bit. We're quite near the volcano. We'll end up there at some point. Angel, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for that. Thank you for using your Prime sub on my channel, remembering you've got it to use as well. Ah, that table is colluding with Zeds. You're right. Way too quick to tell. Well, that's true, Alf, but I think, to be honest, the reason I feel really good right now is that I'm completely free from the gluten, hangover from the holiday, you know, so... Although, to be fair, in the early part of the holiday, I was having gluten way too much. After about 2 days of being there, I really went next to no gluten for the rest of the week because I couldn't, so I don't know, but I feel really good this morning. I think it's probably just because I'm having a better breakfast. I don't think it's all the other stuff. Usually for breakfast I have a oat bar and a banana. This morning I had a 2-egg omelette with cherry tomatoes and peas in it. And it's just so much better for breakfast. It sustains me through till... I had lunch about 20 minutes ago and I didn't feel hungry,
you know. Somehow I prefer seeing you go through the torture rather than do it myself.
Well, you do that, Redline. Maybe it was that, Bone, yeah. But I think it's just the breakfast. I don't think it's most of the other stuff. But I don't think a banana and an Ella's oat bar is actually very sustaining for breakfast, it turns out. Whereas a 2-egg omelette with a few cherry tomatoes in is. Lucas, well, thanks for the super chat, dude. Maybe tomorrow. I did do a walk, not as long as I was I said it was a 45-minute walk earlier. I think it was more like an hour. But I did do a walk, but not as long as I would have liked to. Go in a house. I don't want to get whacked by the Brothers Purple. Oh, one fucking hit wonder. Yeah, my missus said she got headaches. My missus has been doing a similar thing to what I'm just starting to do, and she said she was getting headaches as well. Alf, yeah, she said very similar thing. Dark Web Chat here is convinced that 2-egg omelette is code for you had fun times with the missus. No, I properly had a 2-egg omelette for breakfast with pepper and a tiny bit of salt and some cherry tomatoes and peas. None of those ingredients are required to disappoint the missus. She likes vanilla disappointment.
Welcome back. How was the holiday?
Supercat, thank you. It was great. I really enjoyed it. I'd like to go away again. The missus is already looking at where we might go in kind of February, March time next year. So there might be we might even start having a week away once every 6 months, which is quite frivolous, but I'm quite like the idea. I think that's all it is. Just having better breakfast is making a difference right now. What is up with you? Peas for breakfast, that's a new one on me. I just quite like peas in an omelette is all. Like, it's not so much peas for breakfast as peas as a contributing factor to an omelette, you know, like I quite like them. They just add a little bit of texture, you know. I kind of come to the I want to do it. I might not have it every day, we'll see, but I quite like it. It's kind of nice. They're really easy to make. But I quite like them being just veg. I don't really want meat first thing in the morning. And I don't eat enough vegetables. I really don't. I don't eat anywhere near enough veg. So having, like... I had 3... I said cherry tomatoes, but they were kind of just a bit bigger. They were, like, more like small to medium regular. But I had 3 of those chopped up. And a handful of peas. I think it's good for your ass, isn't it? You know, it's good for your ass. Oh, and obviously you eat it in your mouth. But it's good for your digestive system, is the point, right? So I think that's pretty useful. It's not good for your ass if you try to consume it as if it were a suppository. That's not what I mean. I mean it's good for your ass if you eat healthily. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Don't start putting peas up your bum and then say that I told you to do it. This ground is really loud, isn't it? It's all crunchy. It's like running on cereal or something. My ass is out of commission. What did I do? What did I just walk into? Oh, same as it ever was, dude. Put some feta cheese. Feta cheese. No, I don't really want any cheese. I quite like cheese in an omelette, but same thing. I'm trying to keep it simple. I've set myself like a little thing, like just a couple of ingredients. Keep it simple to make. Just keep it different. Like, I think I might have mushrooms and stuff one day, but like, just keep it kind of simple. I quite like it. It's good. I'll probably change my mind after a week. I'll be sick of it, but yesterday's was peppers and peas. Today's was tomatoes and peas. Coming soon. Discussion every stream about what I had in my omelette. It's going to be amazing. I can see it now. They'll be unsubbing in their droves. Do you like peas? Do you like cheese? Try all new. Mushroom with tarragon in an omelette. Blimey, that sounds a bit posh. I don't know if I've ever cooked with tarragon. Sounds like someone from Game of Thrones, doesn't it? Tarragon. Or that one they have with Frodo. Spooky, you've just done the same thing. You've just done the same thing, yeah. Great minds think alike, I'd say. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Browsing for gold. Wow. One sec, guys. Where did it go? I can't see your original message. It's same as yesterday, Jambon. I see you talking about watches, but I can't see the message where you were talking about watches. Unfortunately, on console, Sakal is dead. Is it really? Hopefully, it'll get a bit more of a spruce up with the new update coming. Like, there's more being added to the map. I know it's nowhere near as busy. Like 2 weeks ago, or nearly 3 weeks ago now, to be fair. Every official server was full. Just official, never mind anything else. Every official server was full. DayZ, like 0 servers were full. Day 1 were full. It's certainly true that today there's a few official servers that are nearly full. 0 servers and Day 1 servers are not quite full, you know. And to be fair, though, it's only 3 o'clock on a Thursday. It's like I think Thursday is about the slowest day. Friday picks up a bit, you know, in terms of people gaming, you know, like, but it is definitely quieter than it was. There's a lot less attention on Sakal now than there was 3 weeks ago, for sure. Which I think is partly natural, but hopefully they can keep updating it and sort of bring more people to it and keep them, you know. Very popular on PlayStation. Very cool. I'm surprised it's not got more players playing it on Xbox, to be honest, because it's so different than what you've already got, you know, like on PC there's so many options and you've got like Namalsk and whatnot, but on console there is nothing else anywhere near like it, you know. You think a lot of negative reviews? I haven't really seen any reviews, to be honest. I haven't really looked. I enjoy Sakal quite a lot, but I quite like the survival side of things. I quite like the slower paced gameplay. I'm a bit of a moron like that, and I don't like sitting near fires. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't like static gameplay. That's why I'm nearly. That's why I'm losing so much health. Because I don't want to stop and make a fire. But now it feels like it's probably worth it, so I am going to do that. The fire stuff is a bit much, and I think that's probably the biggest thing they need to try and do something with. Whether they do or not, they probably won't, but it just needs something similar to what Namalsk has, and it's really missing it. It needs some kind of benefit for staying alive, so that you're not been alive 10 hours and you're still making fires like you're a newspawn, nearly. It does have a bit of that, doesn't it? You know, like, the better your clothes are, the more you can get 3+ symbols, but like, if you get 3+ symbols, it can last nearly half an hour. But even still, a fire every half an hour is a bit tedious. Forever, you know. Like, it's a tough thing, and it's meant to be a survival game. But it's also tough to say to the player base, every half an hour, you've got to stand still for 5 minutes. That's a tough sell, that, you know. Like, people don't want to be static. Map is too desolate. Once you've done the bunker, just feels like you're freshly killing once you're back off the peninsula. I don't entirely agree. Like, the central area and the south of the map is quite busy with geared players. I kind of see your point. Obviously, you can go off doing container hunting on the islands to get a DMR or an M4 or whatever. So there are a few other lofty goals, but I can see your point a little bit. But that's not to say that Chernerus doesn't have the same thing, you know. Like, once you're at Tissy and you've got the best gear you can get, you're left with what to do now, Itis. I don't think it takes any less time to get what to do now, Itis, on Chernerus than it does on this, you know. I think that's a side effect of a sandbox survival game, you know. Like, I agree the map may be a little bit bare, and so do the devs. They're already adding new stuff that's hopefully coming real soon, right? But I don't think it's a whole lot different on Chernerus, for example. Like, once you're fully geared on Chernerus, say you've done your loot route and you've got the gear you're happy with, and you're at Tissy and you've done, then your choice is to trawl around Northwest Airfield and whatever, looking for players, or to go back towards the coast looking for players, or to maybe build a base or whatever, you know. You can do a lot of that stuff here. The only thing I would say as partly your point, I guess, is that when you're fully geared on Chernerus, you can go hunting for players if you want to, at the airfield, at VMC, at West Evac, at Mishkino Tents, at Zelenogorsk, at Stary Sobor, Novi Sobor. There's a lot of potential PvP areas, whereas I guess on this there isn't. I think that's probably fair. It probably needs a couple more hotspots. Like, I kind of agree in a way. This does have an airfield, to be fair. It has an airfield, and it has some other military locations. So maybe partly it's playstyle as well. Like, when I'm geared, I don't tend to go to the airfield looking for other players, or go to the other military bases looking for other players. I don't tend to do it, you know, but I'm sending you a breakfast idea when omelets bore you. It's going to involve avocados and caviar, I reckon. I kind of want to like avocados because they're meant to be really healthy for you, but they're incredibly middle class. And also, I can't fucking stick them. I don't like the taste. They're all just like squidgy and greasy and slippy and horrible. I don't like guacamole either, so I just don't like the flavour. You're kidding. Avocados are delicious. Christian, everyone has different taste buds. Everyone has different taste buds. Some people even like the taste of fish. Some people like the taste of oysters. Like, oysters taste revolting. I just don't... But some people like it, you know? Like, and some things you'll dislike, other people like them, you know? I use avocado for dessert. Never like to use as a savoury dish. Interesting. I don't mind smoked salmon. To be fair, I don't dislike all fish, but
Appreciate
it's just the first thing I thought of.
And all the good content. Much love to you and the family, my friend. Cheers.
I don't like real fishy stuff. When me and the missus were in the first year of our relationship, she took me to a Loch Fyne thing a couple of times, which is like a chain of seafood restaurants in the UK. Don't know if they're still around now or not, but anyway. The second time we went, we had like a seafood platter, and I couldn't eat half of it. It was just too much. It was too much. It was like, holy shit. It was far too much. It was just tasted like cat vomit. If the cat had done nothing but eat a seafood platter the night before. You take a chunk of crumbled feta cheese and run it around the edge of your 6-inch pan. When it starts to melt, you crack the egg in the middle, cook it and add a touch of salt and crushed red pepper. Then take a tortilla, mash some avocado on it with some lime juice. That sounds good. Sounds good. I don't know about the tortilla though. That sounds a bit processed to me, but the rest sounds amazing. Says the fat man who's been healthy for 2 days. Moose beans, yeah. Those were the days. I'm not reading that out loud. I'll get lynched from downstairs. Where's the fucking well? There must be a well. Obviously, when I say well, I mean spring. Alright, let's get this lit. Yeah, let me read you while I'm just not doing much. Let me read you one of the comments I read. So after I was messaging Finn, I was waiting for a reply. I was reading the messages. Where are we? One sec. Oh, no, I'm getting sidetracked now. Get a load of this one. This one's cool. Videos, latest, most popular. It's on a video that's when an 11,000 hour lone wolf plays official. Where is it? Official servers are great in quotation. So he's meaning I've said official servers are great. But then he's suggesting that the person that said that, me, is a YouTuber which gets handouts from the admins. Pure evil bastard. Hope you meet your karma. And you might think the way it's written that he's joking. But then I read his only other comment and it was 13,000 hours and can't throw a grenade. These videos are beyond fake. So the 2 comments he's ever made on my channel, my videos are beyond fake. And in that video, it was the one from this year where I'm playing Livonia. And I get a DMR, like, he's criticising me for not throwing a grenade. Later on, I kill like 6 or 7 players in the same town. But if one grenade didn't go quite where I meant it to, it means I'm incompetent. Fuck me dead. Grenades are quite hard to throw unless you put a dot on the screen. You're not going to get everyone right, no matter who you are. But anyway, I find it interesting, those. Just to clarify, before someone starts worrying, these comments do not upset me. They are not. I'm not like, oh god, I won't sleep tonight now someone said my videos are fake. I just find it really interesting what people will say. It's something that it really tickles my fancy what people say on the internet, and I get to see a lot of that. There's a well behind you. But the idea that everything's scripted and all the loot is handed to me because I'm a YouTuber, despite the fact that that video was recorded live on stream and everyone saw me start from a new spawn and go through to being geared on an official server. Where's the well behind me? I don't see it. I don't see any spring. You maybe know why Sour Slow It Sweet isn't uploading. He's streaming, isn't he? He was streaming on Sunday. Sour seems to do... Sour's editing his own videos, and they take a hell of a long time. So he's never going to be doing a video every week. You know, like, the amount of time and effort Sour puts into his videos, you cannot expect one a week. You might get one a month, or one every 3 weeks or something, you know. His videos take a long time, so you ain't going to see him so often. So I'm sure he's still on it. I don't think there's anything else to it, but he was definitely streaming on Sunday, so he's still streaming. Dems, thanks for the raid. Cheers for the support. So I'm actually teaming up with Dems on Monday for about 4 hours, all being well. So Dems dropped me a Discord message while I was away, or just after I got back. I only got back to him this morning. Sour's live now. So there you go. Do you know why Sour's not uploading? He's fucking streaming now. Yeah, Sour's videos probably aren't fake either. It's become one of my more favoured things to do. Yeah, Paul Stagger Lee, you're probably right. It's become one of my favourite things to do is to read what idiots say on the internet. I find it quite enjoyable. Like, especially on Instagram, like... I'll watch someone's video and think, well, it's probably a little bit cringy. So I'll definitely go to the comments and read what fucking Muppets are saying.
TRMZ
like, anyone with any brain will watch a bit of a cringy tickle tockle or a bit of a cringy Instagram reel or whatever and just then move on with their day. But no, some people have to write paragraphs, like, about why the other person should kill themselves or something. It's crazy. Witch's hood is waterproof, is it? I didn't know that. Oh well. So these two islands here are really common for... I might actually go over those, you know. I might go over on foot for these two. They're both... That's where we found a DMR on that one. It's actually not a bad time to go. I've got a broom, I've got a spare broom, I've got the ability to make fire, I've got the ability to fish because I've got a rope. The only thing I don't have is something to drink. I kind of do have. Let's just... That's someone, I didn't mention it last, and that's someone exploding the petrol station. I'm going to have to fish on the other side anyway. I'm just going to go like this. I think we'll be alright. Oh, come on. I was convinced I'd be able to do that. Obviously I couldn't. You ever seen a dinghy on the shore? Yes, Hack Bunny, but earlier in the patch. Most of the time now, I think most of the boats have been moved and been left on islands where players log out. So maybe someone's, like, for example, these islands. Someone could be really, really geared and had a boat all around the islands, and they log out on this island and leave the boat behind where they can get it later. I think that's where most of the boats go. You do still find them, but they are quite rare. If you look on I Survived, the north part of the map, where the spawn areas mostly are, don't spawn many boats, but around the west side and the east side, there's plenty of spawn points, and then the south side of the island, the main island, there's spawn points. But on the peninsula, there's a lot more spawn points. So if you're going to find one spawned, more often than not, it might be on the peninsula. Or once again, like, people will stop on the peninsula with their own boat. You'll maybe find one that way as well. This is a piece of piss with a broom that you can just relight, because it doesn't really matter, you can just get wet. As long as you can relight it, you're fine. It's too curved. He says as he loses the plus symbol. It should still dry my clothes, and it'll tide me over, I'd have thought. Do you still have a Tesla, and if so, are you happy with it? Yep. I got it in June 2023. It's a 3-year lease. It's a company lease, as in I've leased it on my business, so I'll have it until June 2026, without a doubt. And am I still happy with it? Yes, very much so. It's great. I might not suit somebody that's doing like crazy miles, like 300 miles a day, or if you have to do a lot of like overnight stays where it might be tricky, or likewise if you're not able to charge the car where you like, if you can't park on your drive or something, but if you can charge it where you park it, they're amazing. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. It's a bit awkward. Doesn't seem to be getting wet, the matches. Have you had a stalker? If I did have a stalker, I don't think I'd talk about it, to be honest. I have to charge maybe 3 times a day. Holy shit, well, you must be doing some miles. The longest I've done mine on a single charge so far is about 280 miles. I can't remember where I went. When I went to... So, when I took my mum and the kids to see my nan, my mum's mum, about 3 weeks ago. And then I did 270 miles, and it still had 10% range when I got back. So I did 270 miles in total. Just over, 272 miles, I think. And it still had 10% range when I got back. You know, that was great. How long does it take to charge? It really depends on what type of charger you've got. So, from like nothing to completely full, you don't normally charge it to completely full, by the way, but from nothing to completely full, on a slow charger, it will take, well, God knows how long, but probably like 18 hours or more. But if you've got a 7 kilowatt charger, 11 hours maybe, something like that. That's guesses, though, because the reality is that you get home at the end of your day. Let's just envisage a day where you went out all day. You get home at 9 o'clock, you plug it in the wall charger. If you were going out at 8 o'clock in the morning, it will be fully charged, right? That's all there is to it. You just leave it on charge when you're in bed, and then when you get up in the morning, it's fully charged again. Batteries are going to deteriorate too. Well, the MPG of a car gets lower with age. It doesn't stay the same as when it was brand new, I don't think. But yeah, batteries do change a bit. People say they drop off massively. I've only done 16,000 miles in mine. It doesn't seem to have dropped off at all so far, which is great, but it may do in the long run. You can do things to make it last longer, though. I'm not trying to sell anyone out by that. I don't care what car any one of you drives. You know, like, I don't care if you're getting to work in a push-me-pull-you fucking train track. I don't give a shit, right? I'm not trying to say you should all have one. I'm just talking about my experience, right? Because there's so much negativity. I'm a user. My experience is positive, right? That's all. But yeah, you can prolong the life of it by not using superchargers and things like that. If you don't need to use a supercharger, you can massively prolong the life of it if you charge it on a home charger only. Likewise, if you only charge it to around 80%, if you charge it to 100% full every time, it can degrade over time. So if you charge it to 80 and then you only charge it up full when you're going on a really long journey or something, then that helps too. I've done that. I've only used a supercharger, I think, 3 times so far. Ever. I've mostly just charged it at home. And it still works pretty much like it did when I bought it. I don't know the exact cost, by the way. Someone asked about the cost to charge it. But it's way cheaper to charge your car to do 300 miles than it is to put fuel in your car to drive it. I don't know the cost, but it doesn't feel hardly noticeable on my electricity bill. But I don't do crazy amounts of miles. Like I've done 16,000 miles since June 2023. You know, it's not that many, is it? You know, it's not none. Kind of given up lighting the breather now. This has been a bit more of a ball ache than I thought it was going to be. How much does it cost to replace the battery? Yeah, it doesn't concern me, but the batteries come with an 8-year warranty, I think. And so, unless you're planning to keep your car for more than 8 years, obviously buying a new one is a tricky thing anyway, but they come with a decent warranty. I'm never going to need to worry. Towards the end of your holiday, were you excited to come back to streaming or wishing the trip was longer? I wanted to stay on holiday, but not because of streaming. I was just really enjoying the holiday. I like that streaming this week has been great. I've enjoyed streaming. A couple of... Like I got killed by a hacker on Livonia. I think I got stream sniped once, maybe twice yesterday. I think. Those kind of things are a little bit annoying. But let's face it, they're just a little bit annoying. This week has been great. I've really enjoyed being back streaming. It's been great. I'm glad to be back. I probably would like a bit longer away, but that's not because I don't want to be back streaming. I enjoy it. Like, I'm giving a long answer there, aren't I? But streaming is a lot of fun, but being on holiday is definitely more fun. Well, I guess we ought to sort this out. I can't really wait. I'm going to have to make a fire. I may regret this. If there's nothing on these islands, I'm really going to regret it. But in fact, I did this with a random, and I swore I'd never do it again, and here I am doing it again. That kill you had yesterday sniping a dude running in the snow was great. I had some really good kills yesterday, actually, for a change. Like, there was a couple of half-decent ones. The best two were the dudes that tried to hold me up. They were crazy. So I had a BK-18, and these fuckers tried to hold me up, and then managed to kill them. 2 shots, 2 kills. I did pick up a good hook, you're right. And I've just made 2 hooks for absolutely no reason. So I'm going to get 3 worms. I'm still losing health right now, but as soon as I get the worms, I'm going to make a fire and I'll warm up straight away. I actually should have made that. You can highlight clips on Twitch, or I forget what the term is now, but I should have done that with that clip of those dudes and tweeted it out. It was stupid not to, really. I've got a fucking hoe, you're right. I just wish we knew that for a fact, Redline, unless there's a new update in the Discord. I feel like they did, Redline, as well. I think they did too, but I just don't know. I'd forgotten I'd got the hoe. That's really stupid, but never mind. Having a really efficient day today, aren't I? Is there other animals on the island for 2? Yeah, you can. There are some animals, Reaper. There are no deer, but instead of deer, they've got reindeer. And then you get like goats and sheep and 1 or 2 other things. You get foxes and obviously you get wolves and bears, but eating those is a bit dicey. Here's a cool view from over here, isn't it? That is very true. I don't even need to use the matches, do I? I'll just use that. Kind of stupid that I didn't use that hoe, but never mind. Right, health's coming back now. Hydration and water is going to be a problem. I could do with catching a cooking pot. That would be good, wouldn't it? You can get prawns with a bottle trap. I'd heard that. I haven't done it yet. We ought to try and catch some prawns. Shrimp.
Hi, this is Emily Blunt. You can use me as your hoe.
Oh my god. Let's just nickname the... Let's not go there. I'm not even going to say that, even though it wasn't as bad as that. Thank you very much, Emily. Hawkman, thank you. SM, thank you for the super chat. Dav, thank you as well. Dems, thank you for the resub too, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah, looking forward to it too. Sorry it took me a while to get there, dude. Thank you very much. Plastic bottle and knife is all you need to do it. I kind of want the plastic bottle for fishing. Sorry, for water for now. But yeah, well, I might do that at some point. Hi Risen, how you doing? Yeah, even I could read the obvious joke about reindeer being mythical creatures, and I miss some of those. I really do, but that one I didn't miss. Oh, nice. Just chop that one up so that I can eat the thing. The caviar. I think in one of Wobo's videos he said that the caviar gives you as much energy as a piece of fish. It really never seems to give me anything. Maybe I misheard what he said in the video. But it seems to give you next to fuck all when I eat it. Khalil, I was on 0 late autumn, early winter. Nice, more steelhead. Remember when you caught that shark? Dude, that was fucking hilarious. Yeah, mushrooms are a good shout. If I see any, Victor, yeah. Mushrooms are a good shout. They obviously dynamically spawn, though, so I'm not going to find too many over here. Maybe because I've been here a while, I might cause one to spawn in, I suppose.
Keep running.
After fishing for less than 10 minutes, there was 3 within 100 metres. Very cool. I'll keep an eye out then. I just broke that down, and I fucking need to. I broke I've got the long stick from the broom. I'm gonna need to do that anyway. So I'm gonna cook some of this. I need to cook some because I need more energy and hydration. So I'm just going to sit here and cook a few. There's no house. Oh, there is actually a little house over there. Maybe I could cook it there. Now I've put the sticks on the fire. I think there's a little house the other side of that thing. Maybe we'll go and cook the fish on that. It'll be quicker. I think there's one like little log cabin-y thing from memory. What am I going to drop? Let's just go with that. I needed to check to see if we got any of these mushrooms you were talking about as well, I guess. I don't see any logs. I don't see any logs. I could put the shirt in my hands, but I'm just going to keep the thing in my hands. I don't think any zombies spawn on this, so I don't really need to, but we'll eat some of the fish in a minute and then I'll have more space. I think there's a little log cabin over this way. Let's go and have a look. Found 2 DMRs on this island yesterday, fully loaded, clip, and got into a boat fight. Holy shit, that's good. I'll be lucky if we do some of that. I'm sure there's a little log cabin. Yeah, there we go, look. We use that for cooking, it'll just be a bit quicker. Oh, I got scared by my shadow. A can of food there as well. What's your opinion on official servers? My team was killed by a hacker yesterday. My opinion's the same as yours likely is. I really enjoyed the gameplay. The cheating players kind of spoil it. I've played a few many times actually in the last month. I played on official Sakal. And so far I've been lucky enough to not get killed by a cheater yet. But I played official Livonia on Tuesday and I'm pretty sure, well, I know I was killed by a cheater on that day, so I had a really good long life on Tuesday on Livonia. 3 kills, it was going really well. Killed by a hacker. You know, like, unfortunately, it seems to be quite common. Doesn't mean that there are hundreds and hundreds of hackers. You might only have one on the server, but that's all it takes, doesn't it? Like, if there's one, they might kill 20 players. Chances are you're going to be one of those, you know? Hunbell for gore? Unbell, thank you very much for the new sub. Stang, Wilson, cheers for the support, guys. Hope you're good. Hawkman, thanks for the 43. Aztec, thank you very much as well. Bobcat, McBobbins, and Darbs, and Ultamoik. I think I might have missed some of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I can put the knife on the belt. Good shout. Forgotten about the combat knife. Doubt we'll keep that very long because of how damaged it is, but we shall see. Yeah, it's not just a DayZ problem, is it, unfortunately? Hacking in online multiplayer games is so prevalent. There's hardly any games that don't have it, you know, games like Tarkov or whatever, CSGO, PUBG. It's a really common thing. Really common. Crazily, just before I went away, I was approached by a really professionally written email that was from a website that sells cheats. And they sell cheats for DayZ. And they wanted to do a sponsorship on my videos. And it was really worded professionally. It wasn't tongue in cheek. It wasn't a piss take. They were wanting me to do a introduction to their website and talk about what potentially is there without bringing up specifically the cheats. That's definitely the good thing with console, Keithy. You don't get the same issue with scripters. Like, you can't change the code very easily, so the chances of finding a hacker is, well, they don't exist. Obviously, I think there's a few more issues with exploiting around duping and stuff, but I'm not kidding, Hulk. I legitimately did get an email from a company that sells cheats. When's the new video out? I didn't even reply. I didn't reply because it's the sort of thing that I'm not saying that the company's not above board or anything, but if I'd sent back some kind of like, why on earth would I make a video about where you can buy cheats for a game that I play for a living? It's my favourite game. Cheats ruin games. Rah, rah. I just feel like I'd be setting myself up as a target for that company. You know, if you're a company that's selling cheats, you probably got access to quite a lot of stuff that could hurt a streamer. You know, like I don't see the point in painting a target on my back, really. And obviously selling cheats is a business, but it's not, strictly speaking, an above board business, is it? You know, like they're selling exploits to video games. You know, I don't know where that lies. I'm not saying it's illegal, but it's probably infringing on Bohemia's property. You know, they could probably do something about it in the courts, I would guess, if they could catch them. You know. On TOS and Eula, yeah. Her name is Tallulah. Right. We're doing alright. Let's get some of this scoffed. Might as well defrost that as well. I've got a bit of a tickle in my throat. I don't know, like something's stuck, like a fish bone or something. I haven't had any fish, but something's stuck in the back of my gizzard. Looping mud. I don't really want to. It's copying loot. Please, nobody explain how to do it. That would be good. I don't even know how to do it, by the way, but I don't really want us to be in here teaching people how to exploit. I know that's not what you were asking, by the way. Hi, Grizzly. Right, we just got it done. Very good. Right. So, are there any of these logs down here? We've spent a long time down here. I don't see any. I know the kind of logs you mean, but I ain't seeing any. If we just run along here, we might cause them to spawn, because we're going to have to run back. Unfortunately, when you swim over to this island, you don't start in the middle. Sorry, you do start in the middle, so I've got to run all the way over to the edge there to see if there's a container.
I have been really
and then I've got to run
my
back
time
the other
here,
way.
and you've been really helping me through some tough times. Hope you'll keep it up, cause you are doing great. Much love.
Alex, thank you very much.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Cheers for the support, dude. Appreciate it. Hopefully less tough times are ahead. So we had a really cool firefight on this. Oh shit. Oh god. That could have been bad, couldn't it? We had a really cool firefight on this little... oh shit. Time to run. That dude's got a gun in his hand. I don't even have a gun. It's a shotgun. Nobody carries a shotgun without having bullets. So what I'm of a mind to do is to just try to sprint and just see if we can find a container before he does. Obviously the dude is going to have checked the other side behind us. Throw your fishing pole at him. Yeah, pole at him, yeah. I think we've got enough distance here to keep going and check it first. I may even flirt with going lower health just to try and do it, and maybe dry my clothes with the broom when we get to the next island, but it's very frustrating, this. Just hope the dude has started on the other island. If he started on... started on this island, but behind me. If he started over there, he might have looted all of this already. There might be nothing left to check. He was only holding a single barrel shotgun in his hand, though. I didn't see any high tier loot like an M4 or a DMR or anything. We ain't going to get any loot, are we? I've only just finished with that fire, and I'm already lost a plus symbol.
The man, the myth, the legend, and a good-looking bloke from the UK. Best regards from Sweden. TRMZG Heart. TRMZG Heart.
Botrops, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Hope all is good. Thank you for the resub. We're going to lose a bit of health going over here, and I can't really afford to do much of that. There's a container over there on the left, look. There's one on the left for sure. So we need to go to that before this other fucker can get there. And I'm kind of hoping he hasn't just tried to get across. He could have been smart and tried to bypass the bit where I was in favour of coming out in front here. I really could do without getting wet here. Here's hoping he needs to make a fire or something as well. That would be good. Well, I'm not going to make it across there without getting wet, am I?
Where does TRMZ potato shaker come from?
It's just from like, oh, I potatoed that shot. It means like TRMZ potato man's is like an emote for when I make a bad shot. It's quite an old emote now, that, but there's a few like that. So there's a potato man's for when I make when I played a bad shot. There's other ones for when I make a good shot or a high IQ play or whatever, and then there's a salty man's one when I'm really being like narky, which obviously regular viewers will know I don't really get salty, to be honest, but like I very rarely get salty, but it's there just in case.
Let's
you know.
smoke weed and play DayZ. GG, love you, bye.
Brett, thank you very much for the support, appreciate it.
Two years, 2 months, baby. Hope you enjoyed it like I have. TRMZ love.
Shifting, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I was hoping not to be swimming there, really, but never mind. This broom is going to help us no end. We need an emote for when you kill your partners. Well, to be fair, that would never, ever, ever get used, would it? It would be the most underused emote. It wouldn't have got any use this year at all. Shifting. Thank you, Brett. Thank you as well. I'll skip the smoking weed bit. Bad for my chesticles. I'm not going to wring my clothes out, Matthew. There's a dude behind me with a shotgun. Like I was just saying, I'm just going to take the chance and try and get to the next container before he does. This will dry out my clothes. It will take a little bit longer, but it will enable me to just dry out using the flame while I get to the next container before the dude does. Maybe I'll start wringing the clothes out when I get to the container, but depends what loot's there. if there's a gun, I'm going to feel a whole lot happier about doing so. I really hate seeing stories like that, Drop Zone. When I say story, I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not calling you a liar, but people talk about this stuff so often. Like yours is, last time I was on that island, it had 4 containers and I got a fully kitted LAR with a mag and an M4. I've been here many times on official servers or completely vanilla servers, and I've only ever found 1 container and it had fuck all in it, 2 mags. Not entirely true. On the DMR run video that's coming out soon, there was a DMR on that other island back there. But I already had one. So I did find 1 DMR on these, to be fair, but that was a good while ago. I'm flashing blue at the moment. That's not good. And that's just about sums up what I expected we would get. Mags and a fucking bottle. Did they nerf the piss out of the broom torch? I think it's because it's so cold on this map and my clothes are wet. I think that's all it is. It's more to do with how being wet makes you cold on this particular map, I think. But what worries me now, obviously, is doing this could allow the dude to catch up. You can get 5.56 in the military areas easy. You can find AK-101 mags and bullets for the AK-101 in the peninsula and also the airfield a little bit too. So you can get 5.56 not in the containers. I've found them. You can get AK-101 mags outside of containers for sure. So I've got to keep running this way for now because I'm a bit worried about the dude with the shotty. And I'm still hopeful that we might get lucky and find another container. Just not drying me out, is it? Oh no, stuff is getting dry. I'm completely lying. It's drying out really well. But the broom is just not enough. I need a proper fire. So coming back to your question, did they nerf the broom? Yeah, it feels like it. Or maybe it's just it's not very effective on Sakal, but it clearly is a bag of shit. If you've got the plus symbol, it will allow you to keep it. But if you've not got the plus symbol, all it's kind of doing is drying your clothes. It's not helping you do more than that. It's a gamble this, but I'm not going to stop yet because I'm not going to stop and make a fire. I want to get the full side of the island where the containers can be checked before the other dude shows up, if he does. It is vanilla. I don't know what to tell you, Easy, but I definitely was finding it. Maybe it's changed now, but on the streamer only 2 weeks, I was finding 5.56 on the peninsula. I was definitely finding AK-101 mags. And after that, I'm pretty sure I have 2, but maybe it's been changed. I could be wrong, I don't know, but I've pretty much only played vanilla when I've been playing Sakal. I've only played official, pretty much always. I've hardly played any of the modded or lightly modded or community maps whatsoever.
24 months. Here's to the least salty DayZ streamer TRMZ Potato Shaker.
He seems to heat up when he stops. Let's see. I don't think that's the case, but I'm happy to try it just for a second. It's not going... Oh, it's going up now. I just want to see if we go light blue or not, but to be honest, I don't have a great deal of time for wasting. Bollocks, I give up. I want to check. We're going to have to make another fire anyway, so let's just get to the end of the container and... Sorry, the end of the island where the containers could be. Just to see if there's anything there. Yes. How good would it be if there's a DMR at this one? I've got a DMR mag. How good would it be if there's a DMR? Simo, you normally do get warmer when you run, so if you're standing still, you're colder than if you're running on the spot even, you know, so normally if you're moving, yeah, it wouldn't make sense. I think a few people were trying to suggest that the heat from the fire was behind me because I'm running, but I don't think that's how it works. I really don't think it does. Not a DMR, but a dude with a shotty. Dude, fuck that. Come on. Come on. Come on. I do think we should feed back to the devs about the bottle spawn. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but there's only 3 spawns here. Why is there always 1 and sometimes 2 occupied by a bottle? It's a really... we don't need plastic bottles and fucking water bottles spawning in these. It's just taking up the potential spot where a DMR could be, or a AK could be, or a mag, or a packet of bullets, or whatever, but it's utterly fucking painful. Holy shit, that's insane funky. So they're going to try and sue for compensation if they've been found to have cheated. Now, I know I'm a Liverpool fan, and if City have willfully broken the rules, they should be punished. So, for example, if they have been paying people... apparently there's email proof, allegedly, that they've been paying things out of sponsorship money and they've been paying things off the books so that they could meet financial fair play in the past. Apparently there's evidence of it, so if that comes to light, they should be punished, absolutely. And if they're doing stuff like that, if it's similar to what, say, Rangers were doing in Scotland, I think that City should be punished massively in the same way that Rangers were. You know, Rangers were kicked out of the league and they had to work their way back. Honestly, if they've been doing really bad stuff, like flagrantly... Not fragrantly, flagrant... I can't even get the word like... You know what I mean? If they've been intentionally breaking the rules and covering it up, then they should be kicked out of the league. And I'm sure they'll get back in. However, I don't think they should be sued by Man U or Liverpool or anything. I don't think it's... If they've been found guilty of something, they should be dealt with accordingly. Flagrantly, yeah. I couldn't get it out. I kept wanting to say fragrantly, flagrantly. But anyway, and that might sound a bit harsh. And that's at the extreme end. If they haven't done anything like I just described, they absolutely shouldn't be kicked out of the league. You know, who knows what they've done just yet for sure. But oh no, I need. Oh no, let's drop some stuff. I need to make a fire. I might as well catch another fish while I do. Promoting them screws the smallest club because they will just take a promotion spot each year they come back. Yeah, but on the flip side, some other club comes up to take their place in the meantime. So when they first get demoted, there's an extra promotion everywhere, dude. So I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's true. If Man City get demoted out of the Premier League, 4 teams come up, and then an extra team will have to come up from the lower league to come up to take their place, and so on and so on and so on down the chain. So when they come up, they're effectively taking that place back, you know. Oh. All for a single stick I don't even need. That's crap, isn't it? It's really great that there was 2 containers on here, but to be this injured and this... to have put this much time in... to be fair, I haven't put that much time in, have I? But to only get mags, you know, I'd rather get a gun and no mag than a mag and no gun, if that makes any sense, because you can find bullets and chamber a DMR or something, I don't know. I think the thing that makes it feel annoying is purely that you've got... I haven't got any bark. The thing that makes it feel annoying is purely that you've got bottles and water bottles and of both types, glass and plastic, which just shouldn't be in a military container. It should be military loot. Like, if it's pouches, fair enough, like pouches for a for a plate carrier. But I don't think bottles should be in there.
Happy Thursday. Let's get the DMR and kill some people.
Nikto, get good, noob. GS man, I read some of that and I started to feel a little bit sick, so I'm not reading anymore. But yeah, the City thing is, I think it's, I think City need to be dealt with by the league. I think Liverpool, Man U and the other clubs mentioned should keep their fucking noses out. I don't think it's not up to them to do anything at all. And in theory, if Liverpool have finished second to City a couple of times, but most of the rule breaking that they did was 5, 6, 7 years ago, not in the season where they finished second, you know, like where other teams have been penalised, they haven't relegated those teams and promoted the others and such like. I just think it becomes a very grey area. I think everyone else should keep their fucking noses out, personally. I don't think it's as straightforward as saying City spent more money and that's why they won. I don't think that's entirely true. Entirely true.
Keep the awesome content up. Doing God's work.
So, we're finally going to not be dark blue, having been dark blue for fucking ages. Toxic, thank you. George Potts, Dodd Turn, thank you as well. I think it's really interesting that it's finally happening and we might find something out about it at some point soon. I also think it's quite interesting that Pep Guardiola has not signed a new contract. I almost feel like they're delaying signing the new contract to see, because I think he said in the past if they're found guilty he'll leave. I might be wrong on that, but I think that's what's been said. You have to bait this. You can't bait it, no? So maybe we'll get some shrimps. That'd be cool. I like shrimp. So maybe, having said that, because he said he'll go if they're guilty, maybe they're not signing him up to a new contract for that, you know. Oh man, you get minnows on other maps. By all accounts, you can get prawns or shrimp on this map. Oh, fuck me dead.
I'm done subbing in 9 months. Kappa love the content, Paul. P.S. Happy B-Day to me.
Champlin, thank you very much for the 60 months, dude. Once you get to 69 with me, there's no point going any further. Is that what you're saying? Cheers for the support, dude. I mean, once you've been to heaven, there's nowhere else to go. Will I ever try DayZ RP? No. I have tried it in the past. We talked about it at length yesterday, or more length than this, but I don't really like RP in a nutshell, dude. It's not my thing. Something I didn't say yesterday, but with DayZ RP, you're really reliant on who you meet. So, in regular DayZ, you can have loads of fun, and if you meet someone, you can make the fun yourself, right? In DayZ RP, that's not quite so true, in as far as if you meet someone who's a terrible RPer that just makes you cringe, you can't just shoot them in the face. You know, if you meet a terrible RPer, you still have to RP. Whereas if you meet somebody in the regular game with no rules and you think they're not very fun, you can just run away, or you can just kill them, or you can make your own fun. You can tie them up, or you can do whatever. You know. Whereas in RP servers, if you meet an RPer that's like really cringy, you're stuck with a really cringy RPer. I find it really annoying. I'm not a good RPer, so I'm not in any way saying I'm good at it. But you're much more reliant in who you meet. At least I feel that's the case. Like, having really strict rules of engagement when you meet someone means you don't get the freedom of choice to do whatever you think you want to do. Exactly, the double kill yesterday would never happen on RP server. Exactly right, Fusro. So, yesterday I had no gun out and 2 players came up to me and tried to hold me up. And they had a BK and a shotgun. But because there was 2 of them, if we were on an RP server, I would have had to let them hold me up. Because they have rules about engagement. If you're being held up by a squad and you're on your own, you have to agree. You're not allowed to fight your way out, you know, like... Because the odds are against you, you know. Whereas in regular DayZ, you can be like, "Fuck you! I'll go down fighting," and sometimes you kill them both, you know. I just much prefer that the no rules. Whatever you think you want to do, you do. All of that said, I really respect RP, and there's some really great RPers on Twitch and YouTube and stuff. You know, there's some really good stuff out there, especially on games like Grand Theft Auto. But when I RP, it makes me feel cringy, and when I meet other RPers, unless they're really, really good, that makes me feel cringy too. How's the fish trap going? It's not been long enough yet. I'm going to wait. I think if it catches anything, it goes horizontal. I don't even know if I need to be further away from it than I am right now, to be honest. But
Denzel Jackson, P.
Excalibur, thank you very much for that. Denzel Jackson, eh? Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you. I'm sorry, Denzel Jackson. I am sorry. Excalibur, thank you. Toxic Dwarf Champlain, George Potts, thank you again. I have an Asus 27-inch monitor drop zone, but I can't remember the specs of it. Denzel Washington says he's got a few movies lined up and then retiring. Denzel Washington is retiring. Is he? Fucking hell, he's not that old, is he? Holy shit. Have I ever made a fish trap with a net and wire? Only when it first came out. I've never done it since. Is he really almost 70? Holy shit. Crazy, isn't it? Like, I know he doesn't look young, but in Equalizer 3, I'm not thinking he's too old for this shit. Do you know what I mean? It still works. I thought Equalizer 3 was a decent film, you know? If he's 70 and he's still pulling off action films, you know? Like, that's crazy. Right. I'm gonna have to start working out what I'm going to do here. I'd like to... That's so... Cutting it that way, don't make no noise. That way does. Brad Pitt ain't going to be around too much longer. Well, he's about 60, isn't he? I don't know about Denzel Washington, but Brad Pitt's definitely had plastic surgery, or he's had cosmetic surgery, let's say. And fair play to him. I'm not judging him for that, by the way, but he looks so young for a 60-year-old man, doesn't he? He looks insane. And he has had some changes to his facial structure and whatnot. But he must be going to a good person, because he looks fucking good. And I was never confused, but for Brad Pitt, maybe I could be. Brad Pitt's a very good actor. Someone's saying I do not care for Brad Pitt. Personal taste is personal taste. I don't know if you mean as an actor or if you mean looks-wise, but as an actor, I think he's been in some really good shit over the years. How am I going to do this? Littering. Well, I might pick it up again when we go. So what I'm doing now, I'm just running over here. I'm going to cook this fish. This is a bit slow going, so apologies, guys. But I wanted to see if we could find military containers. We found 2. And we got some okay stuff, but we didn't get what I was really hoping for. I was hoping we'd get a DMR. But anyway, I'm just going to come and cook the fish. Away from the thing. I think that's far enough. Away from that bottle. Usually for traps like that, you have to wait about half an hour before they work. Sometimes they're a bit quicker, so I'm just going to carry the fish over this way. So I'm a bit further away. Hopefully that's far enough. Cheers, Excalibur Dude. Tom Rain, thank you for the follow. I don't know if I can get away with eating all of this or not. I really don't know. It's probably not. I ain't getting that can back, am I? No, it's rolling off down. Rolling away. If you go back from the other island, it's faster, there's more ice. Yeah, I'm not sure which way to go. I might do that. I've got to come back for the fish trap yet. Is Sakal worth buying? I really like it. A few people... If you really like sort of survival DayZ, then I think it's worth buying for sure. If you really enjoy DayZ, you play it a lot, I think it's worth buying for sure. If you play on PC and you really like Namausk or Essica and you like the quick action maps, it might be a bit slow paced, maybe. It really depends on your taste, right? However, there's already a new update coming where they're adding extra stuff. They're adding a Western Peninsula and some other stuff, so they are already upgrading it some, which is good news, I think. See how it goes. But for me personally, I like it a lot. I think it's great. Guy tells him to burn his hooks to clean up his trash. Paul launches the trash into the ocean. Well, there's been an apocalypse, right? It doesn't matter how much I as one person pollutes. Mother Nature will cope. There's not 8 billion anymore. There's about 8. It's all right. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few and all that bollocks. Brad Pitt is supposedly a really cool guy. I'm not sure Angelina Jolie agrees, but I'm not saying that's correct. But as ever with anybody in the public eye, you hear good things and you hear bad things. I don't know him. He's a likeable dude on camera. I like the films he's in. And I don't know him beyond that, so I don't really care. But that's definitely the case with... Like somebody said, I don't really like Brad Pitt earlier, or words to that effect. Usually that's just who you kind of click with, isn't it? As like same reason why some people like one comedian and some people hate that comedian, you know? It's just we're human beings. We click with people and we don't click with others, you know? Paul, do I play any instruments? I play the one-eyed trouser snake. Once or twice a day. No, I don't. I ain't got the stamina for that. I don't play any instruments. No, I don't. I love to play the guitar, but I don't have... a bit like learning a new language. I don't have the time, the wherewithal, or the application, you know. I was lucky that I found video editing and managed to apply myself to learn that and do what I did on YouTube and Twitch as a result, you know, like... I'm really not good at applying myself to learning new shit. If I could learn how to play the guitar, like Keanu Reeves learns Kung Fu in The Matrix, I'd do it. I'd pay a reasonable amount of money for that as well, but I don't want to spend years practicing. I just thinking about Brad Pitt, like it's been like, I think California, that's quite an old film now. I get the feeling it's probably not aged very well, but he's really good in that. He plays like an unhinged, like, kind of madman in it. He's really good in that, Brad Pitt. He's had some really good roles over the years. I think he's really good in Planet Hollywood. In the Tarantino film. I didn't particularly like the film, but I thought Brad Pitt was really good in it. I thought he was a bit over the top in the other Tarantino film he was in, where he was the Aldo... was he Aldo the Apache? I don't know, it's not right, is it? No, what was his name? Anyway, he went round with a baseball bat. Yeah, he's good in 12 Monkeys. God, 12 Monkeys is a film I've not seen in ages. Aldo Rain, yeah, his nickname was Aldo the Apache, that's right. I found a pristine PU scope and a guy gifted me a Mosin in the first 10 minutes of a run. I killed him with a double barrel. I see, it didn't gift you with it, you killed somebody. But then you died to zombies within 10 minutes. 24 hours till Tyson versus Paul. I can hardly wait. My prediction is that the Katie Hopkins fight will be more worth watching than the next one. I really hope Tyson knocks him out, but I think it'll be a bit of a nothing. Patty cake, now it's over. Oh, Seven is amazing too. Yeah, you're right. Seven's very, very good, and he's very, very good in it too. I think Morgan Freeman works really well in Seven, as well as like the sidekick, you know, like the older, more sensible sidekick. It is Morgan Freeman, isn't it, in Seven? I'm sure it is. There's a stipulation in Tyson's contract that states he's not allowed to knock out Jake. They haven't published the contract, ADHG. That has to be bullshit. I hope that's bullshit. They can't believe they've got any contracts that say they're not allowed to knock people out. What are my thoughts on the England manager? I don't think there was any really, really massively viable English choices. I thought they might have gone for Pep Guardiola. I would have liked to see that, because I feel like he might not be at City for very much longer. I'm not sure about Thomas Tuchel. I don't care that he's German, but he didn't do the best job ever at Bayern Munich, he rubbed people up the wrong way a little bit at Chelsea, but at that time Chelsea was as mad as a box of frogs, right? So you can't really blame him necessarily, you know. By all accounts, they wanted to sign Ronaldo, and he didn't, and he was right, you know. They shouldn't have been signing Ronaldo, so I hope Thomas Tuchel will be good. I think he will be okay at getting the best out of England. I think he'll hopefully be a little bit more brave than Southgate, but not quite as reckless as Carsley. We'll see. And he's certainly done he's done plenty of stuff in his club career. He's done well enough. He's won the Champions League with a relatively poor Chelsea team. Although I don't think he was there for the whole of the tournament, but he still has, you know. He might only be a short-term appointment, like someone else has just said. Can't see him being there past the World Cup. So what, you know, if he took the job now and he gets England to the World Cup and they qualify and they perform well, hopefully, you never know, they might win it. If that's all he does for England, great, you know. Desrick, thank you for the 54. Darkman, thank you for the 12 months. Red Snow, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Did you see Pedro Pascal is a good actor? He is. Well, I think he's a really good on-screen persona. He's very likable. I don't know yet for sure whether I think Pedro Pascal is a really good actor. Maybe because of who he is, but when I see Pedro Pascal on screen, he always seems to be him, which means he's a movie star at the moment for me. That might change, so I could be wrong, but if you think about someone like Harrison Ford, for example, Harrison Ford is a really likable persona, and he's got a great movie star personality, but he's not like the most amazing actor ever, you know. I feel in some way like Pedro Pascal might be in that kind of category, but I don't really know yet. He's really likable. He is very good in The Last of Us. When's the face reveal? 2016. Yeah, I've never seen Narcos, so I've not seen that. This is taking fucking ages, isn't it? John Bernthal's a pretty decent actor. Yeah, I don't think he's just an on-screen persona. He does seem to have, so like him in Fury, he's very intense. You know, he's very good in quite a lot of stuff. He's great even in like The Walking Dead. He's really good in that. Very good in The Punisher.
Enjoy your fish.
Have I tried Black Ops 6? I haven't tried any of the Black Ops since Black Ops 1, probably. Maybe 2. I've seen The Last of Us, TN. I saw The Last of Us before I played the game, though, so I like both of them. I like both actors in The Last of Us because I saw it. I never played it on... I haven't been a console player for such a long time now that I never played it. When it came out after the series as a re-release, I played it then. So for me, I watched the series before I played the game, so I like them both as they are. Oleg, thank you for the membership. It's a funny thing with actors, isn't it? Some are like incredible, like method actors who are capable of so much change, and like you see so much nuance in a performance or whatever. And some of them are more like on-screen personas, but they still can have like star power and become incredibly popular. And sometimes they switch, you know, like you can get someone who you think might be more of an on-screen persona and turns out to be an amazing actor, I guess. It might be down to roles. From the new generation, who's my favourite actor? Oh, God. That's probably Adam Driver, if he counts as new generation. I think Adam Driver's really good. There's a lot of really good young actors, but you have to really think. I don't think Chalamet's too bad, but that's mainly because I really liked I really liked a couple of the films he's been in. Like I liked Wonka. I thought that was great. The prequel. I thought it was really good. Me and my daughter loved it. But this is taking so fucking long. Jesus Christ. I might not even get the next two cooked at this rate. Let's just cook a little. Oh, I can't. But yeah, I think Adam Driver is really good. Florence Pugh is good as well. I don't like that she's in the Marvels. Florence Pugh is a great actor, but the Marvels don't exactly test her, let's say. Oleg, thank you very much. I'm just trying to think who stands out. I think Adam Driver is probably one. That Aaron Taylor-Johnson is turning out kind of cool as well. I think he's going to be the new... he's really good in Bullet Train. A few people were talking about Bullet Train. He's playing a bit of a caricature of a character, but he's meant to be, right? And he's good in that. He's meant to be the next James Bond, isn't he? And it would be interesting to see how that goes. Daniel Radcliffe's doing okay. Yeah. I think Henry Cavill is... I guess in The Witcher he's not really, but... It's hard not to see Henry Cavill in everything he's in, you know. He's more of a movie star at the moment, say. Very, very likeable guy, though. On screen and off screen, he seems like a very likeable guy, doesn't he? How am I... Did I burn that? Fucking hell, Henry Cavill made me burn my trout. Well, that's the thing. What class is this new generation, Kigo? It's tough to say. Like, Adam Driver... has been around, what, 10 or 15 years? But he's not been around 30 years like Denzel Washington or Brad Pitt or whatever. It's hard to say what's new generation. Like, do they have to be in their 20s? I don't know. I'd like to see the new Gladiator movie, but I don't know if I'll see it at the cinema because the missus probably isn't keen. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm not getting any more sticks. I just can't be bothered. Fuck it. I'm gonna end up eating the burnt one, so let's... It had to be a trout as well, didn't it? Why fuck did that take ages? Under 40 is the new generation. How old is Adam Driver then? I've seen Young Guns 1 and 2. Yeah, I thought they were okay. Long time ago now. A little bit cheesy, but... Oh, Colin Farrell is amazing in The Penguin. He's definitely not new generation, as it were, but he's amazing. I don't think the containers spawn new loot, Big Kev, but we're probably going to run back that way anyway, so we can have a check. Adam is 40. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? Right. Have we got any prawns on our fish trap? If Aaron Taylor-Johnson is the next Bond, he'll be the first Bond younger than me. I guess it's official, I'm old. That'll be true of me as well, Declan. I've got to be careful here. It occurred to me that I'm nearly as old as Arnie Slot. And that for the first time ever, I'm nearly as old as the Liverpool manager / older. Which I had that same thing about Arnie Slot when he took over at Liverpool. I think Arnie Slot is 45. So if I was just over his age, I'd be a bit depressed. Look at that. They look good, don't they? Nip, 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 nip. Nip, nip, nip. We're going to cook them. We're going to cook them and eat them. Yes. So I'm going to run back this way. I'll check the containers, but I don't think new loot spawns in the containers. I think much like heli sites and whatnot, when they and convoys, when they're looted, nothing new spawns in. They then move. What might happen though is we've been on this island a long time. They might move locations. I'm probably far enough away on the very tip where I've been occupying for the containers to despawn and respawn, which would be really cool if that happens. I may have been too close to this one, so it certainly hasn't. Do they give much calories? I've no idea. Wooden hook. Paul Giamatti is great, but I see what you're saying, Victor. He can be hit or miss. So he can be a little bit cheesy, you know, like... I think he's the bad guy, or one of the bad guys, in the film Shoot 'em Up, and I vaguely remember him being a little bit cheesy in it, but quite likeable. But as the supporting actor in Cinderella Man, he's really good. And he's also in Man in the Moon with Jim Carrey. He's really good in that as well. Paul Giamatti, those two for me. I've seen a lot of films he's been in, but Cinderella Man and Man in the Moon, he's really good in both of those. Can someone tell me how the hell is Jake Paul making 20 million more than Tyson? Because were it not for Jake Paul, the fight wouldn't be happening. Now, in boxing, Mike Tyson is a legend. He's done way more for boxing than Jake Paul has. But Jake Paul is causing this circus, not Mike Tyson. Like, Jake Paul and KSI and one or two others are the ones that are driving all of this YouTuber nonsense, isn't it? You know, they're the catalysts for it. They're the ones that are bringing a lot of eyes to the sport, so that would be why. Wizard Penguin, I don't fully understand what you're saying, but John Krasinski can't beat me out ever. Cheers, Trav. Thanks for coming in. I hope you're good. Cheers for tuning into the YouTube videos as well. And it is a stupid fight. The only reason I'm going to watch it is because it's on Netflix and I have Netflix. If it was pay-per-view, I would not watch it. I wouldn't pay for it. I wouldn't watch it. But because I've got Netflix, I'm going to watch it. This is a new one. This is a new one. The other one was on the other island, wasn't it? So there we go. Look, I was wondering if this was a new one or not, and it was. Just beat me off for sexiest man. She definitely beat me out. Like, beat me in the race for Emily Blunt, but I didn't know I was in a race. I didn't know I liked Emily Blunt till she was already taken. Then it was too late, you know. But it's okay though, because I got first prize anyway. Mrs. TRMZ knocked spots off of Emily Blunt anyway. I think that Mrs. TRMZ could beat Emily Blunt in a fight anyway. That's not much to boast, really. Drop the 20 round one. All in good time. All in good time. So maybe there'll be another one on the other island now as well. Looks like a cock and balls there, doesn't it? Sort of. Right, have I got everything? Yeah, I've got everything. So maybe we could just live on this island. We could just live in this island and fish. We'll fish. And then we'll fish some more. And then just when you thought we were done, we'll fish some more. and then we'll make some fires and we'll cook the fish, and then just when you thought we were done, we'll fish some more, and then we'll run around the length of the island, pick up a couple more magazines, and then we'll fish, and then just when you thought we'd fished enough, we'll fish some more, and then we'll make a fire, and then we'll cook all the fish, and then just when you thought we were done with the fire will go out, and then we'll have to relight it, and then we'll cook some more fish, and then we'll run along the length of the islands and pick up some more mags. Repeat. It's going to be amazing. We'll just do that. And away. Yeah. And and away. We won't be putting any of them back. We're going to be putting them all in our gulliver. That's what we'll say. We'll be saying "and away" when I'm slowly digesting it. And I think they call that camping. No, they don't call that camping, J-Rap. They call that tactical looting. Camping is waiting in one place. Running around an island looking for containers and fishing is fishing. And away, burp. Yeah, that. Build a fish pond and then put all the fish you catch in it, yeah. You don't get much hydration from the fish. You really don't get much hydration from fish in this. Like it's when I was coming over, somebody did say you should probably get a drink before you go, and they were correct. I drank half a bottle of dirty water with a vitamin, which helped. But you really need, like, unless you can get a cooking pot. If you can boil the fish, then it's a whole nother cooking pot of fish. But if you can't boil the fish, then you do struggle to touch with dehydration. Can you eat snow with a vitamin pill? Wow! That's a new one as well. There's going to be a DMR in that. Do you see the way it's like leaning, like some of it's off the ground? That's because the DMR on the right-hand side of that container is so heavy. It's like weighted down by all the epic loot that's inside. Jeff, good to see you as well. Thanks for coming in. Are you ready for this? This is a new one. Pristine, mint condition. Brand new. PSA 10. Loot container. Are you ready? Once around for good luck. And then don't look. I didn't look. Did you look? I didn't look. I think there's a DMR. There's a DMR. There's a... No! A mag, a box of bullets, and a fucking bottle. Fuck me. At least it's a good box of bullets. Oh, so close. Did you see how close we were to a DMR there? I can take the bottle to catch more shrimpy shrimps though, can't I? We can set up a shrimp factory. Yeah, you can't drink the snow with a vitamin tablet because the vitamins don't stop you getting heavy metal poisoning. So the snow is meant to contain volcanic ash.
But here we are. Cheers.
And so the vitamin tablet won't stop. Oh, fuck, I can't drink the fucker. Oh, God, that's annoying. I've just wasted a vitamin then. Never mind. Yeah, you need chelating tablets in order to be able to drink snow. Vitamins don't cure that. But what you can do is take a vitamin, or if you've got chlorine tabs, you can use chlorine tabs to allow you to drink the water you find in a bottle like that, because it's water in a container. We know that container is freshly spawned. So this water is just dirt. It's not got snow in it. I can drink it. There wasn't a container on this island, so there may well be one. You never know. But that island behind had 3 containers on it, didn't it? It had the one that we'd already been to, and then 2 freshly spawned ones. That's a lot of containers, isn't it? Got any rags? Nope. Gonna have to make a fucking fire. Boo! Boo! These are the Northern Islands Dr. Skinners. I have found a DMR on the island we're on right now in the past, so they can spawn here, but at the moment, today, I'm just having no luck. Hey Kempus, you're right, dude. Right, there we go. Hopefully this will dry the bottle out. Sorry, warm the bottle up in time for me to drink it before my vitamins run out. I don't think it will, but you never know. I'm sorry, but this is exactly why I won't pay $30 for the DLC. This gameplay loop is everything but enjoyable. Vic here, TR, you understand that I am not obliged to do what I'm doing right now. You do get that, right? Being a complete new spawn and going across the island, the ice sheet to the northern islands is not something you're forced to do, right? This is the extreme end of the fire making and fishing, because I've come here without even going to a spring, and I'm looking for endgame loot. Effectively like helicopter crash sites before I've found any basic loot, you know, like it's not like this. This is way beyond the pale of how it should be, right? Yeah, it's a bit like I'm trying to do the NBC side quest before I'm ready to do it kind of thing. It's a kind of fair comparison. You absolutely don't have to play this map the way I'm doing it right now, is the point, you know. Nonetheless, don't buy the DLC. If you don't want to buy the DLC, don't buy it. But this is not the only gameplay. It is a bit more survivally than Chernobyl or Livonia, for sure, but you don't have to do what I'm doing now. Revka. My mum called and said you weren't gaming efficiently. Just stopped in to see for myself. Hey now, Macatree, I make my own omelettes. I like making omelettes. No one's making my omelettes for me. I make my own omelettes, okay? I want that on my gravestone. Here lies Paul. He made his own omelettes. For that week where he was healthy in 2024. Yeah, but I have to make a fire every 10 minutes because I'm going in the water, right? I'm having to make a fire every 10 minutes because when you get wet, you lose the plus symbol. I haven't got any decent clothes. I've got damaged jeans. I've got no gloves. I've got really low tier gear, like worst insulation jacket and so on, you know. I'm at the extreme end of things because of what I'm doing. This is not the entirety of the gameplay, you know. And we talked about it earlier, though. You do have to make a fire roughly every half an hour, even when you're geared. Unless you do things like run around with the broom or... Okay, I can drink the water now, but I don't have a vitamin anymore, so let's do it anyway. But yeah, you're going to have to make fires. You are. There's no way around it. You're going to have to make fires to survive the cold. But you do on Namausk, and people love Namausk, right? So I like this map. I think it was the right thing for them to do. I think there are ways to improve it, though, for sure. I definitely think they need some more benefit to being alive longer in terms of the fire making. So I've drunk the water now. The only reason I'm staying by the fire just for now is that it's drying my clothes a little bit more. I think that's all. Most things are dry, actually. Just the shoes. Fuck that, let's go. You do still need to make fires, even with endgame gear on the Mauskstein, unless you're playing on a light... If you're playing on a hardcore Namausk server, it's not enough just to have the best clothes. You normally need to get like at least half frost resistance most of the time. If you're playing on a lighter server, some servers have made it a little bit easier than others, so it's not as cold. And it also depends on the weather as well. Obviously you get cold events and you get snow events and such like on the Namausk. So half of the time you're playing there's a weather event on and then you're cold anyway, so you do still have to make a lot of fires on the Namausk until you've built up your frost resistance. You can't get plus symbols from heat packs, but they have at least made the heat packs more valuable now. They work better than they did. I found a container right here, yeah. In fact, I think around here is where a firefight happens in the video that's hopefully coming out on Saturday. Yeah, AB, I don't really agree with you. I very much prefer vanilla DayZ than 5 times loot. Everyone likes different things, but if the loot is really easy to get, for me, you might as well play PUBG or Tarkov or something. And I know you said the other way round. You said it, so you're entitled to your view, but one of the things that makes DayZ so special for me is that you work a bit harder for your loot. Like, even now, if I were to find a DMR, it feels like we've put a lot of work in. I've been on 2 hours. I've put quite a bit of effort into finding one thing. If I find a DMR and then someone tries to shoot at me, it's going to be so much more meaningful than if I was on a 10 times loot server where you just go in 3 houses and you've got an M14 or something, you know, like it has much more meaning. It makes it more valuable when stuff happens. There's another container over there, look. That could be the DMR. Everyone's entitled to a review, but DayZ at 5 times loot is fine for modding, but the devs shouldn't be making that. It's not a survival game anymore. It's not. It's more of like a battle royale without a final circle, or escape from Tarkov without escaping. Open Sesame or Open Says Me. It'll probably be a pet bottle, a glass bottle, and a 10-round C-mag, won't it? Come on. Let's have a look. What do we think? It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. I'm feeling positive. I think this is actually the spot. This is the spot. It is. This is the spot where the firefight is in Saturday's video, all being well. And in the video on Saturday, slight spoiler, mild spoiler, there was a DMR in that container. Right, come on. Just be good to me. Open Sesame. Yes! Loot! Whoa! Look at that! Oh, you fight, loot all these containers, find no gens, and then 2 come along at once. Holy shit. It was worth it all along. Oh, so good. I done fucked that up a bit. I could have just took it out of the gun. Oh, no, not that way, you twat. Uh-oh. One more bullet to put in. We're going to be the most geared new spawn when we get back to the coast, right? Not many people are going to look like me with an M4, are they? Oh, baby! That is cool. That is really cool. On to more important things. I need to cook my shrimp. I guess we ought to just double check. I don't think there will be another one, but we ought to just double check to the very end. The NATO guns only spawn in these things, Gluttony. Yeah, that's the only place you can get them. Is it bad that I kind of want to just catch some fish and then run the island again? Is it bad that I want to do that? Like, it would take about another 45 minutes. But is it bad that I just want to sit and fish and do that again? There's other islands we could go to, but this is the best island in the north by far. No, you twat. No, I'm not going to stash the M16. No, I wouldn't come back over here for an M16. An M16 with no mag isn't worth the swim. If I came back over here, I'd be coming back looking for containers, not for what I stashed, if that makes sense. It's just not high value enough to make it worth the bother. Really annoys me why sometimes they go like that. It really fucks me off. Yeah. You have a plan on making a base on this server? I don't do bases, Zany, because I'm always streaming my location. It just doesn't work, dude. Well, that is weird. Can I fish at that? Oh, that sucks. You can't cook the shrimp. You can't cook the shrimp on a stick. There's no bugs in DayZ. Yeah, I fair play. Like, if Cotton and Deadly are playing and they're making a base, fair play. Like, they don't stream DayZ so much these days. Certainly, Deadly is an amazing DayZ creator from a long time ago. You know, I really like Deadly, and so if they're doing it, great. GG to them as well. But if I play on a community server like yesterday, I think I got stream stalked, sniped twice. I get stream stalked a lot. The other day we had a friendly interaction with someone, and then they came and met me like 6 more times. You know, like. It happens to everyone.
Had a great vacation.
It's not like it's just me. But the idea that I can play in that manner and then spend 20 hours building a base and not just expect fucking idiots to show up every 10 seconds, it's just not going to work, you know. I'm better off just playing as I am. Can I cook the shrimp on... Oh, that sounds big, doesn't it? I must be able to cook the shrimp on that log cabin at the house round the corner, mustn't I? What is that fireplace? It's a ghost. It's a ghost fireplace. I don't know, I just put the bark down and it went funny. And now we've got floating fire. Unidentified floating fire, UFF. Looks like a scarecrow. I don't know what it looks like. It looks like a fire on its side to me. Wingardium Leviosa. Cinch my eyebrows.
Lost my corkscrew in the heart of Africa. I had to survive on food and water for days.
God. Well, thank you for that, steely-eyed. Terrible state of affairs. Ove, thank you very much. Rye Rob, Snake Plispian, Chef Bananas, Forensic, thank you as well. So, having just talked about the play and not having to make fires all the time, VKTR, I'm going to go and run the island again. It probably has been too quick. Maybe I shouldn't. I feel like we've not taken enough time there. So maybe we might be wasting our time to do so. I don't really know. I might just go and cook the shrimp on this next fire and then fuck it. I'm not stashing the M16, Ricky Baker. It's not worth it. I wouldn't run back to this island for the M16. I just don't think it's worth the bother. Trevor, thanks for coming in. Trevor Mather, thank you. It's Leviosa. I don't actually know what Wingardium Leviosa does. Does it make things levitate? If it makes things levitate, then that actually worked as a Harry Potter in-joke for the fire. But it was a guess. I think the Leviosa... It does, doesn't it? So it was actually correct. It's the only one I know. They say one that's a bit like Arbacadabra. These rhubarb cakes are so fantastic or something. I forget. Avacadabra. Points prediction over whether Paul is killed by the M16. Well, that poor fucker that we saw that was coming this way, he only had a single-barreled shotgun. We did better than him. I think we put a bit more time in, though. I can't even do it. Abracadabra. Avada Kedavra. Cadavra. Cadaver. Do I have a charity stream planned for this year? Yeah, all being well, it's going to be on Sunday, I think it's the 16th of September. Sorry, December. It's either 16th or 15th. Shit. I wasted far too many bullets then. Thanks for all the fish. I didn't think he'd heard me, but he had. How many bullets did I just waste then? Like 14 bullets. Oh, nice. He's got a vest as well. Apparently the witch hoods are amazing, so let's wear that. We'll have that too. Let's eat his wabbit. See my vest, see my vest. Made of real stab-through vest. The dude must have found... Oh, he's found some of the stuff out of one of my containers that I didn't want, hasn't he? The leather sewing kit is ruined. You can tell that because it's ruined. That ruined? Nope. That ruined? Nope. Right, I've got a few more things to take then. It's tricky. Sorry, Bearded Jay. I can tell I've let you down, haven't I? So I know I'm full right now. I'm not getting energy from this fish. But I don't have any space for this fish, so I'm just eating the fish for hydration. Drop the hatchet. I could take his bones. I'm just a bit worried about knives, you see, because my knife is badly damaged. But I could take his bones and then have enough space for the bandages. Maybe that's a good idea. I could also use his pantaloons. How many... He's got more spaces in the pantaloons. And I can use my pantaloons to make shit gloves. Oh, I fucked it. Oh wait, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? You would never guess it was ruined by the way that it's ruined. But when I said that because I'd literally just checked on screen and it said it was ruined. And then about 30 seconds later, someone was spamming the shit out of, there's a leather kit, there's a leather kit. So my sarcasm was founded. It was warranted. It was. I'm telling you, it was. I'm not aware of any events at the moment, Trav. I'm not sure. Look what you made me do now. What an idiot. I fucked that right up. I've made a fucking face mask. It's okay, don't worry, I can fix it. Right, craft improvised hands wrapping. Come on. Yeah, they did a lights out event on Saturday. I've said this quite a few times the last few days, obviously, but they did a lights out charity day on Saturday as a fundraiser for the flooding in Spain, particularly around Valencia. But I was not able to start streaming again till Sunday. You know, I was on holiday. I couldn't come back, so I would have liked to have been in that on Saturday, especially given the reasons behind it as well. But my daughter was here, and I just couldn't do it. Well, I don't think we need anything else. Right. Do I want that? Oh, I ruined his gun. So, after he'd fired the shot, that's why he started running, because he couldn't even load the gun again. Oh well, let's go. Was there another MK mag? Yeah, I thought I'd got it. I'll get that. Yeah, I should take that. It'll help with all the bullets that I don't have, but it's still worthwhile, isn't it? I can potentially get bullets. I don't think it's worth repairing these gloves. It's not worth the bother. Someone said just wash your hands after. I think that's not a bad shout. Were it not for the fact that I'm going to end up probably cutting more fucking fish. And so having it is probably better than not having it. From the point of view of someone that's going to end up, fuck me, getting scared by rocks. I'm probably going to end up having to cook more fish, cut them up. I might as well have the gloves now. Gonna go pink, aren't they? This is going to be great. This is the first time I've ever cooked shrimp ever. It's one of the most important firsts in my DayZ playing... Oh, I don't want to say career, it sounds too lofty. My DayZ playing shenanigan. Look at that. They look pretty tasty. I think there should be more than 4, don't you? Maybe there should be like 8. Great big fucking plate of them. Gambas. That's mostly what my missus ate while we were on holiday. Just that. But cooked, obviously. She had loads of gambas. How'd you get them? Papatex. You make one of these bottles, you cut it with a knife and turn it into a small fish trap. Like that. And then you put a worm in the fish trap and then you put it... Well, you put it in the sea and then you put a worm in it afterwards. You don't catch shrimp on Churnerus, you catch bitterlings, is it? Or bitterlings is in the fresh water and then you get some other small fish in the sea. But on this map, you get shrimp. We can become the next Bubba Grump shrimp. I don't remember him saying stove shrimp. Fried shrimp, shrimp salad, shrimp kebab, and all that. I don't remember him saying stove shrimp. Bubba Grump. Bubba Grump is more correct. They look a bit burnt, don't they? A nice colour, though. Some people eat the whole fucking thing, don't they? I've seen it. I've seen people do it. I don't know if they know what they're doing and they're just quite happy to chomp away through all of it, or if they don't know what they're doing. But I've seen people eat the whole thing, eyes, face, and all. I've seen them. NFL predictions. We could do that. It's not like we're doing any crazy gunplay, is it? You know, like we could do that. I'm ready. When Redline calls out the NFL picks for the week, guys, please don't type in a load of your own games that you want me to predict. I'm just doing the ones Redline says. Oh god, he's got an emote only mode to prevent it. Fucking hell, he's ahead of the game. El Movi, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Commanders versus Eagles. The Commanders are doing well. So, Commanders at Eagles. Eagles are at home, right? The Commanders, despite the fact that they have a terrible name, I believe they're like 8-2 or something like that. I don't know the form for many of the teams, but I know that because they said on the radio the other day they were 7-2, I think. The Eagles are doing pretty well too, but they also sound like that band that aren't that great. And the Commanders are probably going to be more likely to be bigger odds given they're away. I don't really care. I say the Commanders are going to shit them. Commanders win. They're on the Washington Commanders. Is it Washington? I think it's Washington. Washington Commanders. They're the new Cincinnati Redskins. Ravens are away at Steelers. Ooh. Ooh. Well, Ravens can peck and peck as they might. They won't peck through steel, will they? So Steelers. I should think that'll be an easy home win. Steelers. Right, just got to pause for a second while I enjoy my shrimp. See how much it does for my hydration. Let's see. It's going up 2 bars. They took a while to eat, so they might be pretty good. Vikings away at Titans.
Shrimp for a shrimp.
Well, the Vikings have won twice since I predicted wins for them 4 times. And they've won twice, the last 2, right? So, now's time for the decider. If I go again, will they go 3 up or will they go 3 down? Either which way, I'm a winner in my book. So I go Vikings. Salty, cheers for the support, dude. And Johnny, thank you as well.
Time flies like an arrow.
I go for
flies like a banner.
I go for Titans loss. Vikings win. No bother. Piece of piss. Wasn't there one over there? It's gone, isn't it? The one that was there is gone, which means others might have appeared. Browns away at Saints. The Saints keep... Whatever way I pick with the Saints, they do the opposite. But let's face it, the Browns sound kind of turdy, don't they? So let's go with the Saints. Saints home win. I think the Browns have been doing pretty well, but the Saints. Saints coach got fired. Fuck me, now you tell me. I've made my call. Saints, they're going to get a bump because their coach has got fired. Yeah, Saints home win. Fuck, I should have gone with the Browns. Jags at Lions. If you put 2 Jaguars in the room with a fully grown male lion, the one lion will kick the ass of the Jaguars, so it's clearly obvious. Lions, rawr! They've got a bigger roar, haven't they? Brown's got some loose tight ends. That doesn't make any sense. Packers at the Bears. I always pick the Packers. And the Bears are shocking. One thing I know for sure is the Bears are shit at the moment. So they don't... The Bears have got no claws. They've probably won every game of the season, but I don't think they have. I think they're terrible. Raiders at the Dolphins. The Dolphins are a very intelligent beast. Might be a bit harsh to call them a beast, but they're very intelligent nonetheless. So it's clear to see they were meant to be Dolphins. Right, I'm going to make myself... I'm going to get more shrimp. I like shrimp. And I cannot lie. Let's put them by this rock. Rams away at the Pats. I think the Pats won, didn't they, recently? But let's face it, they played no-opers. That's why they won. Now they're playing a team that are less slightly no-opers. The Pats will go back to being shit. They haven't been the same since Dan Marino retired. So Rams win. Rams win that game. Do I make a third? Let's make a third, shall we? We'll get out of the water though. Colts away at the Jets. Now the Colts are good. The Colts are good. And Darren Dodgers has let me down. I think old Father Time himself has lost the ability to throw the ball. I'm going to go against the Jets for the first time all season. Colts win. Where? There we go. That's the one. We've got a little shrimp collecting factory on the go now. Seahawks away at the Niners. Well, I'm well aware that the Niners are a really good team. They're probably one of the teams that are expected to make the playoffs. They were in the Super Bowl final a couple of times in recent seasons. But the Seahawks, little known TRMZ when he was a lad, his first school bag was a Seattle Seahawks bag. Probably because it was the cheapest one in the shop, and so that's the one I got. And so I have to pick the Seahawks. Go Seattle. No. Yep. Swifties away at the Bills. Oh! The KC Swifts are the on-form team, right? I think the Swifties might play the Bills at the end of the season to decide who gets to the Super Bowl. I think that might be a rerun later in the season. I think they could play each other later. And it might be a lot more on the line then. Knowing my luck, when it really matters later, the Bills will lose, but they'll win this game. They'll win this game and then lose when it matters, because that's what they do always, isn't it? Lose when it matters. That's what they do. So yeah, Bills. It's a good job I took that dude's bones, isn't it? Bengals at Chargers. Bengals is a more exciting name, but the Chargers are going to win that game. Let's just go with the Chargers. I ain't got anything to add. Chargers win. Ever been to an NFL game? Yeah, I saw the New York Yankees against the Astros. It was cracking. A very low scoring game, though. I didn't think you could get a 1-0 game in NFL. A Monday night's game, the Texans away at the Cowboys. Both sound like the Texans. It's such a shit nickname, isn't it? Like Cowboys at least makes you think of Days Gone and kind of cool films and shit. But Texans, they need a better nickname. But they may need a better nickname, but they're clearly going to beat the Cowboys, who are absolute donkey dick this year. So I'm going to go with the Texans. Cowboys quarterback is out. Oh, there we go. We're done. We're back in the game. So, sorry guys, that's the NFL predictions. It's only for fun. Nobody bet on those predictions. Please don't. Betting is bad, especially if you're betting on my predictions. For the year so far, I believe I'm slightly in the positive numbers, and I've made my predictions based mainly on the colour of the helmets they wear, and how cool their name sounds. I dropped the knife here because because it was ruined. So I chopped a stick and then the knife was ruined, so I had to get rid.
Seahawks are a bird, an owl is a bird, so they will likely win the superb owl.
Okay. But what about the Ravens and the Falcons and the Eagles? They're all birds. Cowboys hadn't been taken seriously. I thought the Cowboys hadn't been taken seriously since the combustion engine, to be honest. Did you know that the Cowboys, just as the car was really taking off, were known to be saying, "What do you want that for? Don't you know that petrol can set on fire? Why do you don't? You have to go to a petrol station to put petrol in it. I can put food in my horse anyway, you fucking idiot." Did you know that that's how it was? All I have to do is lead my horse to water. You can't lead your Model T to water, can you, prick? I need to make a fire. You missed a game, did you, Redline? Incompetence. Incompetence of Redline. Falcons at Broncos. Falcons are very quick. They swoop. Broncos are very big. They're heavy, aren't they? Broncos. I think Falcons will not be able to lift a Bronco. I'm not even sure what a Bronco is. Is it a great big thing with horns? It's a great big thing with horns, isn't it? I'm going to go with the Bronco. It's a horse. Yeah, a great big thing with horns. Yeah, that's what I said. Is it? I don't know what a Bronco is. Bucking Bronco. You know what? I think I did know what a Bronco was. A bucking Bronco. It's coming back to me. Can Swift buy a team with her net worth? Probably. She can probably buy a team without using her net worth, but just having it to get a loan to buy the team. That's what the rich people do, isn't it? They don't actually use their own money to buy things. They just say, "Hi, I'm a gazillionaire, so lend me the money to buy that thing that's worth half a gazillion." And then they just wait 5 years until it's worth 3 gazillion, and then they sell it. And they never used any of their own money, but then they've got all the gazillions. That's what the rich people do. OJ was in one. What, a bucking Bronco? I don't think so. I know he wasn't perfect by any stretch, but I don't think he did that. There's not a single thing on this island. That seems like a con, doesn't it? Right, I've got to make a fire, and then we're going to run back. We're nearly done now, guys. We're nearly done. I'm just going to make a fire on the very tippy tip. And then we're going to run back and see if anything spawned. We're going to collect our shrimp. And then we're going to go back to the coast and make gumbo. Thanks, rich dad. Yeah, I wish. Max Rayman, thank you very much for the support nonetheless. Johnny Twitch, Salty Dog, thank you as well. Someone's been littering here. Look at that dirty bastard with the glass bottle. I knew we'd get it back. Message in the bar. Oh, fuck-a-doodle-doo. I ain't got no bark. Did anything happen to the castle camper from last night? I don't know, dude. They broke my leg, I nearly died, I ran away. And they were still camping it, or still... They still seemed to be baiting it like an hour or so later. Epic pancake mix. Yeah, you were on the ball. What do you need and where do you start the swim? Moolah, I don't need anything. I could swim back anywhere here. But I'm just making a fire to get warm. The only reason I'm going to go back across this island is to go and pick my shrimps up. But it's quicker to swim back over the other side there because there's much less distance to cover, whereas this side there's lots less ice, there's much more swimming, it's going to be much harder to do. This has taken a long time, but it's my choice that it's taken a long time. I've caused this, right? I don't really mind actually, I've kind of enjoyed it, mainly because we've just been talking nonsense in the chat. The game has been relatively slow paced, but we have got a kill. And I have got an M4, you know, like, you have to change your perspective a little bit, right? If I spent 2.5 hours playing Churnerus, and I'd managed to get a kill and find an M4, I'd be feeling really pleased with myself. But because I've just swam across here, and fished, and cooked, and fished, and cooked, and fished, and cooked, and then found an M4 and got a kill, it feels like less progress has been made, but we've still made progress. Was there actually water in the bottle? Honestly, real, I didn't realise there was water in it, but yeah, I could have drank it, yeah. I could have and should have if there was water in it. I can't retrieve it now. So, we done goofed. There ist mind matches. There we go. No water in it, it was empty. I thought it was. The pet bottle seemed to spawn with water in, and the glass bottle seemed to spawn empty. What's the difference between Sakal and Frostline? Well, it's spelt different. Frostline starts with an F, sorry. Sorry, dude. They're both the same thing. Frostline's just the name for the DLC, that's all. So, apparently in some countries, Sakal can sound a bit like something else. But they also wanted to start... Maybe there's going to be others. Maybe there's going to be like a... I don't know... tropical line or something. Who knows? But... They wanted to make DayZ a bit more like Armour, where they have names for DLC, and the name isn't the name of the map that you get. So maybe there'll be other DLC that'll have a name. I don't know, like there might be one called whatever, Sahara Line. Who the fuck knows? Hotline 0898. But yeah, that's all. They wanted a name for the DLC, not just the map. Creepy. Well, thanks for coming in. Did the containers not spawn on the left side of the island? They don't, Epic, no. So the containers only spawn on the very edges of the island, but mostly on the side that faces away from here. So I guess there's a game balance reason for that, in that you can't see if there's containers on the island with a pair of binoculars or something. You have to come over and look. But the reason they spawn on the outside is because they're meant to be washed up, so it kind of makes sense, right? If there's a container floating in the ocean and it landed on this island, it'd be way more likely to land on the far side, facing out to sea, than coming into the shallow side and then coming back on itself to land on this side, if that makes sense, you know. Thank God you don't do their marketing. I'd be good at their marketing, don't you worry. Hi Shropshire, how you doing? Hope all is good. We got any mods present in the YouTube chat? Pinkster's having drinks with their friends. I think Uncle Food was around a little earlier. In fact, there he is. Look. Hey, I hope you're good, Uncle Food. You want a dessert map? I don't want a dessert map. I definitely don't want a desert map either, but I could be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong, but it comes up quite a lot. But really hot maps are worse than really cold maps, I think, personally. I don't really think it works for DayZ. Am I doing cooking streams now? Do you see me cooking? Look at what you could have cooked. Right, let's go back. Maybe we'll get lucky and there'll be a container back on this island now. A map with Egypt in it could, and yeah, pyramids and Sphinx and shit. We're actually thinking about going to Egypt next, well, late winter, early spring, so February, March time, I think. Mrs. wants to stay on like the coastal area. I think it's called Sharm el Sheikh, isn't it? I don't know. Apparently it's really cheap because their currency is like massively bottomed out or something. I don't really know. But despite that, though, if we were to go there, we'd have to have at least one day. It's quite a long way, like 180 kilometres or something. But we'd have to go to the pyramids and the Sphinx. I'd be stupid not to. Egypt is full of poverty. Well, lots of places are full of poverty. That's true. Went to Egypt at the end of this year. It was lovely. Very cool. They have a nice bar in the pyramids. Oh, it said in the pyramids. I thought you were thinking of Vegas or something. The Luxor or whatever it's called. Near the pyramids. Well, there is quite a lot of poverty in the UK, but I don't think it's quite the same, you know. Like, I don't think that's what they meant. And I know you're not meaning that either, by the way. But yeah, there's a big difference between, say, the average level of wealth in, say, India for average people in the UK. That's not to say that times aren't hard for lots of people. I'm well aware of that. Like the cost of living and the cost of rent and whatever, the cost of things is crazy high. But the people struggling to meet those costs are living in a house, not living in a shed with 8 other people, you know, with no water and no electricity and such like. No, I don't think it's that recycle. Scotty did say, but Sakal in some languages definitely means something that's a bit of a double entendre or something. Your dad went on a Nile River cruise and got tear gassed. Was it in the 1940s? Fucking hell, dude. My granddad, I remember seeing a photo of him, but he was in the army in World War II and he was based in Africa for quite a while. And there's a picture of him in his army gear by the Sphinx in like somewhere in the 40s, early 40s obviously, but yeah, he was in he went there, but probably more likely to be any gas around then. My sister won a holiday to go to Egypt. And it really, really fucking irked me as well, right? So I joined a gym, right? No, I'm not unhappy that she won the holiday. I'm not that sad. Fair play, that's fair enough, right? But she won a holiday. I think she was single, right? She won a holiday to go to Egypt. And she won it because I joined a gym and liked it. And I recommended she joined. And as part of recommending she joined, if I got someone to join, we both got entered into a competition to win a holiday to Egypt. And she fucking won it. And it was a holiday for 2 people. But she then hooked up with someone, so she obviously
Hope you are
took
doing
him.
well.
And fair
Keep
play, I wouldn't
running.
have wanted to sleep in the same room as my sister, don't get me wrong, but nonetheless, I felt like partially like I helped win that holiday, and I got nothing. I was most displeased. It was a long, long time ago, though, but I can still remember the day holidays died. But yeah, I quite like the idea of going. The only thing that would make me feel a bit bad is that I always wanted to take my mum, or I always wanted to enable my mum to go to Egypt, and Dad, to be fair. They were both obsessed with pyramids and Egyptology and whatnot, and it would have been a great thing to try and get them to do, but when they were young enough and fit enough and would have actually done it, I didn't have any money. And now I could make it happen. Obviously Dad's not around, and I know for a fact my mum wouldn't go. So like she's like at Christmas she's been invited up to my mum's, not up to my mum's, but she's been invited up to my sister's for like to stay up there for Christmas and that kind of week. But she said no because she doesn't want to walk up and down the stairs. She'd rather be at home, possibly on her own. She won't be on her own, but she won't do it. What is my dream vacation? I don't know. I really enjoyed the lazy week in Gran Canaria. It really opened my eyes to doing that kind of thing more. I wouldn't say it's my dream vacation, but I really like to do more holidays like that now, I think. I haven't done enough of those. I've only done lazy, more beach-orientated holidays twice. I probably should do more. But I guess if I was to pick a dream destination, it'd probably be an elongated one, and I'd have at least 2 weeks, maybe more, but I'd like to do a couple of days in Singapore and then get to Japan, and I'd like to go and see the major areas like Tokyo, I think Osaka. There's meant to be a few places in Japan. I'd quite like to do that. I think it would be really different, so I guess I'll say that. Lantia is meant to be nice, is it? Right, where did I put these fucking fish traps? I don't remember it being this steep. Like, two have caught, one has not. One clearly caught sooner than the other as well. Right. What the fuck was that noise? I know this is tedious, but I've got to go across there to swim back anyway. I might as well check the back of this island one more time on the way. There won't be any more, but it's basically on the way that we've got to go, so we might as well go and do it. Does the shrimp provide decent energy? There's no way to know that when you eat it, right? There's no way to know, but it seems a lot better than the little fish on Chernarus, just in terms of how long it takes to eat. Oh god, no stamina. It takes way longer to eat than the caviar does, for example. So I suspect it's okay, pretty decent, but there's no way to know just by playing the game. And I'm not Wobo. I don't go into the game files and look at shit. It will probably tell you on it'll probably tell you on Wobo's website what the calories are for the shrimp.
23 months you would have guessed must be the great content that keeps me coming back. TRMZ snipe, TRMZ snipe, TRMZ snipe, TRMZ snipe.
Would you live on a cruise ship? No. I went on a cruise once and I kind of enjoyed it, but I don't really have much desire to do another one. They're a little bit too prescribed. Like, depending on where you go, but more often than not, you get like a day where you're kind of forced to go and explore because that's the day you're at sea. Sorry, your day you're at you've gone to port somewhere, and then you might have 2 days of travel, and then you're stuck in the hotel. Well, in this case, obviously a boat, but is that a new one? That might be a new one, you know. I don't know. I just much prefer the holiday where you can go out and you can have a day out when you want, not when you stop in port, you know, like, it's a bit too prescribed. It's like forced laziness when you maybe want to explore, and then forced exploration when maybe you're actually tired, or whatever, you know, like, it's nicer to have more of a choice. I don't know if this is a new one or not. I don't know. Let's do the lucky. It's a new one. Ooh, it's another gun. It's not the gun we need. It's an M16. No, I think I am going to hide that one, just because if I don't, people are just going to say, stash it, stash the M16. If I don't stash it, I'm going to have to hear about why I should have stashed it. So there you go, I did it. I did it, just so you can say, you don't have to say, I should do it. Some kind of weird audio bug. Looks like 2/3 roughly energy and hydration versus a mackerel fillet. That's pretty good then. You couldn't pay me 250k to be stuck on a cruise ship for that long. Holy shit. I might change my mind on that. Like, if you're retired, I think it would be a really cool way to while away a good bit of time, you know? Like, if you're retired, you could sell your house. Like, if there's a 4-year cruise you can do for 250 grand. Now, I'm not saying you should sell your house to pay for the cruise. That would be really stupid, right? But if you had the money to do the cruise, you could sell up. You could go and live on the 4-year cruise with you and your other half and go and see the world and have a really lovely time. And the money from when you sold up, you could just put it in somewhere that accrues and be a bit sensible with it. You could accrue your money while you're cruising, right? And you could come back and have a nice little retirement nest egg on top of the 4 years cruise you've just had, right? I think we might have to relog that. When I pulled the water up, when I pulled these fishing traps up, it's clearly done something weird. But yeah, certainly for me right now, I wouldn't want to do a really long cruise. I think I'd find it tedious. I did a 2-week one around the Med, and I really liked it, and it stopped in some cool places. But I wouldn't want to do a really long one. I already have sticks. What if, like, 4 days in, you realise you hate it? I think anybody that pays to do a 4-year cruise that has never been on the cruise before deserves that outcome. I think you definitely want to be doing a little taster cruise before you sign up for some fucking 4-year one. I think that's a given. Definitely don't go on your first cruise and make it a 4-year round the world. We definitely need to relog, don't we? We've got some really weird sound bug there, haven't we? I don't know what caused that, but I appear to be sloshing around. Am I going to do the bunker? I'm miles away from the bunker, dude. It sounds like I'm... like, what's it? But it sounds like I'm bailing out a fucking boat or something, doesn't it? Ken Horror, you were the youngest, were you? Everyone thought we worked as entertainment. You were young then, were you? Fucking hell. Avast, ye landlubbers. We needs to bail out. We're going down, Captain. Is it coming back to what you were just saying there? Was it Myalinsky that said Myalinsky? You couldn't get me to go after 12 years working on cruises. You wouldn't get me on another one ever. Is that because you saw it and it was horrendous, or was it because you're sick of the boats? Like, I really hate going in shops because I spent 20 years in retail, but it doesn't mean that shopping can't be fun. It's just that I hate shopping because of the 20 years I spent in retail. That makes sense? Is it because you saw behind the curtain, as someone else just put it, and you think it's really dodgy? Or is it because you don't want to be on boats anymore? Way too many people on the cruise. Yeah, I can see that, light stalking. The one I stayed in was a princess cruise. I can't remember the name of the boat, but it was a big one, really big. And it held like 2,000 or so people. So there was lots of people, but there are so many places. It's like being in a really big hotel. There's like so many restaurants and there's so many bars and so many places for people to funnel that it never feels like you're anywhere other than a kind of regular hotel. Oh, it was you, John. It was you, John, sorry. Just not my style of vacation. I've had it been off cruises to last a lifetime. Yeah, that makes sense. So actually, this time, finding the water bottle was actually a good find, because I can drink the water, which is something I hadn't really considered. Hi V2 Rocket, how you doing? I'm okay. I'm pretty good. I actually need my health to get back more than it is right now before I go back across the ice sheet, otherwise the ice sheet could fucking kill me. Yeah, I don't know. I did get a little bit seasick the other week when I went sea fishing, and we were only out on the boat for 6 hours. When I did the cruise for 2 weeks, I felt sick on the first day. I started feeling really sick, and then I kind of just got over it, which was kind of good. Like, well, with the advice of someone that worked there, with a drink I should have with ginger ale. It was something bitters and ginger, and it did work.
Merry Subiversary. Your character looks like Red Arrow from the DC comic books.
Anything else I can get rags with? Nope. Yeah, do a bit with this little Red Riding Hood thing on, yeah. Found any good guns yet? I found 2 M16s and an M4. I'm still on the same islands, and I shouldn't be, but I'm going to be swimming back soon. I'm just going to check to the end of this island. Has the sloshing noise stopped? I think it has, hasn't it? I was thinking I might need to relog, but maybe I don't. Been working over 20 years at sea, but still don't mind a cruise. Very cool. I think a cruise does suit a more kind of sedentary person as well. And obviously they have like gyms on board and stuff, but if you're older, the kind of slower pace of everything and lazing about, reading books, and it probably is a lot better. Whereas even if you're having a fairly lazy holiday in a hotel, you can go out and walk and go. You can still do that on the boats, they're so big, but they probably do suit an older clientele, and mostly it is older peeps on cruises, isn't it? Depending on the type of cruise you go on, I suppose. No, it was the sloshing noise was not me dropping logs, dude. A Viking river cruise, eh? Very cool. So in the time we've been doing these islands, the ones that we've found have now despawned, and we've found new ones. So you really could... This is something I hadn't really considered. It's not loot cycling, you're not doing anything wrong here, but you can literally loot the backside of these 2 islands, stop on the far side, catch a couple of fish, cook a couple of fish, and then run back along the islands, and chances are there'll be a container that wasn't there when you were last there, you know? That's kind of interesting in a way, I guess. A Viking river cruise up the river and sack Paris. Yeah, I did know what you meant. Oh, I think that was there before, was it? I'm not sure if that's new or not, but we might as well check. I think it was there before. You're going to make sure Paris pays the iron price. Or you pay the iron price in Paris. I can't remember. Come on, come on. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Somebody may have seen then. I didn't look. I didn't look. I didn't look again. This is new meta. This is my technique. Every time I've done this, I get a gun. It's new meta. Oh! That's insane. Oh my god. I started doing the new meta and I got guns in every container thereafter. That is crazy, isn't it? It's a shame it's a red dot, but let's face it. We should not be unhappy with that. That is crazy. That is crazy.
Stop talking about stupid swingers cruise ship getaways. Brew 4-year in pension age will deteriorate your relation with family anyways.
Well, thank you for the super chat. I don't know quite. I don't know if that's a joke or if that's like really passively. Well, not even passively aggressive, just aggressive. But it depends, right? I think that's for people to decide. Not everyone's got kids. Not everyone that's a pensioner has got kids, for a start. And not everybody likes their family either. So I think it's for people to decide, right? Thank you for the super chat. Nonetheless, though, I think it was probably joking more than anything else. Oh, God, that is so good. I can't believe it. I was going to not bother with this side of the island either, but... I'm just taking a few worms. Alright, I've got... How many have I got? I've got 7. I'll keep them. Because I'm not going to take the hoe. I'm going to leave it.
Love you, bye.
What's my favourite gun in DayZ? Well, I think the best gun is the DMR. It's the most powerful gun in DayZ. It probably is the best. But my favourite gun in DayZ is the Blaze. Without a doubt. The Blaze is my favourite. Do you think streaming has kept you loyal to DayZ, or do you think you'd still be playing it? I think I'd still be playing it. I played Call of Duty for a long, long time. Every time a new one came out, from COD 4 until COD Ghosts. So not quite as long, but a long time. I'm a bit at that kind of point where if it really suits me, I play it, and there isn't anything else that really floats my boat but DayZ. The only thing I would add to that, for sure, is that there's no way I'd play it as much. I mean, that's obvious, right? There's no way I'd play DayZ anywhere near as much as I do now. But if I weren't a streamer or if I weren't a YouTuber, I think I'd still be playing every now and then. I'd be playing with a couple of people I know, playing on a Friday night once every couple of weeks or whatever. I definitely would still play it, but nowhere near to the same level. The water bottle is damaged. Scotty, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. So I think the best route across is about there. So we're going to go that way. I can't believe we've just managed to do that. So we've gone across from left to right, right to left, left to right, and back to left. So we've done the back of the islands effectively 5 times. 1 time across, 1 time back, 1 time back, back. I think we've done 5 sweeps. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we've done 6 because nearly 6 because I didn't do that bit there because the dude arrived. But yeah, we've gone forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, basically. So we've done 6 sweeps of this island. Now we have a DMR and an M4. which is not the most exciting gameplay, and in no way am I suggesting I'm going to do it every time I play Sakal. I won't. But in 3 hours, we've got a DMR and an M4. You know, that's quite hard to do on the other map. On true vanilla, I mean. Right, I'm going to make a... Oh, we chopped the dude up. Is there fat on there? That would be good, won't it? Nice. This guy we killed, he's still the gift that keeps on giving, even now. Like, it was ages ago. Now we're going to use his fat to help us get back. I definitely don't have anything else I can cut into rags, do I? No. Alright, that's that. We need to make another fire. This might be pointless. If I make a fire now, I may lose it. No, I think I can keep it for a bit. I'm going to lose it probably before I get too far, but I'm going to make another fire anyway. My health's a bit low. I might be yellow health by the time I get to the other side doing this, but I'm going to do it.
TRMZ heart.
Just come up here and make it here. I can get a better view of the rocks and whatnot. Sorry, the ice. Well, the matches are actually damp. So the school bag...
Hand waving.
The school bag keeps your matches damp from getting damp, which I didn't really know, to be honest. That's something that's new to me. The school bag stops your matches getting wet. I moved them to the trousers, then they got wet. Lizzie, thank you very much for the 2 months. As if by magic, thank you for the 23. Hello, it's Lewis. Thank you as well.
Been watching you for years, but brand new at playing DayZ on console. Watching you has given me the best possible way to start. Much love from Louisiana.
Thank you very much, Big Country. Cheers for coming in. Remind me of all the cruises that have rampant sewage problems. Ugh. There was a cruise ship, was it in Ireland recently, that was stuck and it couldn't leave for ages. That happens sometimes, doesn't it? Like, sometimes they get a really bad, like, rampant disease and then they have to all sit there until it passes. Like, that happened during the lockdown periods, didn't it? Like, that's not good, is it? Sometimes you get, like, if norovirus gets on the boat or something, if you get a really bad stomach bug or something, it can rip through everyone. Like, literally rip through everyone. Thank you very much, Big Country. Cheers for the tip, dude. Stuck in Belfast for months, yeah. Hey Shane, how you doing? We're doing okay. So I was a new spawn. I spawned like one town over that way. And I decided to come to these islands, and I've been here for about 2 hours. But I've got a DMR and an M4. And 2 spare mags for the DMR. And I got them just by being on this. There's 2 islands here. They're quite wide. And we've had to put quite a lot of time in, but we've been sweeping the back of these islands and then fishing. On that note, I've also made some little fish traps, and I've been catching shrimps as well, which is cool. Try being in the Royal Navy during COVID on an aircraft carrier. Fuck that, dude. GG, by the way. Fair play for doing it, but I could not do it. I'm very hungry. What is it? A bit hungry time. It's 20 to 6. No wonder I'm hungry. Getting on for dinner time it is. There was another ship stuck in court for weeks full of Colombian marching powder. Oh dear. I don't think I've got quite warm enough stuff to get 3 pluses, but never mind. I reckon I'll probably end up losing the plus symbols right there. And this will have been a complete waste of time. I haven't actually got the other plus properly yet. But the reason I'm doing it is it's just allowed my health to come back to full. And I think it's just a wise thing to have done. The more we can maintain, the better, I think. We do have a couple, I think, don't we? We built a couple of more recent ones, but yeah, we don't. It's. I'm not biting, by the way, Slider Mike, on the subject of military. If you do a Google search of like what countries spend the most on their military, the UK's in the top 10, but it feels like we don't have much of a military anymore somehow. It's hard to explain, but I guess it's because it's mostly spent by just a couple of countries. Let's hope that nobody needs to use them for a very, very fucking long time, to be fair. Oh, I'm glad I made that. Or use them anymore, let's say. You sucky fucker whacker. I did turn up late, though. I did turn up late, so there's some balance there, okay? Well, I can't make that jump. It's just too far. God, I might have avoided getting wet, though. Kind of might have done. How have I got the 3rd plus symbol now? That don't make no sense, does it? It's a funny thing with DayZ, but you seem to have to be in the water for a little bit longer before you get wet. So if you can get in and out real quick, it doesn't even notice. That won't do it. Too long. Or is it? Yeah, it was too long. So I've got 3 pluses. They're going to go real quick.
Try.
But maybe I can keep this lit and just start drying the clothes again. I don't know. I don't know. I think I might have lit this a bit prematurely. There ain't no way I'm getting across there, is there? I can't even get across there. I thought I could... It may not be for very long, but I'm going to light this even for just going those 10 metres. Because I think it just helps maintain the plus that we've got, I think. I'm probably wrong. As soon as you wet on this map, it's a lot like the mouse, because as soon as you wet, you're basically fucked as far as the heat buff goes. This is where we lose it, I think. I'm no longer serving, but now work for a large defence company. Back to the Twitcher. Why is it I'm reading that and feeling like you're now a hitman or something? Like typical, a bit like all the movies. A bit like what's his name, Jack Reacher as well. You're one of those now, aren't you? You're like. You used to be in the military and now you're a private contractor that does the same thing for money. Not sure who you're working for, but you're basically the jackal. Oh, well, that wasn't worth lighting, was it? Oh, that was a good jump. Yes. Imagine getting back to the mainland just to get one tapped. It would be exactly like playing Namalsk then, wouldn't it? So that's one thing that you could equate what we've just done today. It's a little bit like going to the outpost. Takes a slight bit longer. But that happens to me all the time when I do the outpost on Namalsk. I go to the outpost, I get good loot. I travel back to the military island and then I get shot dead. That happens all the time.
Oh yeah, cheers.
Right, I think that bit looks like a good bit. I'm trying to look to see a bit where I should be able to bolt straight up, like that. Right, come on then. Is that it, or have we got more? I'm hoping that's the last jumping in the water we've got to do. Have you tried not dying? Well, I don't know. I certainly struggled a bit yesterday. Why not toss the torches and cross? Because in first person you can't see. Like those little ridges there, there's little ridges, and sometimes the little ridges are gaps like this. So basically I'm not chucking it based on experience. If you chuck it 3 times, you'll lose it. You'll lose it. If you chuck it twice, you'll lose it probably once, right? That's what I mean. The chances of you keeping it for very long are small if you keep chucking it. It ends up falling in a little crevice you couldn't see. Oh my word, that was a good jump as well. And once it's fallen in the water, that's it. It sinks to the bottom, so it's easier to use relight it. Once it's on the floor, that's it. There's no using it anymore, is there? You can't use it. You're done. Still got 3 rags in it. That's cool, isn't it? Julio, thank you very much for the 3 months, EO. Cheers, dude. Sadista, thank you as well. Oh god, the dude in Devil's Castle was a right bar steward.
I've been watching you for months and just realised I wasn't subscribed when I tried typing in chat. Here's some monies for not subscribing and ringing the bell.
Noi, dude, well thank you for subbing. Appreciate it. Cheers for the tip as well. You're very kind. Ring that bell. I do love it when people smash my... Sorry. Thank you very much, Noi. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you. Northern Ireland, Scudman. I basically was a new spawn when I went out there. Can I get up there? Yeah. I'm going to try and dry all my clothes. I'm going to make a beeline towards the well now. Sorry, the spring. I'm going to go and get some water. If you ring that bell, doesn't he owe you the whole bar of drink? Oh, that's in Top Gun, isn't it? Top Gun Maverick. Think you were out there that long, you're no longer... I've got to apply for immigration to come back, have I, Gun Hippie? Ever watched Blue-Eyed Samurai? No. Doesn't seem like it's actually a thing. Right. So hopefully this will... Exactly what I was hoping for. It will stop me being dark blue just with this torch. So now we might as well go up the volcano. A lot of shots over there, isn't there? I do have a slight fear that I don't know how well this server is adminned, but I have a slight fear that carrying a DMR and an M4 makes me a target for hackers. I'd go get a plate carrier first. Well, there's not really any easy place to get a plate carrier here. I could go towards those shots. There's the military base up on the hill there. But we're close to where the briefcase spawns over this side, so I feel like we might as well do that. I certainly want to get a drink before I do anything else, as you can see why. I've just gone red thirst. I think there's a spring just behind here. I recognise that log cabin. There's a walkway there. I'm pretty sure that leads to a spring. Yeah, there's a spring this way. Here's hoping there's no fucker camping it, because doing that entire journey and then getting killed at a spring would really suck, wouldn't it? I know you can fill this up from inside it, I know you can go behind it as well and all sorts, but I'm just going to do it normally. So I was nearly red thirst when we set off, and we've had to basically get by drinking the little scrag ends of water that we find in bottles with a vitamin.
My cat is
and then the hydration
surgery.
from fish and
Please
prawns.
send him good vibes.
Oh, get real, bro. Hope it goes okay. That sucks to hear, but hopefully it goes well. Yeah, good luck. Hopefully all goes well, dude. Have I watched Nobody Wants This? I have not, no. That's about as much as I dare drink. I feel like the shrimp I ate before I started going over is a bit too close. I don't think I can get away with drinking 2 full pet bowls. I'll perhaps make a fire close by. I don't know if I want to make it in that house, to be honest, but I'll make a fire and then drink some more water and just get like more water stored inside me. No, don't make a spear. Fuck, I said don't make a spear. Just put it away.
This is the first stream I have caught since your return. I hope the holiday was awesome and you ate your body weight in hotel food.
Beards, I put on about 3 pounds on the holiday all in, which is actually pretty good, I think. You know, I thought it was going to be more. But I had a good time. I made a mistake and went a bit gluten frenzied the first full day and paid for it. So that forced me to be a bit healthier and cut out a lot of the other gluten stuffs and no beer and such like, which is what I was like. The first day I had a couple of beers by the pool and it was just so great. A nice cold beer next to a pool with really nice weather in November. It was like orgasmic. It was so good. But I just got glutened out. It was a mistake. I'm hoping the zombies can be my defense while I just get the plus symbol here. There's probably safer places to do this than this, but I want to be near the well spring. I'm just going to do it. What beer did they have in the hotel? I can't remember now. Now they had Heineken, which you could pour yourself. I think it was Heineken. You could pour yourself as like the all-inclusive beer. And then I could have some others. There was one bottled one called Tropical. And there was one that was on draft, and I can't remember the name of it, but if you asked for it on draft, the bar person poured it for you. I really liked that one, and I don't remember what the make was. I'm intolerant cold frag, yeah. It just affects me. I get really bad indigestion and really bad other things, which nobody wants to hear about. It wasn't Estrella, no. I can't remember what it was. The hotel was really geared up for English and German tourists, so a lot of the food had like Spanish themes, but a lot of the alcohol was more English or German. I can't drink lager, no, it's got gluten in it, Dwindles. I have like tablets that I can take that help me break down the gluten, and that's okay if you're intolerant. It's no good if you have like celiac disease, but I don't. But it doesn't work very well. There's a zombie on the right. There's no players. I know Heineken is Dutch, DCW, but the drinks in general are more geared towards tourists, was kind of the point I was making. There was one or two Dutch people there, but most of the people staying in the hotel, I'd say it was about 60% German, 30% British, and then 10% everything else. Zombies running don't mean they're aggroed. You get runner zombies. That's just a runner zombie. It's not aggroed. Some zombies run as standard. Go on. Just carry on past. Don't turn in. I could actually end up quite a lot of bother if I aggro all these heads. I wasn't on a cruise, dude. We were just talking about cruises. I just went to Gran Canaria. Fucking steps. At this moment, I intend to play Stalker 2, yeah. I think this is the runner. It's going to be impossible to stealth. I'm going to come away from the others because I don't want to... I don't have to deal with the other ones. That should allow me to drink at least one more full bottle of water. And I've got the plus symbols as well. There we go. How many crates did you loot to get the DMR and the M4? Dark Vet, it was only on those two islands on the north, but I can't tell you the number of crates. Yeah. The first 4 or so had nothing really of note in them. They were terrible. But then after that, the next 3 crates all had good stuff in it. So maybe about 7 or 8. But I only did the same 2 islands. I ran along the length of it, then I stopped and caught a fish or 2 and cooked them. And then I ran back, and then I stopped and caught a fish or whatever on the other side. So I just ran across. There was 2 islands next to each other. I ran both of the islands. So I went back and forth 3 times. Did the same back of the island 6 times, effectively. They spawn quite quickly. I don't know if they move every 20 minutes, half an hour or something like that, but I was seeing different containers. And it worked well. Sounds pretty close, doesn't it? What is that? Shotgun? Right, I'm not going for the shotgun, I don't think. Maybe I should. No. It's actually a small town. No, my luck, I'll run to that, and by the time I get there, the fucker will be gone. Ronald, the containers don't spawn new loot. The containers move and spawn somewhere else, like helicopter crash sites do. Officially fresh. Thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Long-time lurker, first-time member. Thank you.
Thanks for your content. Greetings from Germany.
I wished I'd gone towards the shots now, but never mind. ENIAC, thank you. Yeah, I feel really like, I know it's been a ball ache. We got 1 kill with the M4 while we were out on the island, right? But I know it's been a ball ache, but it was fun to do. I wouldn't want to do that all the time. But if like a bit like On the mouse, I'm normally prepared to go to the outpost, and a lot of streamers don't, and a lot of players don't. And I might do that once every now and then, once a month or something. It's kind of different. It's just a different thing to do. It certainly paid off, didn't it? Oh, we're up with the frogs now. Just need to find ourselves an ACOG scope. Does the bunker have M4 ammo? No, it does not. M4 ammo is quite hard to get. Someone was saying earlier that according to Wobo's loot guide, the M4 ammo only spawns in the containers. I think that's definitely the case for boxed M4 ammo. I thought I was finding loose rounds. But I'm sure I found AK-101 rounds. In mags. Like, so you get 5.56 in an AK-101 mag on the peninsula, but I could be wrong. I don't, but certainly before, when I was playing in the streamer only section, which was an earlier version of official, I was definitely finding AK-101 mags on the peninsula. You do find loose rounds in melee bases. Yeah, I'm sure I've found loose rounds. Maybe only boxed rounds spawn in containers, but I've definitely found loose rounds. I'm sure I have. So I'm going to come this way. Obviously, I'm going to look for. Right now, I'm looking for the. Do you know what? I think I'm going to drop these. I need space. Right now, I'm looking for the key and then the briefcase, so we can get the stuff to go in the bunker. I don't know if I'll try and do the bunker, but we're by the volcano. I might as well go and have a look, mightn't I? That looks really good, doesn't it? That sound you heard is a Lagopus muta or rock ptarmigan? What the hell is that, Adeline? What kind of animal is that? I'm sure you're correct, but I just don't know what it is. Do they normally live in snowy areas? The scientist is there, I think. I think the scientist is by that pole. Pretty sure. But I need to come and see if there's a key. It's a type of pheasant, is it? Small bird. Someone's already got the briefcase. Hopefully it's not from this one. But that ice pick that's in there comes from the briefcase, so they might have found it. Oh, the briefcase is there. I can see the briefcase. You should never use VSync. I wouldn't even use it if you've got a 60 Hz monitor. It's meant to increase latency if you use VSync, but no, don't use VSync. It's not a good idea. This is good, isn't it? We're having a good run. We've got a bloody kid's briefcase and hand wraps and a DMR and an M4 and now the briefcase. If you're really struggling with screen tearing or something, VSync can stop that. And it does hold your frames at 60. But there should be other ways that you can hold your frames at 60 without using VSync, in like your NVIDIA graphics card options and whatnot. You can set your maximum frames and a few other ways, but don't use VSync. I wouldn't do that personally. If you've got an NVIDIA card, you can go into the NVIDIA control panel and you can tell it what you want the maximum frames to be. So you could make it 60 using NVIDIA if you want. I don't know why you would, but you could. And I cap my frames on my graphics card to 120. but it's something to do with streaming and having a second monitor that's only 60 Hertz. It's not something I would do otherwise. Tub Rice, why isn't 60 fine? The human eye can only see in 25 to 30 FPS. That's nonsense, dude. You can tell the difference when you game. The level of fluidity you feel when you move a character at, say, 150 frames versus 60 frames is massive. You can physically feel it as you play the game. And the human eye can only see thing is nonsense as well, by the way. It's like a myth. You don't really see an FPS, do you? We don't need that anymore. Like, we're having a problem with this week's video, which might delay it from releasing Saturday. Hopefully it won't. Finn's on it right now. He's probably already fixed it, but it's rendered at 60 frames per second. The original recording was 60 frames per second, but some of the footage in certain parts looks like 30 FPS for some reason, and we don't really know why. Like the bits that I checked that looked like it on the recorded version on YouTube, sorry, on the rendered version, I checked the original footage that I'd recorded and it doesn't have any frame issues, so it's something in the render, but he's gone to work out what's causing it now, right? So you can see the difference. You can tell the difference between 30 frames and 60. You can see it. It looks skippy. It looks horrible. Now, you can use the bottles a lot, Chorizo. They do... Chorizo, sorry. They do get ruined in the long term, but it takes a while. So I'm going to take both. This is so cool. Ten uses. So I can't remember what the name of that bird is now, but it's some kind of pheasant then. I was kind of happy when I thought it was a frog. If you pull the pin on a grenade before driving car, will it blow up if you are killed or when you get pulled out? I don't know which, actually. I don't know. Usually, grenades blow up when you die. So, you would expect it to when you die. But I honestly don't know. Because it's kind of not really in your hand when you're driving a car. A bit like going up a ladder, I suppose. Very nice, DCW. You'd expect it to be when you're uncon or dead, like you just said, Extinct, yeah. Back to the Twitcher. Thank you for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel, dude. Thank you very much. Cornelius, thank you. Girlstrand, thank you as well. ENIAC, thank you again. Chris, I did a little special routine that started spawning the loot. I ran around it twice and then vaulted onto the roof and then checked the contents of the container from prone on the roof. And when I started doing that, good loot started appearing. I did say open sesame once, but I don't know if that's the one that spawned the loot or not, to be honest.
Have a nice evening and a good stream.
Oh, thank you, Twitcher. Cheers for that, dude. Appreciate it. Alexander, thank you. I'll do my best. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. I really would like to find myself a plate carrier now, but I'm not exactly sure where I'm going at the moment. There is a military base near here somewhere, but I feel like I might have missed it. I'm looking for a really big lake. It might be over this way. I'm a bit too close to the coast, I think. I haven't been up in the hills for a little while. It looks good, doesn't it? I've forgotten how good it looked. this the big lake? I think it is. There's like a cliff edge in the big lake and we need to follow the... Yeah, it is. Perfect. So I know where we're going. So that is the military base I want to head to. You can just about see it. It's there. So there's a few things I need. I need a plate carrier for sure. I could do with some better clothes. Better clothes and boots as well. Stuff to allow me to get 3+ symbols. And I also could do with an ACOG scope as well for this DMR. There's no convoys 757. The equivalent to convoys or helis on this are washed up military containers. So it has dynamic containers on only spawning on the outer islands, not on the mainland. That's where I got this DMR and M4 from. So no convoys but dynamic containers. Cheers VFCY as well. Cheers for the Prime sub. Thank you for using your Prime on my channel as well. Thank you. Nothing ever spawns in there, but I thought it looked like a spark plug on the bottom. So I do need to make another fire, but
MGHT as well.
I don't really want to do it here. Certainly don't have any worries with hydration now. Sorry guys, just one sec. Thought I could hear the dog howling. You can. Well now, no, it's 6 o'clock. I'd be surprised if she has. I'll go and have a look in a minute. Just curious, why would the last kill not be the last kill? Because it has to be manually updated by the mods, and sometimes there isn't a clip, sometimes there isn't a mod, and sometimes the system is down. It was down the other day, so yesterday it wasn't working all day from memory, but not always. There's human factors involved, but also there's Nightbot sometimes not working correctly as well. There's no way to automate that. It needs people.
This has been a long relationship. Lol, keep running.
I think this map needs snow, to answer your question, dude. I think a map of this size without snow would not work. It needs the arduousness of the journey. Otherwise it makes it too easy. You can use the ice sheets to cross without dying, Ganja King, but some of them are a lot easier than others. There are some you can only do by boat. Bait, thank you very much for the 27 months. Cheers for the continued support. Zamboni, Scanner, thank you as well. George McClay, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers for the support too, dude. Thank you. Good thing carbon monoxide poisoning isn't in the game. Yeah, it is. on. Kyle Robinson. Thank you for coming in. Cheers for the kind words too. Currently bedridden, recovering from a broken leg and hip. Oh, holy shit, dude. Well, I hope you're on the mend. That sounds sore. I've broken a few things. I've broken both bones in my thumb, and I've broken my arm. I've broken my nose, and I've broken a couple of ribs. And I dislocated my shoulder too. I'm a bit accident prone, you could say, but for some reason, a leg or a hip seems much worse than any of those. The only caveat I would say is that the worst pain I've ever felt was when my dislocated shoulder went back in. That split second when it goes back in, that's really bad. But I feel like a leg or a hip must be worse. There is a lot of different ambient sounds on this map. Oh, yeah. I'd like to have broken that dude's face in Devil's Castle yesterday as well, to be honest. That was really frustrating. I just wanted to be able to push, but I didn't have the relevant gear to do the push. Or the health. Never broke anything in my life as far as I know. Had my heart broken a few times. Aww. Yeah, I'd say a broken thumb heals quicker than a broken heart. That's true. Yeah, I am known for being a regular leg breaker, but long may it continue that it's only in DayZ. So we came here on a team up the other day. We had that team up with the dude that then used the stream to meet me after, unfortunately. But it was going pretty well. But I got shot dead at these containers from the hill on the other side. So let's get back to these containers, shall we?
No cake by the ocean to DayZ. Time to start running.
Come. In you come. Hi, Holy Hand Grenade. You're right, dude.
Headed to London for Christmas. Any suggestions?
I've no idea. It's meant to be lovely at Christmas, actually. I've barely been at Christmas. Nothing that's extravagant. All the touristy places are like you'd expect. There's a nice restaurant. It might be a little bit on the decline, but there's a restaurant that's in a really cool room that I quite like. That sounds quite swanky, but it's not that expensive. It's a French brasserie called Zadel. It's kind of a nice place to go because the room is so cool, and it's not that expensive if you go there for lunch or something. As far as London prices go, it's really not that expensive, and it's really, really central. So Zadel's worth a look, I think. And the other thing that's kind of cool as well, which is free, you can book a slot to go up the Sky Garden, which is one of the taller buildings in London. It's not the tallest, but it's the opposite side of London to the Shard. It's just on the north bank of the river at Bank, at the kind of it's kind of at the financial area of London, but it's free to go up, and there's a nice bar up there. You can also book a meal in a restaurant up there if you want, but it's free to go up the Sky Garden. That's kind of a cool thing to do. It's tall for London, but it's not tall by, say, New York standards, let's say. London skyscrapers have not got very big. They used to be really, really strict on the height of buildings and not allowing planning for other ones. I think they've got a bit looser with it over the years, but we don't have many crazily high buildings. But we've got plenty of space around London, so they tend to build out rather than build up, I suppose. I don't know. Don't say hello, governor. Bond Street's the place to go for watch shopping. That much I do know. And the Burlington Arcade. It's not the place to buy. It's the Burlington Arcade is the place to go and look. Don't buy from there unless you're a fucking millionaire, multi-millionaire. I'm looking for one with a plate carrier. And I need to do it quick before I fill up this vest with loot. That one's got a plate carrier there. Someone started trying to build a base here, you fucking... If someone bases this off, oh my god. That's like a fucking lynchable offence if you ask me. Basing off a military base is a sick, sick thing to do. That's really cool. It looks like it's either worn or pristine as well, but I didn't want to check it there. Pristine. Oh. We should go back to that island. There was pouches on the island, wasn't there? They nearly finished it. Oh my god, this is going to suck on this server and someone finishes this. It will never last. It will never last. People will not stand for it, will they? It'll just get raided. Like, it'll get raided to high heaven, but nonetheless, the fact it's it's quite large, so it's kind of admirable that someone's trying it. But it sucks. it really sucks to high heaven.
Just wanted to show some support to you, man. I appreciate you more than $20, but that's all I can afford.
Oh,
for
Kyle,
now.
thank you. That's incredibly
Wink,
generous,
wink,
by the way. Don't talk that down. That's crazily kind. Thank you. Yeah, I hope you're on the mend, dude. Thank you very much for the support. Right, we need to get away from here. What I'd quite like to do, if I can, is get to the peninsula and just loot the peninsula. I'd like to try and find some more bullets. I'm sure I can get M4 bullets. I'd just like to have a crack at getting loose M4 bullets. I'm sure you can in the tier 4 area for sure, but I want to have a look at that. So I'm going to keep going down this way. I didn't get any... I don't even know if I saw better clothes, to be honest. I didn't see gloves, but I could do with some better clothes. 6581, thank you. I know what to say.
6581 heart.
Thank you very much, dude. Any chance of a gap here? Someone's been alert. Drop that, but up to 4 hours ago. The other thing we could maybe do is perhaps go to the central part of the map and try and find ourselves some weapon cleaning kits as well. Maybe at least one, because no weapon cleaning kit is not so easy to maintain your shit, is it? Why is Tuchel not coaching the England squad yet? I think they agreed for it to start after these 2 games. I think they'd given Lee Carsley the temporary job until a certain point. And Tuchel has been taken on to start from a set date. They're Nations League games, right? So although he's not officially started, he'll be keeping an eye on the team and the players and whatnot. But I think he'll be starting... I don't even know the date. Is it January? Yeah, better scope would be good. But that's just how they've hired him. I think they... to be fair, you make a good point. He could have started sooner. He could have started sooner and be in charge now. It would be better for him to be getting his... getting used to the players and stuff. It's not abnormal, Nat Toasty. It's not abnormal that it could happen. It might be that he wanted to have a bit of time off. I don't know the ins and outs of it. I've not really read much about it, but it's not abnormal that managers start at a given time. Like, there was a bit of... nowhere near as long, but Amorim was going to be Man United manager, but he managed Sporting Lisbon another once or twice, and Ruud van Nistelrooy had to do 4 games with Man U. Amorim was definitely going to take the job, but there was a slight delay. I guess the difference here is that Tuchel didn't have a job, did he? I'm interested to see how it goes. I hope Tuchel is the dude for it. I really do. How much trouble is Kutin? I think he's probably in more trouble for the cocaine, if that's what it is. I presume it is. What else is he snorting? Unless he really likes fine sugar or something, you know, like... I think he's probably in more trouble for the snorting of the coke. I think that'll do for him, I suspect. I think the other video was probably going to be more of an extended suspension or something.
TRMZ Devil.
Only 1 kill, Little Bumbo. Thank you for the resub. Wasn't particularly exciting. Champions League winner can't be worse than Southgate. I actually think across his whole reign, Southgate was positive for England. He got to 2 Euros finals. I've never seen that in my life. He's done better than every other manager in that regard. It might be argued that he's had the best set of players, although I'm not sure that's true. I think he might have better players than Bobby Robson had. I think he might not have better players than Sven had. And just after, around Capello as well. I'm not sure about them. But yeah, I don't know. It's... I don't think Southgate's been holding them back too much, but in the last tournament I feel like he did a little bit. Even though England got to the final, they were lucky. They were poor, and they looked uninspired, and they were very defensive. I don't know. I was supportive of Southgate until the last tournament, and he kind of lost me a little bit. Kyle, yeah, Liverpool are doing great. I really hope they can keep it going. It would be so cool to see them win another Premier League. The last one was great and all, but it was during the lockdowns, and it felt, because there was such a big gap, and it felt they were so far clear, it felt a bit like it wasn't as big of a deal because of the way it panned out, you know. It would be great to see them win it in a normal season with normal rules. There's a base there as well. I don't think it's walled off on the far side though. I could do with the chicken actually, but am I going to be on later? I'm going to be on for about another 3 hours roughly. I've still got a bit of stuff to do on my PC for YouTube. When I get done, I've got to review about 40 minutes worth of footage for Saturday's video, so I've got some shit to do yet. So I don't know. I want to do about 6 hours minimum today. I've already been on 4 hours, so ideally 3 hours more would be better, but we'll see. The international break, when it's just for Nations League games, is a bit tedious, Hyperpro. I actually think the international break is not a bad thing. Like, if you've got... I know it's not right, but there are... Like, Trent picked up a hamstring injury, and there's 2 weeks now. He doesn't have to play for England. I kind of think Harry Kane had a vague point, in some ways, of what he was saying the other day. About taking rest days and not turning up for your country and stuff. I'm not going to wear those. I might wear the next ones. But, like, people like Trent, it gives him 2 weeks to start recovering. Nunes, for example, is not being asked to go to Uruguay, to play for Uruguay, so he's getting a rest as well. for the players that need it, they can actually get a bit of a rest now. Slot, I believe, is on holiday for a little while, you know, like, it's quite a cool thing that it's, from that point of view, it's good. But what always perplexes me is that the international break gives them, or gives us, what feels like a holiday. And then from Christmas until just after the New Year, they are going to be fucking mentally playing games every second day. They have like games on Boxing Day, they have games on the 28th, and games on New Year's Eve, games on like 22nd and whatever, you know. It's that time of year now. If Liverpool are still top after Christmas and they're still 5 points or so clear, it'll be looking really good. Very often the team that's top after Christmas is the team that's top at the end, and it's not. There's no guarantees. Things can go wrong, and City can go on a crazy run and win like 15 games on the bounce, but just hope they can keep it going. It's looking okay so far. Don't tell Arsenal that, alright. Do you like tractors? How could you play the same game for 1 million hours? Nerdburn, well, it was a lot better than turning up and doing shit jobs in retail for 20 years, dude, for a start. I think perspective is a good thing. I used to drive to work, some of the jobs I did, hoping my car would break down so I didn't have to turn up. So compared to what I've done before, streaming DayZ seems like a really good thing to do, you know. It's also my favourite game of all time. And the biggest thing to add to that is that streaming is a lot of fun. Streaming is fun. I like it. So I'm not just DayZ, I'm streaming DayZ. And I think I could enjoy a 6-hour stream where I don't play the game. I could just sit in a just chatting room and just talk to people. And just shoot the shit. And I think I could enjoy that. Never mind the game as well, you know. Right, I'm going to put the gamma up. Not sure how dark we're getting. It doesn't seem very dark at the moment, but it's going to get darker. I wish I had some 22. I'd quite like to be hunting these things, but I'm not going to shoot my M4 or my DMR to kill a hare. It seems kind of stupid.
Chat. DayZ is his favourite game of all time. Paul was around when they were playing Count the Rocks in the Shepherd's Field, so he's seen a lot.
Well, thank you very much. I think. Cheers for the bits. Just knife the freaking thing. Have you ever tried to catch a hare on foot? God, that is frustrating. It's medium insulation. So what is that? They're high and they're not even fixed. That's so annoying, isn't it? It's utterly frustrating, that. Oh my God. Oh well, it's been 5 minutes. Time to make another fire. I have to shoot something now. Not sure if I can get 3+ symbols now. I'm not sure.
Hi. I Captain saluting face TRMZ LUV.
So I could eat the wolves. I could actually cook them and eat them because I've got vitamin tablets. The howling doesn't mean they've spotted someone, Khalil. The howling is just what they do when they're nearby. When they're properly aggroed, they bark rather than howl. And then we're going to have to use another stick. Vauxhall Arena Park Dean. I don't know where that is. I feel like it might be in Norfolk, but I don't know. It is Yarmouth, yeah. I might have been there actually for a pool tournament if it's the one I think. Yeah, I live on South Suffolk, that's North Norfolk. Vitamins do cancel out the food poisoning, yeah. Fuck me.
Hello. What was the map that was nearly whole ice, a lot of swimming and crashed ship? Will you play it anytime soon?
What was the map? Nearly whole ice, a lot of swimming and
I made
ship.
song about tortilla once, now it's more like a rap.
Is that Namalsk? I'm guessing it's Namalsk. I do play Namalsk. I haven't played it since this came out, but I'll play it again, I'm sure. Rink, thank you very much for the 9 months. No happening, thank you very much as well. They are sprightly. I don't really want to stay. I don't really want to stay where the shots are, so I'm not going to eat them. I'm just going to go. Sorry guys, just give me 1 sec. I actually think I'm just going to log out of the server. I'm going to go make a cup of tea. I'll be... I've killed the wolves then, so I'm not wolf logging. I've got 4. They're no longer an issue. But I need to go for a piss. And I'm going to quickly make a tea as well. I won't be long. Sorry guys, that took ages. I know it took ages, but I finished making the tea and my dinner was like 1 minute from being ready, so I just waited for my food rather than make the missus carry it up. Right. Oh. If I'd done one reindeer, you'd be the first to hear it, rest assured. I'm not a prude about these things. If I'd done anything scatological, you'd hear all about it, rest assured. Oh shit, no. I'm going to change servers, obviously. Realise that was up. Right, let me get back in. Num num. What have I got for food? I've got a lamb steak, roasted cherry tomatoes and potato wedges. Some of them are sweet potato and some of them are regular potato. So I'm doing away with the pitters, and I'm trying to have a lot less processed stuff. So it's meat and 2 veg basically. Really good. Fairly simple, as in like there's no sauces or anything, but it tastes really good. No carb diet. Well, the potato wedges and sweet potato wedges definitely say otherwise, Anonymous. I am, sorry, a bit sarcastic, couldn't help it. I'm going low on processed food, so no rice or pasta because it's more processed. So if I'm having carbs, it's coming from potatoes. Like just something that somebody was saying on Monday, so I'm just trying to do that. So it's physics in the chat that really gave me the idea, not me. To be fair, the missus has been doing this same kind of stuff for about 6 weeks, and she's lost a stone, which is 14 pounds. And I'm just doing the same thing now. You can eat a wolf fat if you cook it, dude. As long as you cook it, you can eat wolf fat anyway. It doesn't make you sick. It's only the actual meat that makes you sick. Processed foods are horrible for you. Well, it depends how heavily it's processed. There's processed in the way that, I don't know, like a can of vegetable soup is processed, but it's mostly because it's cut up and put into a can. Maybe they add a few things in too, but to be fair, but a can of vegetable soup is not as processed as, say, French fries are, or I don't know, a microwavable lasagna. I don't know why those two came up. They're just the first two things I thought of, basically. But it's the ultra processing that's meant to be really bad, isn't it? Like really heavily processed. So I'm coming to here. We're in the centre of the map. Wait, I need to put the camera on, actually. I've come to this bit purely to check those houses up there. I don't want to. Often I want a rifle, but I want to get from there is a weapon cleaning kit or two. Vegetable oil, even olive oil, like regular olive oil, is processed quite heavily, but virgin olive oil less so. Extra virgin olive oil hardly at all. So you know. I'm really liking it so far. I've only been on it like 3 or 4 days, but I feel much better. Having the carbs be potato is quite good because I have a slightly high blood, like glycemic index or whatever it is, for HbA1c. It was 5.9 when I had it tested in October, which is like, I think from 6 and up they class you as pre-diabetic nowadays. So 3 years ago it was 6.5 or 4, 6.4. So changing from like carbs that are that spike your blood sugar more is probably good for me as well. Yeah, well, that's true. Unless you're making it yourself, it's mostly processed, Harry. But that's what we're doing. So for breakfast today, I had an omelette. I had an omelette with 3 tomatoes and some peas in it, frozen peas, obviously. But so I had an omelette, 2 eggs and an omelette. For lunch, I actually did have bread, and I also had processed ham as well. But the reason I had those things is because we had them from before I decided to do this stupid diet, and I'm not going to throw them away. So I'm going to eat what we have. I'm not just going to throw it away and go, that's it. I'm now an absolute health freak, and I'm never eating this muck again, and throw ham in the bin. I can't do that. So I did have effectively ham and coleslaw sandwiches for lunch, but I'm still mostly processed free, you know. And I may end up having something like soup for lunch. Not always made fresh because of time constraints, but trying to go away from as much ultra-processed stuff as I can. It really, so far, it's only been a few days, feels pretty good. Peas in an omelette. Yeah, why not? A few peas in an omelette's great. It's such a stupid thing, but having like food like your grandma used to have or make or whatever, like just a bit of meat and like some tomatoes and some potatoes. Like these are potato wedges, but so with the skin on. It's kind of cool to be like, rather than having everything like we have it now, it does feel a bit more. I don't know, I guess I was just on the edge, like when I was a real kid, where stuff was still mostly traditionally made and not all from a packet or not all heavily processed to make it last longer in a supermarket, I suppose. But it just feels kind of nice. Like kind of simple. Peas in an omelette? I don't understand what peas don't. If you get an egg foo young from a Chinese takeaway, they often have peas in that. I don't really see a big deal. Don't put them in your omelettes. It's okay. Gun hippie, I don't feel like I'm hungry not long after eating. So yesterday I had steak and grilled peppers and like potatoes. They weren't wedges, they were potatoes, but just little ones. And when I finished the stream and went downstairs, I wasn't desperately hungry. Like normally when I go down the stream, I feel like I need another meal at like 10 p.m. I feel like I'm lasting a lot longer on what I eat, and there's no way, like, I've just been on an all-inclusive holiday, there's no way my stomach has shrunk or anything. It's just the food that I'm eating is making me last longer. It's definitely not cheap, Pato. Like, what I would have had 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, would have been the lamb out of here stuck between 2 pita breads, which is a lot cheaper. But in fact, it's probably cheaper than that. I've got about 8 cherry tomatoes and some potatoes, but gluten-free pita breads are ridiculously expensive, so it's actually probably cheaper, but it's normally more expensive. Good luck, Kyle. Hope it goes okay. So it's a cleaning kit I'm after. You do normally find them here quite often. I'd be surprised if we don't find one. It's quite a busy area for action as well, so we've got to be a bit careful. Boise, I know there's some truth in what you're saying there, but I don't think ultra-processed food is just to make you sick to make more money. The reason it's ultra-processed is to make more profit. Like if they ultra-process it, they can make it more cheaply. They can bump it up with other things, and they can also make it last longer and massively extend the sell-by date, so they have more time to sell it, more time to ship it. It's not really about making more money for the health industry. I don't agree. That's a bit too much of a conspiracy theory. It's about making more money for the food industry by making the food more cheaply and make it last longer and not go out of date. Food companies want to make more money. I don't think they really care about making more money for other businesses. I don't buy that bit. Would you support farmers protesting in London? It depends what they're protesting about. I don't think they should be fucking around with the inheritance stuff that they've just done. I don't understand it, you know, like the idea that I think inheritance tax is a real fucking really bad tax anyway. I think let's not get political. Let's just talk about farmers, right? But inheritance tax in any shape is a bit of a shitter in that if you've earned money through your life and you've done well, like if you've been an honest citizen, you've paid 40% tax or more all the way through your life. You then take a pension, which you pay tax on. You pay tax on the interest you make on your money. You pay capital gains tax on any money you make on shares. You pay tax on everything you had while you had it. And then when you die, you pay tax giving it to your relatives. That one, the inheritance tax, is a really fucking bad one. It seems like a real, oh, let's just kick him now he's dead as well, you know. But inheritance tax on farms is wrong. Because we need farms, right? Like, if you've got a farm, let's say it's 1,000 hectares or something, I don't even know if that's big, but if there's 20% tax on it, what's meant to happen? Like, that farm gets handed down to the next generation. They have to find some, 20%, or it gets smaller, you know, effectively. What happens on the next generation and the next generation? You know, where's that going to go? The farm needs to be there to provide food for the people that eat it, right? So taxing that away seems really, really nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense at all. Farms don't shrink into nothing. No, you're missing the point, Golf. In the UK, when a farmer dies and hands it to their family, they get to keep the farm because it's a farm. Now there's going to be inheritance tax on it, which is going to gradually erode that away over the generations. It will, dude. It will. And there may be ways that farmers can get around it, I suppose. You know, there's always... They might be able to, start their farm as a... declare it as a trust or something and have it declared in a certain way that makes it like an everlasting business that can be handed down to the next generation or something. I'm sure there'll be ways round it, but it does seem a bit shit. Psychedelic, you're just saying the same thing. There may be ways to, loophole around it. Well, that's not what we're after.
Only 114 months left to 228 months.
I don't live in Luton, no. None. Very nice.
Happy best number ever.
Deleted.
Subscription TRMZ love. TRMZ love.
Strafeleaf, dude, what a long one. Holy shit, 114 months. That's 9.5 years. Dude, thank you very, very much for the continued support. I really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. But yeah, I like. Let's not get into politics and left and right and all of that. It's really dull. But inheritance tax is really harsh, I think. It is. Like, if you've been an honest citizen and paid tax your whole life, the idea that then you'd pay tax on what you didn't spend of the bit that you'd kept from the taxman after you'd paid the tax seems a bit harsh. It's like a death tax. It's just... ugh. It doesn't happen... As with all things, like there's a minimum, so there is some that doesn't get taxed. So unless you're wealthy, it might not affect you so much. But as ever with these things, the lines don't move, so more people fall into those lines. It used to be that it was for only really wealthy people, and then it gradually gets more. Like same with tax bans and what. They don't change. I have to say, I'm very surprised about this, but in the battle of regular potato wedges versus sweet potato wedges, sweet potato wedges won. I'm really surprised. I thought I'd massively prefer the regular ones. Sweet potato wedges are really good. Taxes aren't getting insane. Well, they're getting worse in the UK, dude. They've been very, very high. I don't know where you're from, but they've just got worse again in the UK, depending on where you're at. But certainly for companies, they have anyway. But I think we're at the highest tax burden of all time in the UK right now. Yeah, anything can be political. Of course, tax is political. But talking about the company, sorry, the government that brought it in, and talking about the policies, and talking about the people that do it, and the whether it's in the UK Labour or Conservatives, or in America whether it's Liberals or Democrats or whatever. You can if you start talking about the people and the governments, that becomes really political. The fact that tax exists and you can talk about it without making it governmental, you can keep it a lot less political for sure. And saying that inheritance tax is inherently unfair is vaguely political for sure, but it doesn't have to go really mad about it, does it?
They should call it an Optimus Prime sub. Autobots, let's roll out.
You do not give inheritance tax to what do you give to people in their will. They pay it because it's unearned. It still doesn't change the fact that the tax is paid, right? I don't. It's easy to read it that way, Tub Rice, but it's still money that's already been taxed multiple times. I don't believe it's right that I should be taxed on giving my kids money. Now I can give them money right now, as long as I live long enough. I don't see it your way, dude. I think it's... and certainly not with things like farms, for example. If you're a farmer, you should be able to hand that on to the next generation. Farms are really useful. They're needed, aren't they? Sean, thank you. She didn't do a great impression, did she, of Optimus Prime there, but thank you. Well, you're entitled to your view, Tub Rice. I disagree. I don't agree that some level is reasonable. I think if you're lucky enough to be left some money in a will, like if you put it in the bank and make interest in it, or you buy what you use that money for will be taxed. Like if you spend it in a shop, it'll pay tax on it, you'll pay VAT on it. If you invest it in a property, you'll pay stamp duty, and then you'll pay tax on the profits you make in it. If you start a business, that'll pay tax. Whatever you do with the money will then lead to more taxation. but it shouldn't be taxed for existing because the person that's just given it to you paid tax on it in the first place. You know, it just seems like a massive. Fun fact, sweet potatoes aren't actually related to regular potatoes. They're just another they must be related a little bit in as far as they're a root vegetable, right? But yeah, I guess beyond that. But yeah, we've said what we think. We can probably move on now before people start getting stupid and talking about actual government. Yeah, it's called a yam, isn't it? Oh, that was really good. I think it's rather stupid that I'm just excited about wedges, cherry tomatoes and lamb. But it's so much better than the fucking pittas I've been eating for about 3 years. Fuck me. I don't know how long it is I've been eating just pittas for dinner when streaming. Probably about 2 years.
I explored Watap with a friend the other day, and just that island is massive once you run through the center. Lots of potential.
Do you think they're going to fill in Sakal's exterior islands? What? I hope they do something more with them, Bato. Thank you very much for the super chat. I hope they do something more with them than they've done so far. Yeah, that would be good. There's a new patch coming where they've added a extra peninsula on the west side. I think it says west side in the patch notes. So when that drops, we're going to give that a whirl. They've also added another military checkpoint down south somewhere. Maybe it's a checkpoint on the way to this new peninsula, perhaps. But there's definitely room for more of that. I think the island's being so sparse. It's great for looting these containers, but it would be cool if there was just a little bit more there. It said west in the patch notes, but meant east. That makes more sense, said Lover, because the one already is on the southeast, isn't it? So, it's funny enough, it said west, but I just envisaged it would be on the other side than the one that's already there. So I'd read it that way anyway, you know. How come there's no hunting stands? I don't think they fit with the area. It's meant to be an island off Kamchatka. I'm imagining that they don't feel it fits with the area that the map's meant to be based on. I'm quite glad there's no hunting stands, by the way. It's just nice that it's a different meta than the same. Like another map where you're doing summer camps and feed shacks and hunting stands. I'm quite glad that it's not. Like, if you want hunting loot, you have to come to where we are right now. This is the kind of hunting spawning area. There's like an area where the hunters must have lived and you're looting around there. I just find it a little bit more interesting. It works great for Chernobyl and Livonia, but it would be a bit dull if it was exactly the same on here and you were going around checking hunting stands. You know, I quite like it not having it. Games, you can get high tier loot without a boat, and you can do it without a 10-man team. I've been playing about 4.5 hours today. I've got a plate carrier, a helmet, a DMR and an M4. So I'm a solo playing on a truly vanilla server, and in 4 hours I've got the loot that I've got. So I don't think it holds water to say only high tiered geared dudes can get the best loot. It is easier, and I agree, there is a issue with the boats, for sure, anyway. I still agree with that. In that, if groups take the boats and they go and hide them somewhere on one of the islands, no more boats spawn in. There needs to be something about that. I don't know how. It's always been the case, though, on even like Chernobyl with cars.
All geared up and ready to
Once servers have got some... once servers have been going a while, a lot of the cars are hidden in bases. We saw a base yesterday with 2 vehicles, like, trapped in it on... Tuesday on Livonia. There was 2 vehicles locked inside someone's base. You can't do anything about that. You can't go and get it unless you can get about... For that particular base, you'd need about 50 grenades, I think. Right, we don't need the Savannah. I'll take the bullets, though. Not many people. There's been loads of shots, actually, dude. We heard lots of shots before. I killed one player on the Northern Island. It might have gone a little bit lower because it's dark, but I don't think so. I think this has been busy all day. I've spent a long time out on an island where you wouldn't expect to find players, to be fair, haven't I, you know? But yeah, I agree. The boats being hoarded up and then not being available for people to use is a bit of an issue, to say the least. It's a bit of a ball ache, for sure. But yeah, I still see your point about boats. It's the same issue on Chernarus, though. You can't get a car. If you're on an official server where people are building bases and it's a popular server, most of the cars are hidden away. And you ain't seeing it until somebody gets raided and the cars get ruined or something like that, you know, like. It would be cool if there was a means to maybe boats could have a shorter shelf life. Like, boats will only last for, like, if they're static, they'll only last for 24 hours. And then after that, they respawn, you know, so maybe it could be 36 hours. Just so that you, say you log out at, I don't know, 8 PM today. You could log back in at 9 PM tomorrow and it's still there. Like, I think trying to get back to your boat that you left somewhere safe the next day is okay, but much beyond that is too much. That would be kind of good if they had some kind of countdown timer on them. That would help, I think. I don't know if that's fair for cars as well, to be fair. I say to be fair a lot, don't I? My missus actually told me that earlier. She said, do you know how much you say to be fair when you're streaming? And I think she's right, to be fair. but yeah, I think it would be good, particularly with boats. They're a lot more crucial. On Chernarus, a car is a luxury. On this map, it feels less like a luxury and much more like an absolutely needed.
Would you trade some shipping container loot, spawns on the islands for additional content on the islands, or would you prefer additional content along with the existing container loot, spawns?
I'm doing just fine. Thanks for coming in. I think they should... I really like the containers. I like the container meta. I think it's cool. I don't want to lose that, but I do think some of the bigger islands should have a few things on it. There's some big islands. They could have some stuff on there, like maybe the equivalent of a summer camp, but it's more tailored towards fishing, or... maybe one of them only has got a few military tents and it spawns reasonably good stuff, like, say, up to an SKS or whatever, you know. But it needs something more than we have. It definitely needs something more than we've got right now, I think. Right, we've got 2 weapon cleaning kits. Probably don't need to keep looking for any more, but... I might as well loot the rest. There's a well up the top here. I might as well go to that. I wouldn't mind finding one more, because then I can fix the MK2. I can fix the MK2 now, but I don't have any bullets, so it seems... I'm actually carrying these 2 cleaning kits, using half of one to fix a gun I can't fire. Seems a waste. But using the one I'm going to find in a minute seems completely legit, obviously. I'm glad I went downstairs and made that cup of tea. It was fucking glorious. If I died fixing a fucking pistol I can't even shoot, that would be annoying. Crowd controller, it's just Yorkshire Gold. I've been drinking it a good while, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is with me and tea making. Sometimes I make a cup of tea and it tastes like someone that's never made a cup of tea before has made it. And I always seem to use about the same method, but sometimes it tastes like piss. And sometimes it tastes amazing, and I don't really know why. And I don't think it's that some tea bags are worse than others. I think it's my making, but sometimes I seem to do a better job than others, and that was me on top form. Is a crumpet a cookie? No. A crumpet is more breaded. It's like bread. It's a bit more like a muffin, but it's not quite a muffin. It's hard to describe. A crumpet is a crumpet. It's usually meant for a slathering up with butter and then having for breakfast. Some people put other stuff on them, but I normally just go with butter. Sounds pretty good to me, crowd control. Time well spent. Atlantic, thanks for coming in. Cheers for coming in. I hope you're good. Thank you for finding the channel and welcome along. No, let's get this right. A crumpet is a biscuit. Not in the UK, it's not. You're mixing your languages. You can't define what a crumpet is, an English crumpet, by calling it a biscuit in what Americans call it. That confuses. It might be a bit like what a biscuit is in America, but it's definitely not a biscuit in the UK. A biscuit in the UK is like a cookie in America. Over here, cookies are specifically for like chocolate chip cookies, like Maryland cookies. So a cookie is specifically a proper chocolate chip type cookie or similar. Whereas biscuits are like what you dunk in your tea, like digestives or hobnobs or whatever. In American land, a crumpet is called an English muffin. Well, we actually have something called an English muffin in England, and that's not a crumpet either. I don't know why I'm filling this bottle up. I've got two snow bottles that I can fill up, so I don't need it.
My missus puts Marmite on her crumpet. I can't get rid of her because I'm not making myself crumpet.
I think you should leave her. I don't dislike Marmite. I know it's meant to be a love it or hate it thing, but I'm kind of ambivalent about Marmite. I'm one of the few. But Marmite on a crumpet just sounds like shit in a sandwich, you know? Like, why? What's the deal with beans on toast for breakfast? It's not the beans like you have. See that? It's all happy and rolly. Rolly McFuck. There he goes. There he went. He's gone to a better place. He's dead. Spelt D-E-D. Marmite is good for your heart. It's very bad for your taste buds. Tastes like fucking shit, doesn't it? Funny vids on YouTube of Americans trying a spoonful of Marmite. A whole spoonful in one go is horrifying to watch. Yeah, even the people like Marmite don't like a whole spoonful of Marmite, I would have thought. Does a crumpet go butter side down? I just don't think that would work. Yes, it does. Obviously you butter it, and then when you eat it, if you put the bit where the butter went on your tongue, it will taste better. It will, but you don't have to do that. But yeah, it does. It is good. Butter side to your tongue is the way. If you like flavour and texture, if you like to have your tongue on the cardboardy side that doesn't taste of anything, then go the other way. It's just amazing how the same foods all have different names between the two English-speaking countries. It's exactly like this, dude. When you're a kid, you try to rebel against your parents, and you try to do things that are different. So you dress a different way, you talk a different way, you have different hair, you like different music, you prefer different foods. And it's almost like inbuilt, like human nature to try and make you different from your parents, right? And that's exactly like England to America. It's just the same, isn't it? A bit more complex than that, but it's true. Fuck me, that one really bothered me there. I didn't think that was a zombie for a sec. Do you know what? I'm not even going to bother looting it. There's too many Zeds there. Yeah, back to beans on toast, right? Beans that we have in the UK are not the same beans as you have in America land or something. You might see them in some holiday resorts. You see beans like we have, but they're just like beans in very light tomato sauce, not the same as tomato ketchup. And they aren't incredibly savoury.
There is the right way and the American way of saying things.
They aren't incredibly savoury, and I think a lot of people think beans on toast, and they think of some kind of like cowboy beans from Texas from Texas or something. I don't know, but it's quite popular. It's not just for breakfast, by the way. It's quite a popular lunch, beans on toast. It's cheap. A tin of beans doesn't cost very much. 2 slices of toast doesn't cost very much. Put the two together and you're doing pretty well. If you do it right and you add a little bit of grated cheese to the mix and maybe 2 poached eggs, you're getting into orgasmic territories. Yeah, Heinz beans are pretty good. I quite like the Aldi own brand beans, but I might not have many taste buds after 10 or 15 years of liking whiskey. Yeah, they're haricot beans, aren't they? I think the regular baked beans. Haricot, it sounds very posh, doesn't it? Haricot? What? Heinz are pretty alright beans. They're a bit sweet though. They're just a tiny little bit sweet. They're a little bit sugarified, whereas some of the others are a little bit nicer, I think. Someone said Branston beans. I don't mind them. There was a time, once upon a time, years and years ago, back when I was a lad, when every tin of beans other than Heinz tasted like mud. Like if you bought a tin of like supermarket own brand beans, they tasted like mud. They were absolutely awful, and only Heinz beans were any good. But they've all upped the game now, you know, so the other ones are much more viable now than once they were. One stick is not going to be enough, is it? It might be. I ain't fucking around. I'll just put those 3 on. Yeah, I think Heinz beans are a bit too sweet, personally, as well. I still don't mind them. They're okay, but I prefer some of the other ones. Do English beans have bacon in them? No, not unless you put it in. Poached egg on buttered soda bread is amazing. That sounds pretty good. Beards, sorry it took me a minute. Thank you for the super chat. Did you already go on a date with Henry Cavill? Mr. Pheasant, thank you for the support. Not as yet, dude. I'd like to, though. He's a good-looking man. I know he likes Warhammer, but he also likes games as well. He's a gamer, right? I reckon me and him could have a run on DayZ. He might get me a bit part in some film, you know. You never know. I might have a future career. I could play Fat Bastard number 3 in whatever films Henry Cavill's in. It'd be great. Cheers, Mr. Pheasant. Thank you. Beards, thank you again. Rain down. I'm doing just fine. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Is there going to be another lights event? There was a single day one for charity on Saturday, but it was the last day of my holiday and I just couldn't make it. I don't think there's going to be another one this year. Don't sell yourself short. You could be fat bastard number 1. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there was a CSGO pro. I can't remember his name. That's bad, isn't it? But there was a CSGO pro, like a really well-known CSGO pro, that said he liked watching me play DayZ when he wasn't CSGOing. I think he probably watches for getting tips on aim, you know, about mechanical aim in a PvP game. He's probably watching for that, I'd have thought. But that's insane to think, right? Yakenda, that's who it was. Thank you. I don't know anything about CSGO anymore. The last time I watched CSGO as an esport, Guardian was around and Shroud was still playing for Cloud9. Keep eating those healthy lunches and you'll be thin bastard number 4. Fair enough. Metric, shut up. But yeah, that's about the last time I watched it. Was about 2014. I actually went through a spell of really liking CSGO. A number of the CSGO shoutcasters play DayZ, like Pansy, who does a lot of the shoutcasting. We follow each other on Twitter, and I've met her in DayZ briefly. I've met her in game once on a modded server. But a lot of those guys, a lot of the commentators play DayZ. Do I eat much cheese? Not really, Solid. I like these omelettes I've had the last few days for breakfast, and I'm not putting cheese in them. If I have cheese, it's usually in some kind of unhealthy thing, like in accompaniment with a burger. And in the winter, which turns out we're now in, I am quite partial to a bit of cheese and biscuits kind of late at night, which is not very healthy, but it sure is tasty. So I'll definitely be having cheese and biscuits, like between Christmas and New Year. If I stick to this health thing, there'll be gluten-free biscuits before someone says. If I stick to this health thing and lose a little bit of weight or whatever, I'll pile it all back on between Christmas and New Year, that's for sure. With the red wine or whiskey, both red wine, whiskey and, say, port or whatever, but they all seem to go quite well with cheese. I might go and see the cheesemonger. Redline will start piling on in a minute. I might go and see my cheesemonger for my yearly visit. I went to a shop that sells only cheese and got some crazy good stuff last year. The queue to get in was massive. It was like the queue to get in the Lego store in London. Queuing to get cheese, I was. What did you do on Christmas Eve? I spent an hour waiting to buy cheese. It's not actually us that do it. It might have come from the UK, but I taken the piss out of Redline saying cheesemonger unconquered. They're not actually called cheesemongers. We don't really use cheesemonger at all. Ironmonger gets used. Fishmonger gets used sometimes, but they're the only ones that really get used. All the others is for people like Redline who have a wine collection. I did pay. I pay the cheese tax, yeah. Usually when the missus is not looking. Take the holster. Oh god, yeah, good shout. It was at the helicopter, right? Gotta pay the cheese tax. God, that song. I wish I hadn't said that. It's gonna be stuck in my fucking noggin now. Where was it? Oh, there it is. Right, there's another house over here somewhere. Let's go to the house. I've only heard the word cheesemonger because of you, Redline. And sausagemonger, it's where it came from. It's you. You can try and colour me in the same highfalutin bourgeoisie way as you lot. You lot in your massive houses and your 4 washing machines, but no, it won't wash. Shelley's more in your group. He has a holiday every 3 months. Sorry, Shelley.
2 years.
That's true,
Welcome
but still.
back from vacation.
French Toast, thank you very much for the support, dude. You're very kind. Welcome back from vacation. Thank you. Actually feel pretty good. I know it's only been the first week, but genuinely I feel like the week away. Normally when I've had some time off, it's because the kids are here and I've done stuff with the kids, but I've not had a break. This time I actually feel like I had a break. I feel really good. Really kind of relaxed. And kind of the only thing that's making me a bit stressed is that when it gets to Christmas, my kids are going to be here for a week, and so I'm going to have to take more time off stream. So, not stressed, but I'd like to be taking 3 days off over Christmas, not the best part of 10, you know, like that would be nice. Monocoque, try not to make jokes about my own kids, that would be good. I know it's a joke, but there's jokes I don't want to read, thank you. England versus Greece prediction. Well, the other game went so well, didn't it? Probably the one that got Carsley didn't get him the job. But England against Greece, they'll shit them 1-0. You're going to watch England play against Greece, are you? Blimey. I guess you got to get in all the watching of top tier football that you can while you can, because once City are in the conference next year, you're going to be seeing some different games, aren't you? Yeah, what we're mulling whether to take the whole of Christmas off or not never seems worth it. You can normally take quite a long time off with not many days annual leave because of the bank holidays and stuff, right? It's normally a fairly cheap way to take quite an extended period of time off. Obviously not for me, I'm meaning like for people that aren't self-employed, but I don't know. For me personally, it's a double-edged sword. I want to be off at Christmas. I want to be off at Christmas. I want to go and see family and do the same Christmas thing that nearly everybody does. But most people are at home, and Christmas is only one day, and then people get bored. So I'd quite like to be streaming too. It's a bit of a weird one, really. I was watching him in the third tier. Well, you've never seen him in the conference, though, have you? I'm sure you'll enjoy going to Fleetwood Town or whoever's in the conference. I don't know. I can't wait. But I do completely appreciate that, by the way, Metric. Older City fans have seen horrendous things, like around the time Mark Hughes, Stuart Pearson or what were in charge, and others. You know, I know you've spread your wings and flew. Unfortunately, Icarus, you may have flown a bit too close to the sun with your ill-gotten gains. Well, we'll wait and see, though. Given that the rules are in place, I think City, if they are guilty, need to be punished severely, especially if they've done really dodgy stuff, like try to hide what they're doing. Like, other teams mostly seem to have overspent and got caught. But if they've underspent by hiding it, by paying through external means, they need serious penalties, if they're guilty. Aside from that, though, I think there's room to sort of wonder about whether the FFP stuff is actually worthwhile or not. I think it's bullshit. It's in right now and it should be, but I don't think FFP works. I don't think it makes any difference. I think it's kind of stupid. I don't actually think it's done any... I don't think it's made any difference. I think it's just turned everyone into nitpickers, and it's like clubs like Forest and Leicester City are getting in trouble because they want to try and stay in the Premier League when they get there, you know. I think it's just stupid. It's creating a system whereby the big clubs have an easier chance of staying there, and that's all it's done. I haven't done any overwatching for this whatsoever. So I'm only here in the hope of finding a scope for this DMR. So I don't think I'm going to loot around here. I don't think it's worth it.
Hope you're doing well. Seems like it after your holiday. Hope you had an amazing time.
Oh, Guy, thank you. Cheers for the bits. I am doing great. Thank you. Cheers for coming in. Thank you very much. They are worn. They are worn, but they're a nicer colour. There's a lot of zombies here. I'm starting to wonder if perhaps some fucker might be around. Oops. I don't really want to waste the bullets, but I've only got a few, so I might as well use them. Gotta waste more if I keep missing. Well, I could actually do the bunker. So the main thing I'm after is a scope for the DMR. I don't think I can find much else around here. If I'm going to do the bunker, I'm going to need stuff to keep fuel in. I've only got a single bottle. That's not enough. I'm going to need a cooking pot. I did pick up a canteen, but I think I dropped it again. Shelly, you've been in that position once before, haven't you? It went really well for you, from what I remember.
If you had to choose, make Stimpy thumbnails for life, and you can still stream on Twitch. Or you can't stream and you don't have to make the thumbnail thinking face.
I don't think I'm that repressed that I can't look at some gay porn in order to make a thumbnail. So I'm definitely making the thumbnails. I'm not giving up streaming just because I can't look at a couple of men doing what people might do. So for those that don't know, Stimpy makes really very, very well-made thumbnails, but they are stills from porn, usually gay porn. But he changes things. So let's say it's a video about cannibalism. He might change something that it's in someone's hand to a piece of human meat. Or whatever else he might do, you know, like. So he's not the only one doing it, but he's the first one I saw doing it. There may be others that do it as well, but he's the first one I've seen do it. He also like puts like DayZ like a plate carrier on them and a helmet and then a gun on their back or something like that.
Glad you had a nice
It's a novel
holiday.
idea.
Also
it's
glad
not something
you have returned as I was forced to watch
I fancy
TRMZ Love.
Well, a nice thing to be forced into, I think, Gricey. We can both agree. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I know you're joking, but... Cheers, Pheasant. Thank you for the support, dude. I feel like around some of these trucks we might get our I might get a scope. I'm not convinced these trucks spawn anything. I don't know, the bigger ones don't normally. That one does. There's a ghillie there. So many zombies. I might go and loot over this building and just give those zombies a chance to spread out a bit more. They seem quite tight knit at the moment. I Wish I had a scope that was better. There was a noob tube in the red container, was there? I don't think I'm going to take it. Strictly speaking, the noob tube shouldn't spawn here. I didn't see it, so I'm not saying you're wrong, but if it was there, chances are somebody left it, I think. I don't think the noob tube spawns till we get to tier 3. And I believe this is only tier 2. Tier 3 is the really, really big city which has next to no military. And the bit that's military is actually tier 2 anyway. And then there is tier 3 begins for military loot
been a while.
on the peninsula.
Glad to see you're still at it, brother.
Seamus, dude, thank you very much for coming in. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I would like some different trousers. These trousers are shite. It's a different scope, but it's not the scope we were looking for. Gives me a chance to have a quick look for dudes. See any dude. The red container could be industrial, but when you get industrial loot, or even like sheds and huts and garages and stuff, they can still spawn military loot a lot of the time. If you go to the Northwest Airfield on Chernerus, the garages that are on the airfield, for example, they're industrial spawning, but those garages can have mags and military jackets and other things, right? They can spawn loot that would belong at the airfield. In much the same way as if you go to the house next to a medical, it can have medical loot in it, even though it's a house. I don't know if it was this one, but I ain't seen no noob tube. There was. I don't know if there was another one or not, but I don't really want to MK2 that Z. About to run out of bullets.
Oh baby, that's a long time.
I'll just take that for paper. Skylord, thank you very much for the 47 monthing. Seamus, thank you for the 36. Cheers for coming in. Hope all is well. Thank you for the 3-year inning as well, dude. Thank you both. Was that player footsteps? No, there's a zombie on the roof. Oh, come on. Made all that song and dance of it, and then fucking stood there like a muppet. I'd like to wear that if I could fix it, but can't. No sewing kit for us. It's the sort of thing I'd be very happy to find here normally. No one's been here for ages, I don't think. Give me one sec, guys. I'm just going to double check the server. It's a fucking massive queue. This server is full with a queue. That's crazy. Like somebody was just saying how how high pop is the server, and I was like, well, it's not dark anymore, it seems quiet. There's just nobody here. We did bump into quite a few people around the coastal areas when we first started. A couple of people that we'd spoke to, one or two. But there was a lot of shots in that big town when I came back from... when I came back with the DMR and the M4. There was a lot of shots in the big town. Maybe there's just a lot of people coastal PvPing in the north or struggling, I don't know. Starting to see some scopes, but none of the scopes are the ones we want. Come on in, hurry up. Time's time. Some pouches would be good here, wouldn't they? Need a scope, right? I think two smoke grenades is more than I need. Shotgun's been dropped by a player. Right, I want to kill it in the tent. It's actually a good bag, that zombie smoke. About the best bag in the game now, I think. It never used to be, but in terms of size versus profile, I think it's about the best bag. That battery looked ruined, yeah. Come on. I'm trying to kill the zombies, that's not great, it's in the middle. I'm trying to kill them in the tents. Just so that if someone comes in and looks down the line of the tents, they're not seeing a dead Z and they like instantly know someone's here. They might have to loot 4 or 5 or 6 tents before they get to one with the dead zombie in it, maybe. It will help a touch. Yeah, I can put the knife in the boots. That's a good shot. I've also got a rope belt, which I've not been using as well. It's because I had that cleaver for ages, and then when I changed, I kind of just hadn't thought about it, isn't it? Finding any we had this the other day, but I'm not finding any scopes now, am I? But we had this the other day. I was desperately looking for players to shoot at. I couldn't find a soul, and then eventually we got onto the peninsula and there was 2 people fishing, and I was trying to swoop around so I could kill them with a grenade, and it turned out there was 3 people fishing, but one was in the bushes overwatching and they shot me from the back, and that was that. I was dead. But we had exactly this the other day. This area of the map was really quiet, and then we found people on the peninsula. Oh look, it's where I killed Mike. Fake news. Fake news. Fix. I'd just like to say right now, I will bet £100,000 English money, British money, that I did not kill Mike. I think Topper and I are going to spin off Guncoin into a pyramid crypto scheme. No worries. I'll see if I can get the Tate brothers on board, shall I? You can do all the liaising with them though, right? Just to qualify with Mike, we were PvPing. It was on the very first day. Mike and I ended up in a fight versus 3 players, 2 of whom turned out to be the Freshspawns. And the thing that gets remembered from that moment is that I shot Mike unconscious. That's the bit. I shot him unconscious. I didn't kill him. Nobody remembers the bit where I killed both of the Freshspawns myself, do they? You know, they're much younger and much better PvPers than I. You know, they're young guys with still blood in their veins. You know, they're reactions like a normal person, right? Nobody remembers the fucking achievements, do they? They just knock you for the very minor mistakes. It's not fair. I didn't kill Mike Vix. I knocked him unconscious. I've seen footage of Freshspawn John jumping on the ledge and shoot him in the face. So no, I didn't kill him. Sorry, up your bum. I did knock him unconscious, so I definitely get the assist. It was my fault, obviously. Dude, you're not that old. Oh, I was just hamming it up a bit, alright? Up your bum, ain't heard that for years. I use it quite a bit, Shelley. I use it, I reserve it specifically for when I'm letting a stream viewer know that I am right, which is very uncommon. But if I know I'm right, then I say up your bum. It's like the full stop. In fact, Mike killed himself with bad positioning. I don't really agree with that. He was going that way. He was going to that door, and I went around the other side. I should have known it was him. In the heat of the moment, though, there'd been shots, and I wasn't sure who was uncon. Everyone looked very alike. That one was easily explainable. You can see the one where I shot Joito dead when she was already unconscious the other week. That was not so easily explainable. That was horrendous. That was the worst team kill I've ever done. I'm not even responding to that red line. You're not hooking me today. All the space I've got in my inventrix. I've turned into a travel lighter. Oosh boss, no need to inflame my ego. It's okay. Thank you for the kind words, though. Skylord, thank you for the 47. Edgis, thank you for the follow on YouTube. Axel, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube as well. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. I'm going to be getting to the peninsula with no food. I might just have a little look around here, see if we can get a lucky cooking pot, or maybe a couple more bottles, perhaps. I feel like cars are a good place for stuff like cooking pots. Let me stop 1 second. I'm running my air because I've my aircon. I've got it running, but I've got it running really, really low. It gets hot in this room, and in order to not be such a mouthy bastard, I keep the door closed, right? So I'm enclosed in. So I have the air on really low, but I had it on so low that I think it was actually heating. It was fucking boiling. It's on 24 degrees Celsius now, which is not very much, is it? Just taking the edge off the 4090 furnace. You haven't got windows in your room? Yeah, it doesn't really regulate the temperature very well. I don't have aircon in the whole house, just in the stream room. But it's the old box bedroom. It's like 8 foot by 8 foot. I have a blackout blind to keep it dark, and the windows don't really do a great deal as a result. Unless I have them so open that it's like knackering the blackout brand and making it loud. There's no in between, so I run the aircon really, really low. Not unlike nearly every office on the planet, right? If you work in an office, chances are they've got aircon running through it, and there's windows in that office. Yeah, well, like, the PC is fairly warm, isn't it? Like, it's everybody was making jokes about it when I first got it because of the 4090 running hot. Like, oh god, 4090, you'll be able to cook your dinner in your room. Oh, 4090, you'll be able to fry an egg on your PC case. Oh. But the PCs do run a bit warm. And so a middle-aged fat man talking for 9 hours, it'll heat up a room pretty well as well. Turns out. It's a bit different when I started out though. When I first started streaming, I was streaming from a conservatory, like an extension built mostly of glass. And in the winter, it was absolutely fucking freezing, even with all the windows closed. So I was having to have, like, I used to stream I was sitting on a dining chair in the conservatory on the office PC, and then I had like, in the really cold weather, I had one of those bar radiator heaters right next to me, and on the other side of me, I had a fan heater going because the room was so fucking cold. So yeah, a bit of a difference, I suppose. Even then, all I did was have really, really hot legs and cold hands and upper body. Big Daddy, no, you must be thinking of somebody else. I don't remember that at all. Oh, this might be off topic, but could the power of hypnosis cure my flatulence? Ow. I don't know. I suspect that your flatulence is probably more related than to what goes in your mouth than what goes on in your brain. Unless you're going to get hypnotized to stop you eating whatever's causing your flatulence, I'd say no. But I don't know, if you're eating, I don't know, something that gives you flatulence, whatever. If you're eating like raw Brussels constantly, maybe that's the cause. Is this vanilla? Yes. Canned food in the market? No, it was a compass, golden compass. I've got a golden compass. It could have sounded like I was going to say something else then. I've got a golden C word. You get cooking pots all the time in these kind of fuckers, don't you? All the time you get them. All the time. Round here. Not today. Some fuckers built a base there. Oops. I seen boots. I seen a gas cylinder. I seen dead people. I ain't seen no cooking pot. Remember the good old nothing times, Stu? What, the times of nothing? I remember the times of nothing, yeah. When there was nothing. I need to remember which one of the two Amazon... They're on Amazon, the Stuart Lee specials. I can't remember which one of the two I really liked, because I quite like to watch that one again. I'll work it out in 5 minutes when I put them on. On the subject of perfect Christmas viewing, which is not really Stuart Lee, but I'm looking forward to it Christmas when I've got some time off and everyone's asleep, and I'm mildly drunkard from Christmas Day dinner or something. Just putting Mortimer and Whitehouse Gone Fishing on. They're perfect for a winter's night when everyone's asleep. Just what you want. A couple of old dudes fishing. If you're a sad fucker like me. Wanted to read what you're talking about there. You're talking about Agatha all along, are you? I actually intend to watch that. I have been put off somewhat because I hated fucking WandaVision so much. I really hated WandaVision. But I kind of want to watch Agatha all along, and apparently it's meant to be kind of okay. It's the same Life Frito, we've got the same stuff, yeah. I'm struggling at the moment. I've got one more episode of Jackal to watch that came out today. Penguin's finished, so maybe I can start watching that. I don't know. That's too bad. I thought WandaVision was the best Marvel show. I thought it was dog shit. I think if you're specifically American of a certain age, and because a lot of the early ones of WandaVision were like takeoffs of like old shows like Bewitched and stuff, right? I can remember Bewitched being on the telly when I was a kid, like really young. It used to be on like Channel 4 on Sunday mornings and stuff. So I know the show Bewitched, but it's not like something that's special to me. It's like some old show that used to be on and I didn't want to watch it, you know, like. So it didn't have that, oh, this is great. It's like a trip down memory lane for me. It was just shit. Day of the Jackal is proper crap. I think it's okay. I don't think it's stunning, but I've watched it. It's alright. I watched the first 2 episodes of Season 2 of The Old Man last night. I'd say The Old Man is about on a par with The Jackal. It's a similar kind of level. I'm finding Season 2 of The Old Man not as good as Season 1 so far, but it's alright. It's not bad. Loki was definitely better than... Loki was definitely better than WandaVision, but Season 2 of Loki was a bit crap as well. I think the whole thing with the TVA, is it? Anything that starts... If you know the TVA in it, it's really unlikely to be any good. It's just nonsense. The whole arc of having, like, time police and strands of time and alternate universes, it just hasn't worked. It doesn't interest me. It's like they just use words that don't exist and start talking about a time loon and then just... It's just utter nonsense. Yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine was okay, but that was very loose, right? They did it in a very, very loose way. It wasn't a critical part of the story. It was a tiny part that enabled something to happen that needed to happen for the film, right? It wasn't the whole crux of the film. Not really, anyway. It wasn't critical. Deadpool and Wolverine was really decent. I quite liked it. Saw it at the cinema. I've not watched it on Disney Plus yet since it came out. I'll probably wait and I'll watch it with Maggie when she's here. She's seen it already, but she likes it, so we'll watch it at some point. Maybe over Christmas. Right, so we're 3+ symboled up. Let's go. I haven't got my cooking pot. I don't think I'm going to bother with the finding of a cooking pot. I think I'm going to go for the Peninsula and just see if I can find some people to shoot at. And also... Oh, shit. Hello? Hello? Right. Don't get any gun out. Don't get any gun out. If you're bleeding, you can bandage. You did talk back. You did talk back, but just a touch too late. And then I started shooting with an MK2 of all things. Just do me a favour, step back just a touch so you're not so near the gun. Holy fuck, dude. That you did talk back. I wasn't really wanting to shoot there, but there was just a slight delay and then I'd already fired. Have you got...
Okay.
I'm looking for an ACOG scope. Do you happen to have an ACOG scope that we can trade? An ACOG scope for your life kind of thing, you know? It seems like a good trade to me.
No, I don't have any. Sorry.
Oh.
I saw one at the other side of the
Peninsula.
land bridge.
Oh shit, I'm bleeding.
Yeah.
Okay, right, I'm going to run away because I'm bleeding. I ain't got time for this shit. Good luck, love you, bye!
Good luck.
He definitely won't realise that I'm just going to stop to bleed straight away. Bandage straight away, will he? That was fucking scary. I fat fingered the wrong button. When I aimed and saw the MK2 in my hand, I was like, oh my god, have mercy on my soul. I'm about to die with an M4 on a DMR while I've got a fucking MK2 in my hand. The pain. Right, we need to get across this gap quick. I ain't got time to bleed. I didn't get the chance to look in his... Did he have any 308 bullets? I would have liked to have robbed him of his 308, to be honest. That would have been good. He did just shoot a pistol, didn't he? And he had an SKS on his back, so he was doing the same thing. I was a bit lucky there, I think, wasn't I? I did hit him with the MK2, didn't I? Probably put the wind up him. Oh my god. Thing is, I think I mostly hit button 2, so I have my primary on button 2 and my secondary on button 1. I must have just caught the edge of button 1 with my ring finger. Because I really thought I'd pressed 2, but obviously I didn't. I can't have done, right? I must have just clipped the 1 enough to activate it. Muttley, did you not just see me have mercy just then? You were asking a slightly sarky-jokey question, right, about me showing mercy. I literally just did. I'm the Mother Teresa of DayZ. I'm practically practicing Gandhi's non-violence. I always put the primary on too, yeah. Exactly, Regan, yeah. The Gaddafi of DayZ. Now. Fucking, I'm not Gaddafi. I'm having trouble breathing. I'm going to be going around wearing... What does that white thing that Gandhi wears? I'm going to get me some flip-flops and one of those things that he wears, and I'm going to drift around DayZ. I can see it now, the title of the video, Epic Base Raid. When an 18,000 hour DayZ player raids a base in an official DayZ server. You won't believe what happens when he shoots his MK2. Wow, very nice. I actually don't really like that ACOG, but I like it a lot more than the other one, so I'm not moaning. I know I sound like I'm moaning, but I'm not moaning. But I just wish the fuckers had got the 4 times ACOG in there. That would have been good. Is there a leg holster? There is only a leg holster in certain modded servers. It's not in the base game. Romper Stamper, thank you very much for the support. Cheesemonger, thank you for the tier 2 9-monthing. Cheers for the support. I'll be seeing you at Christmas. The only problem with going to the Cheesemonger, he gets all of his subbing money back because the Cheesemonger's right expensive. You come out with the littlest paper bag with 4 piddly bits of cheese in it and you spent 40 quid. Not quite the case, but it's not far off it. It's really expensive. Turns out good produce is a lot more expensive than the shit they sell in the supermarkets. That guy had a defender vest. No, he did not, Seal. He definitely didn't have a defender vest because he had pouches on his plate carrier that I stole. Feel a bit bad, really, because I've took some of his tools, but... No, he didn't have a defender vest because I got the pouches off him. You are wrong. Although you did say thought that guy, so it's okay. Sorry, I misread you. I thought you were knowing, but you were only thinking. I like that. Sorry, I won't be quite so strong. You are not wrong. Your thinking is slightly misaligned. Jimbo, thank you very much for gifting Mr. Soulless or Mrs. Owless the support. Thank you. Cheers for gifting the sub. A defender is modded, yeah, but not that Seal was doing this, Pigeons. But people, when I use the word official in the title, people don't like to call me a liar. So, my most popular ever video is called When an 11,000 hour player plays official DayZ or something like that. And on that run, and it was an official server, I swear on my mum's life, my kid's life, my life, the universe and everything, right? But on that run, when I'm at Tissy Military Base, there are zombies with Alice backpacks on. And that can't happen now. And some people that have not been playing the game for so long like to tell you in a rage that you're an absolute lying C-word because the zombies had backpacks on that don't spawn on the game now. The fact that the video is 2 years old is neither here nor there to their argument, no. I probably will watch the Tyson Paul match depending on how late it really gets because it's going to be late in the UK. I'll probably watch it. If I don't watch it live, I'll watch it first thing in the morning when I get up. What do I think will happen? What I want to happen is Tyson to knock him out. What I think that will happen is that Tyson will start strong. It'll look pretty dangerous for a round or two. And then they'll just patty cake, take the monies. Make me a billionaire as fast as you can. That's what will happen. And Jake Paul will probably win on points. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Mike Tyson looks really dangerous for a couple of rounds and then knocks Jake Paul out in like round 3. But I don't want Jake Paul to get hurt. I'm not wishing him really ill or anything, but I'd like him to get knocked out and then be okay afterwards. That would be fine. You hope Mike bites his ear off. Blimey, that's going in strong. Why not? Why not, Freaky? I know you're not being serious, but I'm going to answer it seriously. I think wishing people ill, no matter what they've done, is not a really good thing. Well, certainly if all they've done is been a bit of a bad boy on YouTube anyway. That's maybe not the case for certain things, but for just being a bit of a grifter on YouTube and making a few tasteless videos and maybe not having any morals. He's probably not even anywhere near the worst YouTuber, never mind anything else. He's not even the worst Paul, is he? Jake Paul is not even the worst Paul. He's already called out Canelo. No, you are the worst, Paul. Cheers for that, Booney. I guess I left myself open to it, really, didn't I? Hope Tyson doesn't cry before the fight like in all the others. He'll probably cry after it when he checks his bank statement. That's probably when he'll cry. Tears of joy.
In 20 days, we play each other. I hope we have a good game, but sorry I need the Newcastle W #away.
Oh, God. I hope... Liverpool have got City and Newcastle fairly soon. And if they can go well, they'll really be doing all right. Because not long ago, Liverpool had not played that many people in like the upper echelons, but they've now played... they've played Arsenal, they've played Chelsea. Who else have they played out? They've played Villa. Obviously, they played United at a good time. United at Old Trafford, when they played them, was a really good time. Like, I don't know. Think if they can beat Newcastle and maybe draw against City, that's an if. I'm not saying it'll be easy. Newcastle are pretty decent, right? But if they can come out of those two games with 4 points, that'll be good. Things will be looking good. God, that one that was standing by the doorway looks so much like a player stood there with the bag, with the strap around his chest from the backpack. Like Tyson needs the money with his weed farms. I think if he didn't need the money, he wouldn't. Well, maybe he would do it. It's a bit of fame, isn't it? I don't know. I don't have a clue. I think Tyson has had spells where he's had fuck all money, even when he should have had loads, hasn't he? But I don't know his financial affairs because I don't really care. I don't want him to be destitute or anything, but whether he's got 10 million or 5 million or whatever, I don't give a fuck. Or 50 million, who cares? He's done alright. He's been a great boxer. He needs a new pet tiger. Yeah. Low fun, dude. Well, I hope you enjoy it when you do. Cheers for coming in. Good luck when you play the game. Smeatball, sorry. Sometimes, especially when I'm not doing much in the game, I do zoom in and out a lot more than I need to, and a lot of the time I'm not even looking at the screen. It's like a nervous tick, a bit like when golfers are about to take a putt and they do that little waggle, waggle, waggle thing that they do. It's just like that. It's really annoying. I wish I could get out of the habit of doing this, but I can't. I do it all the time. Smeet, thank you very much for the bits. Gene, thank you very much for the support. Jimbo, Romper, thank you. And Night Nights, thank you for the 11 months. And it comes from the fact that it's a really powerful thing to do. Like, it changes the way that bushes and everything render. It changes how well you see stuff. And it really helps you to spot players, and it makes a huge difference. But it also is a pain in the fucking arse if you're doing it when you're not looking at the screen. Sorry, Trollin, I didn't see what you said, but the bot did you for capitals, unfortunately. The bot don't like all capitals posts or many capitals in a post. Imagine having that zoom feature in real life. Yeah. When they were planning DayZ, when they changed to the new graphic controller, sorry, the new player controller and the new engine and everything, they did say in an update that they were going to take the eye zoom away, and the whole community, nearly everybody, like 98%, 99% of the whole community was like, please don't take it away. It's really amazing. It's a really vital part of DayZ. And they didn't. They left the eye zoom in. There is some method in it. So when the game first came out years and years ago, I don't know whether maybe it was in Armour as well, but certainly from a DayZ perspective, the devs were talking about it, and the simple kind of reasoning behind it is that in real life you have peripheral vision, right? So in real life you're not playing through a letterbox computer monitor. So in real life you can have really good peripheral vision and see all around you very well. In DayZ you don't have hardly any peripheral vision because you're playing in a letterbox monitor. So you can have the POV further out, so you can see a little bit better periphery-wise, but then you can zoom in a bit more as well. So it's to try and offset a little bit of the fact that we're playing a 2D game, obviously. So they're trying to make it a little bit more 3D in effect. Not 3D, but give a little bit more of an effect of peripheral vision. So I just stayed in that shed just for a minute because I was hoping it would let me get the third plus symbol, because running around outside, the broom was just maintaining my plus. It wasn't getting the third one back. You could think of it as a bit like squinting. I mean, squinting could maybe make things... You can slightly focus onto something, but it definitely wouldn't allow you to zoom in and see things better. But I think for DayZ, it's a really key feature of the game. I'm really glad it has it. It really, really works. I think it works with regards to the way the renderer works and stuff as well. Like, until they get the rendering of bushes and things to work better than it does now, then it's kind of a key feature from that perspective too, I think. I've eaten all my food. I should have... Oh, I've got that. I should have maybe cooked the fish. The fish I stole from the dude. I can't believe I got the fucking MK2 out. Ooh. I'm going to quickly cook this fish. That bird sitting on your shoulder or what? Yeah, it must be, I think, yeah.
I found out that the last thing you should do when sniping is hold your breath. Apparently, they use controlled and steady breathing, exhale on fire.
I found out that the last thing you should do when sniping is hold your breath. Apparently they use controlled and steady breathing, exhale on fire. They do, yeah, they kind of like... Yeah, that's quite common, but... I guess having an exhale button for... It makes more sense for the game, but yeah, you're right. I think that's the case. It keeps your arm steady. I'm trying to think what I used to do when I played pool. Nothing like being a sniper, obviously. I'm not trying to say well, in some ways a pool hustler might be a sniper, but I wasn't one. But what I mean is that when I was about to take the shot, I probably held my breath. I don't know. You just build a rhythm when a bit like when you're taking, like when you swing a golf club, you probably hold your breath, don't you? Why is the run noise so loud? It's not me modding it, dude. It's the map. Sakal has got like crispy grass, so it's a bit crunchy because the ground is meant to be a bit like dry, like thawing snow. You know, a bit like when snow has it's been around for a couple of days and there's only a bit left, and then it's a bit like turning into ice. I think it's meant to sound a bit like running on that. So it's just louder on Sakal. It's nothing I've done. You don't exhale and fire. You fire in between breaths so your body is still, and you can do that both after an inhale or exhale. Well, there you go. Someone saying that you can do it either on the breathe in or the breathe out. But you can have that discussion. One's on YouTube and one's on Twitch, so have fun working that one out, the pair of you. The sound of the broom, well, that when you throw something, it just bounces. Sometimes it bounces more than others. It's a bit weird. I prefer to do the 3/4 exhale, then pause and fire. I prefer to keep breathing because if I pause and any moment of the breathing in and out, I'll probably die because I have the lung capacity of a injured shrew. Not quite true. It's not that bad. A fully healthy shrew, maybe. Very little PvP, Leo. I've killed one player, and I've shot one player unconscious and then let them live. I should have killed him, though. He didn't say thank you, did he? I think if you're being let live, you should say thank you, if you ask me. It's the least you can do. They must not be aggro very much because of the wind or something, I don't know. This feels really framey at the moment. I think this map is really framey right now. Maybe it's been like it all day. Like when you're playing, you sometimes don't notice it because you're like focusing on, I don't know, something in the distance, or you're looking at the next item of loot, but it just feels really framey. Where can you get more 5.56? Well, we were having this debate earlier. I feel certain that I found loose rounds and AK-101 mags on the peninsula, which is why we're coming to have a look, because I feel like it might have changed and I'm now wrong. But we're coming to have a look. I definitely have found them in October, but I don't know if it was only on the pre-release streamer server or not, which was meant to be official, but it was an older version, so the loot economy might have changed. For the most part, I think getting M4 rounds, it's going to be easier to get them from containers using a boat. I have a boat at the moment. But I do have a spark plug, so maybe we can get a boat. Yeah, police car events, you might get pioneer mags and stuff. You could maybe get them on a police zombie as well as a result. I don't think you get M4 rounds on the police spawning things. I don't think you do, but you might get them on the. You don't get boxes of 5.56, but you might get them inside the pioneer mags. Beards, thanks for the super chat, dude. Thank you. going to try and get into the peninsula a bit quicker. I'm not going to run right down the edge of the coast. Well, to be fair, once more I'm saying it. There's another little military area here. I think the military, on the first bit of the peninsula, is tier 3. To get to tier 4, you've got to go past the bunker, and it's the end bit. It's the end bit I want to get to. I want to get right to the very end. I feel like that's where I found more 5.56 when I did it before. So I'd just like to go and see. And I was looking to try and find a... saw a player for a second. It was leaves coming down the edge of a... It just looked like a player running, but it wasn't. Yeah, I was looking for another scope, but we've got that now. So, and I got pouches off the dead guy. I could do with duct tape or a sewing kit, because I'd like to fix my jacket or get a new one. I'd also still like a cooking pot as well. You can find some M4 loose rounds in police locations. I don't remember if I found any or not, dude. You might be right. I don't remember finding any loose. There is one big prison area, like a prison camp. But I don't remember if I found 5.56 there or not. I really don't. About to say no Zeds here is a bit of a worry, but there are Zeds. I'm not going to loot that, like I was just saying. I think it's tier 3. It's going to keep going. Wasted 2 bullets killing 1 Z. Oh, nice. It was worth it. Gonna have a quick scout, see if I can see any dudes. As we found the other day, if you see players here around this kind of area, they're very, very often fishing. You have as much chance seeing someone fishing as you have seeing them looting the milli base, I think. Because there is really very little food, unless you get very lucky, like I just did with that kind of spaghetti. More often than not, you ain't getting any food on this island. Scone, thank you very much for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel, dude. Thank you. Those are the type of logs that I can't remember who it was talking about them earlier, but very good for mushrooms. Sure enough, there's 2 there. They're dried and rotten. You can eat rotten mushrooms, but I'm not going to bother. I don't feel like I've been here very long. The fact that there's a mushroom on each one makes me wonder if perhaps people are around. Maybe someone's came through it. It might be the dude we bumped into before, you never know, but somebody might have caused those to spawn in. It could have just been me. So this will give me a bit of energy. It won't give me any hydration because they are dried. It seems to be giving me hydration actually, isn't it? The hydration's going up. But by all accounts, they're actually really good energy, those mushrooms on Sakal. So But that's one way of getting food that I hadn't considered beyond fishing, is just looting these. Papa, well, that's how mushrooms work. Mushrooms and fruit in the regular maps and stuff, it spawns dynamically, so it only spawns around areas where players are. So if you see a few chopped trees knocking around the place, and then you're around other trees seeing loads and loads and loads of fruit knocking around on the ground, chances are there's somebody building a base in the little village that you're in on, say, Livonia. I've seen that on Livonia myself, so you can see it in action. If someone's been like bricking off a wall, like I don't know, like building walls to base build on a house, they might have been there with their buddy for 4 or 5 hours or whatever, or however long since the last server restart, and you'll see chopped trees and fruit fucking everywhere. Do I reckon they'll make a Caribbean-based map next? No. I don't think the devs will, because they don't have the assets to make a Caribbean-based map. Just a harmless little bit of murder, death, kill. Now we've got our cooking pot. They are geared. M4 and a good ACOG.
Up your bum.
They are very geared. Might as well load that one, it's got 1 extra bullet in it. Just going to wait till that fish is cooked and then I'm going to drag that off. I want to put the fire out, but I don't want to put the fire out until the fish is cooked. It would make no sense. Randy, thank you for the prime. Smeatball, thank you very much. Sampha, thank you very much too. Labisch, Stone. Thank you again. Cheers, guys. The fuck is the fire gone? Did I travel a lot further than I thought? I thought it was right here.
A little of the old.
I didn't really pay attention to where I was moving to. There must be a bit more this way. Oh no, the fire's gone out. That's nice then, I don't have to put it out. Base builders. Oh wow. I don't really want to be doing this here, really, do I? But I need the mag. This is taking too long. Any more 5.56? Collating tablets that we probably don't need, but let's have them. I don't need them. Fuck it. I don't need them. I was thinking about maybe a base raid. I might grab some of these. AK-74. This dude's got the M79. Where is the pox round? Did I get the pox round? Yeah. Put that there for now. I've got a spark plug. I kind of agree with that. The fact that two really geared dudes are just making a fire shows why the map is good. I kind of agree. I think that's kind of true. Right, I don't really want to wait any longer. Anything else? Don't need the leather kit, don't need the AK stuff. Right, I've got 2 cooking pots. Let's go. Jacket. Oh god, is it worth it for a jacket? If I die for a jacket, it's all your fault. There is a face mask there as well. I shot him in the face. Shot him in the face when he was on con as well. Right, let's go. Go, go, go. So now we could do the bunker in theory. I'm a little bit heavy. I want to see what's in the M79. I might drop the M79. It's really cool. But I'm a bit heavy all of a sudden. I don't know. Something strange has happened. Take the glasses. They were ruined. Both pairs of masks, ski masks, were ruined. There's 2 AK-101 mags with them, and that sucks. I saw AKM mags. I didn't see the 101s. I'm not saying you're wrong though. You're probably right, but I'm not going back. That was a hell of a gear up. I'm not going back because I missed a couple of things. I'm just going to miss them and go carry on. I didn't want to load the 60 round mag, so I switched mags. I don't really want to be killing M4 zombies with an M4 either, so we need to get a move on this way. There was no bullets in the AK-101 mags. Okay. We're good then. So maybe we were following them. They might have been in front of us. Possibly caused that those mushrooms to spawn. Maybe they were. Maybe they stopped to fish. They'd obviously caught some fish, so maybe they'd fished nearby where we saw the mushrooms, and then we'd stopped. They'd stopped not far behind, not far in front, kind of thing. You know, maybe. I don't know. Right, what's in this? do that. Let's try and hit that. God, I got that really wrong, didn't I? I thought I was a shoo-in to hit that thing there. I'll get it all wrong. Good to get some practice in. So to hit that rock, I should have aimed more at it. I don't know why. I felt like I should aim just above, but I was clearly wrong. So I would like to load up the other mag and sort out some stuff, but I don't feel I'm in a position to do it. I have 2 MK2s, do I? I'll worry about that in a sec. Yeah, I got one on the belt, didn't I? I knew I'd taken his belt. I took it because of the canteen, but... It's a little bit lower down the pecking order. Hope these bullets are going in the mag, in the inventory. They should be. And they were. Yeah, I had one already on the pistol holster on the vest for sure, and then I got one. That's the beauty of the DMR. It just absolutely slaps. Like, just no way I wasn't going to kill them both there. I was a bit worried that the one that was standing up was going to see me because I was moving towards their direction, but I have to say, this is the military peninsula. There's no being friendly on here, right? But that was an abysmal place to make a fire. Absolutely abysmal. The smoke was like an absolute calling card. They're in the open, on the edge. Like, it was such a stupid place to make it. Like, even if they'd made the fire just on the edge of this sandbag compound, put the cooking pot on it and then gone inside, at least they couldn't be picked off. Someone had to get close or wait till one came out or something, you know? It just made it... Like, there's so many better options than on the edge of an open fucking area. Yeah, they were nearly done. The fish was nearly cooked, wasn't it? Kind of good as well, because I was about to be running out of... I was about to be running out of food, wasn't I?
When do you feel it's worth it to stash?
I don't stash very often. If you're not streaming, it's always worth it. You know, if you can like build a loot box and make a stash that you can use more permanently, it's worth it very often. But because I'm streaming, I only hide a gun if I intend to come back in the next couple of hours. I don't bother beyond that. I don't feel it's worth it. Because like today, I'm playing now. I'm not playing after the next while. I'm going to be playing for about another hour, I guess. After that, I'm not until Sunday. Like, if I bury a stash now, someone's going to come and find it before I come back on Sunday. You know, it doesn't really seem worth the bother. It's certainly worth it, like you say, Gazmoden. It's worth it for an NBC run as well. If I didn't stream and I played regularly still, I'd be making stashes. I'd have... I don't think I'd build a base. I think I'd be burying loot boxes and using the field shovel, you know. I'd go and get a gun and like hide some loadouts and stuff. I'd be like making a note of where they are, like a little squirrel burying nuts for the winter. Tiber, for me personally, never, because it goes a bit ginger. Tiber, thank you. Cool Otto, thank you very much. Hugo, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Those guys could have been alive for ages. Now, it looked like they had nails. They might have been from a base somewhere. But if they weren't from a base, then they'd been alive a long time, and they'd probably got They've probably got on this island somewhere a... I don't know if I should really be doing this, but anyway. On this island somewhere, they've probably got a boat, because they had a spark plug, and they had container loot, didn't they? They had an M4, and they had 60-round mag and AK-101 mags and stuff. They'd been looting some containers. So they probably did leave a boat somewhere. Maybe we've ran past it already, because I did stay on the coast. It also just goes to show that you can get 5.56 on the peninsula, but only on the dead dudes so far. Cars don't really despawn very much dark vet either. If a car's in a base and somebody's like going to the car every now and then, I don't think they despawn. Cars only despawn and respawn when they're ruined on true official servers. So the boats are similar. It's a bit of an issue if you leave a boat on an island and you keep going to it. I don't know how long it takes to reset, but it must be at least 7 days at the moment, I think. So if somebody uses the boat and then leaves it somewhere and it gets used again within 7 days, it's constantly reset. I feel like the despawn timer on cars can't be any less than 7 days. It might be even longer. I've never really done base building, but cars quite often don't despawn. I let my tea get cold. That sucks. So they did have ACOGs, which I much prefer.
Cheers.
I don't know though. I'm glad I got both. I might just whip that out, because this scope is both amazing and can get you killed. It's hard to explain this, but when you press right mouse button to aim down sight, the speed at which it aims is like instant. It's so quick. There are a few others that are that quick, but there's not many. So the time to aim is incredible. But the problem comes when sooner or later you need that time to aim to be really quick. But then it aims using that one and you weren't expecting it, and then you zoomed in really close and you're fucked. You want to kill that player. That tree there is a player and you want to kill him, so you go to aim down sight. Obviously I got it right that time, but you go to aim down sight and you like that, and then you can't find you're so zoomed in you can't find the player, and then you're dead. Someone's been here. Paper lasts for 4 hours, I think, though, so it could have been ages ago. It could have been the two dudes we already saw, but I feel like they were on the way too. Hard to say. There's no way to know for sure. I don't know. Do I need any more of those? I can always make use of another grenade. I don't need stamina, do I? Grenades is where it's at. Are they real grenades? Defo. Thing is, I can do the bunker, but what for? I don't want an SVD. I've got the stuff to do the bunker. What I ought to do is try and find a shovel and bury the stuff to do the bunker near the bunker so I can do it on another life. That's what I should do, shouldn't I? I could take the 2 cooking pots, fill them full of fuel, put the spark plug in it, and then just bury it somewhere. I guess I could get NVGs, that's true. Oh, I love the NVG Norella, but not enough to drop a DMR. The SVD. The SVD suppressed is incredibly good. The SVD suppressed is probably better than the DMR because of the suppressor, but this is a vanilla server. There's no mods, not even scopes. And the PSO scopes are not very nice. You know, the PSO 1 scope is okay, but it's the one thing that holds the SVD back is the scope. I doubt there would be any bases on the peninsula, so I think you should have stashed the grenades till you leave the mainland. I probably won't be leaving the mainland before I log off, dude. That's why I'm not going to do that. I've been on 6.5 hours. I'm probably going to be on no more than an hour, if that. So, yeah, I'm not going to be leaving the peninsula, so I wouldn't get the grenades back. Just kill a dude with the MVGs. Yeah, it's probably fairly straightforward. Been a good day, hasn't it? Been a good day all in. Like, very, very slow start, and it's not been exactly crazy PvP. I've killed 3 players. I've knocked one unconscious, who I initially started shooting at with an MK2. So 3 kills and a hold up. But it's not been like yesterday's PvP was way more tense than today's. Today's has been a much more spread out and more. The PvP has been very much more like a turkey shoot. I would say one thing about today is that there's been very, very little stream sniping, in that there's been none whatsoever. So changing to a bit of a random Sakal server seems like a better play than playing the server I was on yesterday anyway. It won't last, but for today it's been okay, hasn't it? The ACOG doesn't need a battery, no. Is it really a hold-up if you don't get anything or make murder? It's definitely a hold-up if you don't kill them and you knock them unconscious and you decide whether they live or die, Twit. If you take their gun away and let them wake up, even if you don't take anything, that's still a hold-up. By the way, I did get something. It might not seem much to you, but I got plate carrier pouches off the dude.
Is well.
I took plate carrier pouches off him. I guess I also got a fish, which I've eaten already, so I didn't get much. And he woke up before I could see if he had 308 bullets, but yeah, that's definitely a hold-up. You might hold someone up, you might shoot them and then decide to let them live, but they don't actually have anything you want. It's still a hold-up. It's just a hold-up where you're disappointed.
Closing parenthesis. The
definition of bank robbery isn't only if you get away with a certain amount of dollars, right? If you try to rob a bank and they've only got like 50-cent coins, you still rob the bank. You just were a very bad bank robber. That's the truth. I don't want to come through here. I think this is still zone tier 3. There's too many Zeds. I don't have enough bullets. I'm just going to run around the edge. The disappointed bandit. Yeah, exactly. Hope you had a good afternoon, Pinkster, by the way. You've probably been in ages, but... I'm going to end up killing that in the open. I don't know if a 50-cent coin is a thing. I made the mistake, Simon, of saying dollars when I live in the UK. I just did a typical stream thing and started speaking to the more worldwide audience. I should have said pounds. I don't know if there's a 50-cent piece or not. I've no fucking clue. I've been to America, but I can't remember the money. I probably paid on card nearly everything I bought. 50-cent pieces are a thing. Oh, there you go. I knew it all along. Simon, yeah, honestly, I wasn't 100% sure. You hardly ever use cash anymore, do you? Like, a few things. I took cash when we, I took like, I think 300 or 400 euros. 400 euros I took. I know it was 400 euros. I took 400 euros to Gran Canaria, and we only spent it because I took it as it instead of using cards. Like I tipped the room cleaner upper in cash money, and bought some stuff out in the shops with cash because I had it, but I didn't need the cash at all. I could have took like 40 euros and just paid on my card everywhere. It's kind of like old news nowadays, isn't it? Cash is king, and they can't. I know there's some people that are very eager to maintain cash, and we had a dude come in the other day that was not the other day. It was about a year ago, saying that they bought everything in cash and they never used card ever because they felt more stable. And that dude was buying like crazily expensive, like crazy high-end watches as well, and paying cash. Drug dealers don't like bank transfer. I don't have that worry. I just go, don't you know who I am? And then they kick me out. I'm old school. I carry only gold coins behind me. Miller, well, I hope that carries on almost a year without a migraine. I know you're not talking to me, but it's still good. I don't really mind. I understand why people like to be safe. Like a lot of people collect
Less than
gold.
1% of Americans have access to $1,000 without visiting a bank or ATM.
Well, I probably don't have access to that without going to the bank. I don't keep cash in my house. I guess I have assets in the house that I could sell for that money, but I wouldn't want to sell any. You know, like I could sell a couple of Casios or something. You know, but I don't know. Different strokes for different folks. I very much hope if my view is that if there's some kind of apocalypse or some kind of disaster to the tune where the banks are no longer opening and everything's insolvent, if it's that bad, having cash will make no fucking difference because it will be worth nothing anyway. You know, like I tend to think that makes no difference. I guess that's where you. Like, even having gold, if it's really like that, like, who the fuck is going to spend money on gold when you can't eat? You know, people are going to be wanting fresh water and food and stuff. I think it's highly unlikely. So I don't tend to worry about it. My missus has just messaged. She's listening. Miller, what did you do, or are you just lucky with your migraines? Did you do anything to not get a migraine for a year? My missus gets migraines fairly regularly. So, did you do anything? Did you do anything? He's probably going to say, I smoke weed every day. So she's just texted me, listening from downstairs. I'm waiting for the answer, don't worry. Apparently it was I can't say it. Gratify their boyfriend daily. Come on, Miller, give us a sensible answer quick. Dig me out of that hole. We're close to the bunker. I don't have any fuel at the moment, but... Yes, Paul, I quit coffee, I quit alcohol and smoking for the first 3 months of the year. Oh, okay, well she doesn't do any of those things. Damn it. Quit smoking, quit coffee, quit alcohol. None of those. She did used to smoke, but that was... She probably gave up about 6 years ago, I think now. Quite a long time ago. She barely drinks any alcohol, and she doesn't drink coffee at all, so she can't quit any of those things. Here comes the trouble. creep. I'm not a creep, I'm just lonely. I'm just lonely.
It's time for Prime. Thanks for the great content and keep on running.
Oh, he's too geared. He's too geared. What is it with these fuckers and their fires? I wasn't paying any attention then at all. I didn't have the right gun in my hands. I wasn't even looking at the screen. I was reading the chat. I looked back and I was like fucking 20 meters from a player. It's all the missus's fault. I was reading text messages. She nearly got me killed, she did. Oh my god. Coming back to what somebody said in the chat, I really agree. It is a testament to how cool this map is.
Try Celtic salt for the migraine.
People are this geared, and they're having to make fires, you know, like they're having to cook food, they're dying of thirst, they're dying of starvation or whatever. Oh right, it sucks for them because I've just mowed them down, but it is a it's a sign of the survival nature of this particular map. That's what you find. Boots, try Celtic salts for migraines. Celtic salts. Hopefully she can hear me. Celtic salts and BJ's. Go on, sleeping on the sofa. I was definitely sleeping on the sofa. Actually a ghillie with no bag as well. Really travelling light, this one. So Celtic salts is smelling salts, is it? Smelling salts, not Celtic salts. I didn't think Celtic salts was a thing, but I don't know what everything is, so I just thought I'd read it. Is Celtic salts actually a thing? Is she sensitive tonight? No, she's sensitive to sarcasm and fat men. At least it turns out that way anyway. Poor guy. He had a Vicky, an M79. Tell you what, that could have fucking gone on the tree then. Never really used this very much. I'm going to try and hit that further rock there. That one. Yeah, pretty good. That would have killed them. If there was somebody there, if it had exploded, that would have killed them. So it's kind of good to have a... I never really get any practice with that. Of course you don't, you know. Like, if you have one, you have like one shell and then you kill yourself with it, probably. So I didn't get much from that dude. I kind of wish I'd tried to hold that one up, but they just looked too geared, and I don't think I didn't feel like I'd got enough of their loot away to take the risk. Do I prefer hip pack or belt? If I don't need the space for the pistol, then a belt, as you just saw, I took the belt. It gives you 6 slots of space. I've got boots that take the knife. I've got... the only thing on the belt that I could really keep was the canteen. Definitely I think I prefer the hip pack anyway, it's just more voiceable. More voiceable. Poor guy proceeds to throw his guns into the ocean. Timbo, that guy won't make it back before his guns despawn anyway. Well, once I've dropped them off the body, maybe he would, to be fair. But he won't be trying to get back for those guns. The reason I'm throwing the gun is so that the person behind doesn't get it. I did leave the Vicky and the SKS there, by the way. I didn't throw everything, but somebody could stumble across that body and then end up killing me with the M79, so I threw that. I probably should have thrown the others, but they're not that good, are they? Vicky and a SKS. So we've now killed 3 players on this peninsula, and they were all at fires. I was going to put my heat pack on, but I don't have a heat pack. See, they've all been cooking on the right side here, this side. The right side of the beach. I wonder if there's also 2 or 3 players on the other beach doing the same thing. This is the way to get kills, isn't it? Don't bother going to the actual military area. Just run around the beach and kill all the people that are cooking. I did have a heat pack, but I dropped it when I was looting the 2 dead guys. Those 2 dead guys that I found on the beach. He's actually spawned military loot. Well, he's so dead when he makes this fire. Well, I think I've chosen a better place than the other plebs did. I might still die, but if I do, I'll be a bit more unlucky than they were. You talking about the 2 guys that died to poor fishing luck? Yeah, those ones, Leo. Yeah, the 2 guys we found dead by that fire. Oh, I can't fit it in there anyway. We've got 3 grenades there, 4 grenades, 5 grenades, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 grenades! That's nearly enough for a base raid. Jim, we're on the same life. Yeah, I looted the same 2 islands going back and forth and stopped to fish and fire and stuff and ended up finding the DMR and the M4 on the same islands where I found nothing. So it just took a little bit of patience. Two 2-0 England, very good. They should implement smoke inhalation if you make a campfire in an enclosed space. I don't really know how I feel about fires inside these buildings. I know it's possible, and I know a lot of people utilise it. Anybody that's experienced playing the mouse is making fires in these buildings. Same on Sakal. Anyone with any experience is doing this. But I don't know how I feel about it. I'm doing it because anyone with any sense is doing it. And it's not an exploit. It's not an exploit. It's just something that you can do. At least it doesn't feel like an exploit to me. But I kind of hope the devs fix it so you can't do it. I feel like it's better if you have to make a fire in a house with a chimney stack, or make a fire in a pine tree somewhere in the open, and not be able to make a fire in these kind of buildings, because the smoke kind of gets stopped by the roof, and it's, unless somebody gets near enough to hear it, it's really hard to spot me in this building. Dad, thank you very much for the super chat. Still going? Good lad. Keep it up. Thank you, dude. Try Celtic Salt. Boots, thank you. I presume we were right. I never saw Boots reply. I presume there is such a thing as Celtic Salt, not smelling salts. Oh, a fire barrel inside somewhere I'm not so bad with. Smeltic salts. I know. I'll Google Celtic salts. There is such a thing, so it is. Sorry, I don't know why I doubted you. I read somebody else's message. Organic Celtic sea salt, hand harvested in somewhere France. Our salt offers 82 vital minerals, a natural dietary supplement, mineral rich, coarse and light grey. Our salt embodies Celtic sea salt benefits, promoting wellness. Ooh. Oh God. Hang on. Say it quiet. I can't do the voice. I've got something so eaten up. I'm gonna die if I don't stream ever again. She heard. Right, anyway. Good advice. Celtic salts. I've got an M4 for you. That's the voice I wanted to use. Aidan, this is the third time I've joined. Last 2 times you died. Please don't make this the third. Oh, I'll log out. Yeah, this is what I mean though. Like, there's a fire in there. Look, you can't tell. So, it's a really smart play. It's the right thing to do. But I kind of hope that the deck, like, you can make them any of these where you can see ground on the floor. It works. Whereas in here, if there's not ground on the floor, if there's floorboards on the floor or tiles on the floor, you can't make the fire, right? I presume it's something to do with the actual floor is the thing that stops you making the fire to some extent. I don't really know, but I really hope they can fix that in the long term, maybe, because it is a bit OP. I don't mind the idea. We've got a few kills. I don't mind the idea of trying to get a boat and going off to look for M4 mags. But that's not a job for today. I haven't got the time for doing that shit now. Renal England, is it? Blimey, who scored the goals? Curtis Jones has scored. Oh, it's good. It's good that he's playing. Curtis Jones is having a really good, well, not a really good season, but since he started playing a bit more recently, he is looking really good. I was a bit unsure at the start of the season whether Curtis Jones or Harvey Elliott would make it. I know they've had a good season last season and they both look good. And I think I did say this, but I felt like Curtis Jones might have more of a chance, but I wasn't sure about either. And I might be wrong about Harvey Elliott, and I really hope I am, because he can be really magical at times. But Curtis Jones is starting to grow into a player that could really be important for Liverpool, which is great. You can break your legs on those towers, Leo, yeah. How do people find out what server you're on to stream snipe you? Cameron, if I told you that, it would help other people do the same thing, wouldn't it? But sometimes it's a bit easier. Let's say I'm playing on the mouse. If I'm playing on the mouse and I'm playing first person, like I've just said, it wouldn't be a really good idea to tell you, and now I'm kind of telling you, which is kind of dumb. But if I'm playing the mouse and I'm playing first person, and there's a few certain mods on the server, you could narrow it down to a handful. Let's say you're really aware of the mods that are on the day one servers, and you see me playing the mouse, and you realise that the way I spawned was how you spawn on day one, but not on others, in terms of the gear that I had. You could know instantly that I was on day one, and then there's only 3 day one the mouse servers, and then you could just look at the weather and then see what the weather's like in 3 servers, and then you know what server I'm on. So it's a really stupid question that I shouldn't be answering, but the reality is, most people that are desperate to stream snipe already know the answer. You know, it's if you play the game at all, it's really not hard to have a good stab at what server a streamer's on. But I'm literally giving a tutorial in how to ruin my stream, so I'm going to shut up now. How do server owners make money? Most don't, dude. Server owners don't have servers to make money. Hardly any. Not even 1%. Not even 0.1% of server owners break even, dude. They don't host servers to make money. Some server owners, like Zero, Happy Bomb servers, this year took donations and raised enough to pay for the servers for a year or so. But last year, Happy Bomb spent like 2 or 3 grand of his own money keeping them running, you know, like, which is crazy, you know, like, but that's the truth. It costs a lot of money to keep things going. I certainly think if you're enjoying a server, and if you play always on the same server, if you can, try to support server hosters. It's something I'm not great with, to be fair. I have done in the past. Years ago, I used to support DayZ Underground, for example, but that was a very long time ago. I've tipped Happy Bombs once or twice over the years, specifically because of the servers, and he knows that. But now they've got a donations page, and they did a raising because they wanted to keep the servers going, but they needed to raise a certain amount, and they raised it in a day, so I didn't see the point in adding to it, but I will do it down the line, if that makes sense, you know, as and when. I do have Zero in my description. Yeah, I obviously help a little bit promotion wise, I suppose, but it's but yeah, if you're always playing on the same server, it's not a bad idea to try and support the server creators or owners where it's wanted. You know, some people have like a donation leak to help keep the servers running, and others, like the Spaggy servers, for example, they don't take donations. They don't want any donations. They just host the servers anyway. You know, so Spaggy pays for them, which is very very cool. You know. Oh, Freaky, that's different. Supporting server hosters is different. I'm sure I'll have missed one, but where I've played on a server that's made it to YouTube, I've always supported the map creator. Sorry, not server. Where I've played on a map, if I play on a map and it becomes an edited YouTube video, then I always support the map creator every time. I may have missed one, I may have missed 2, but it's easy to do. It's easy to miss, but most of the known map creators for the known maps, like this year, for example, John McClane, not Mark, sorry, I cut my brain, Matty Ice with Bitterroot, and Battle Squatch with Anastara, you know, like I have done a little bit for those kind of people, yeah. It seems fairly reasonable to do so. It's very hard to try and get it right, though. There's so many mods. There's so many modders out there doing really cool things. You know, like even for example that lad who now works at Bohemia, he made the Winter Churnerus mod, you know, like that's a really cool mod that really enhances DayZ. But there's so many different people like that, it's really hard to try and find the right person to support them a little bit. I think I have done a tiny bit with a couple of modders over the years, like, but we're not talking like big money, by the way, a little bit, $50 or something, but there's so many mods. Like if I'm playing on a server, I don't even know who made most of the mods. It's just impossible. You can't, there's only so far you can take that, right? But like I could be playing on a modded server and like say Zero, I don't know the names of every mod that's on the server. I don't know. I know like Windstride might have done the clothing or something, but I don't know the names of who made what. It's an impossible thing, isn't it? There are too many servers, but that doesn't mean that the one that you really enjoyed, you don't want to carry on JTIW, does it? You know, like, there may be loads and loads of servers, but there aren't loads and loads of servers that you love to play on. That's true, isn't it? You know, like, if your favourite DayZ server shuts down, it could be like if your favourite restaurant shuts down or something. It sucks. That actually happened to me and the missus this year at Ming's in Bury St Edmunds. It was her favourite restaurant, a Chinese restaurant. She loved it. We used to go once every 6-8 weeks, which for us is a lot. You know, that's a lot to go to one place. Might not make us regulars, but for us, we don't live in Bury St Edmunds. We have to travel there. You know, like that's very regular for us, and it closed. You know, it sucks. And as you say, Spiffy, there's lots of servers that have players. Yeah. But if you take community servers that are first person and lightly modded, or no modded, there's not loads and loads of those. There's only a handful. If they all shut tomorrow, that would really fucking suck. It was my first DayZ stream that I watched. Thank you for the kind words, dude. I just caught your message about being the first stream you watched, and thank you for the kind words. The first DayZ streamer, the first DayZ YouTuber I watched regularly was obviously Frankie on PC, and he's the reason I'm playing the game. In the early days before I streamed myself, the person I watched the most, and the person I remember watching probably first, but that might not be accurate, the one I remember really enjoying and watching the most early doors was Smack, who went on to be a TSM PUBG pro in the really, really early days of PUBG. I think he might work at TSM now, I'm not sure, but it was Smack was the guy I can remember watching in the very early days. Yeah, his name's X-Smack on Twitch, but it's Smack. But yeah, I think saying there's loads of servers, so don't support server creators is a little bit... you may not have been saying that, by the way, but I think there's a little bit more to it than that, because your favourite server, which hosts the community that you really enjoy, if that closes, it's going to affect your enjoyment of the game a little bit. And I honestly don't see too much really underhand desperation to turn a profit from server owners. I don't see it very... it happens here and there, but... it's not something I encounter very much myself whatsoever. There may be way too many servers, JT, but that's not the point that anyone's making, is it? If somebody wants to host a server so they can explore it around on their own, they can, can't they? You know, they can host a live server and try and make nobody join it, and they can just go and have fun on their own server if they want, you know? Dr. Disrespect tried to play DayZ yesterday. Did he really? Spawned in an old life without knowing and was locked in the police station, but he proceeded to quit the game in 2 minutes. That doesn't sound right. Did he really try to play it yesterday? That's insane. I know he did try to play it months and months ago and didn't last very long. Oh, right. I don't know that person, no. I don't know them. He's been claiming he's going to play it for 2 weeks, blimey. I agree, Zagorki, and I don't know if I should say this or not, but I messaged HB last year and sort of said, if you want some help supporting the servers, I'm here, just let me know. And he said no, and then a year later, they're nearly closing because he was costing him so much money, you know, like literally last year I sent him I think it was last year, I'm pretty certain it was, but like, yeah, but HB's a really, really good dude, you know. I think he was not wanting to because he wanted to just keep things himself, you know. I don't think he wanted to be getting help, you know, and fair play to him, you know, but it's not a cheap thing to do. It's turning a bit open now, isn't it? We need to follow the road because that's where the fuel is, I think. Taking money means obligation and responsibility. Maybe it does, but not necessarily. I spent a long time paying only a quarter of the cost of the DayZ Underground EU server. I didn't expect anything for it whatsoever, you know. I didn't ever ask for anything. I didn't ever do anything, not that I recall. And obviously if I was going to make a suggestion like that to someone, I would be sensible enough to include in it. I don't want anything, because I don't want admin powers, I don't want to say in how servers are run, I don't fucking care. Like, if I have feedback for HB about something, I'll send it to him anyway, and then he can decide whether he agrees or not. Like, sometimes he might not, but that has, like, I wouldn't expect anything personally. Have I missed the fuel? I thought the fuel was on this little track here. It must be further along. I'm not going to loot that bit. I think the fuel is further down this track, actually, I think. I was coming in to see if you could find loose 556 as well. We should probably have a little look for that. Military zombie. I do not want to loot this building. They are so tedious. This peninsula is, every time I make this run, I think and probably say the same thing. It is so much longer than I expect it to be every time. It's crazily long. Unfortunately, it's not what she said, ever. So I'm not drinking this because I'm not sure 100% that it's fresh water. I didn't take any of the collating tablets. I left them to carry other stuff. And it could be snow. And if it's snow, I can't drink it without getting sick anyway. This weather is shit, isn't it? keep an eye out for players. More VSS rounds or ASVAL rounds, whatever. A great big Alice bag dropped next to a fire. Somebody was here. God knows when though. So in theory this is the tier 4 loot area now. I know I said I wanted to find 556, but the main thing I want to do is try and track down where the fuel is so I can get some fuel for a go at the bunker another day. Do I have any team up scheduled? I have one team up scheduled with someone I've never played before. So on Monday next week I'm playing with Dems. Dems has to stop to pick his kids up from school, so on a Monday I start a little earlier, so it's going to be on Monday, somewhere like 11 till 3ish roughly. I've been really busy this week. I've been busy this morning. Obviously I've just come back from holiday. I don't feel like I've got myself settled, and I'm really bad at it anyway, but I absolutely haven't had a single thought about messaging anyone for a collab. Just because I haven't really felt I had the sort of time, really. But I'll obviously Dems is booked in for Monday next week, but I'll try and get them rolling again. We are due a team up with Muller and Sauer for sure. We haven't done one of those for a little while. Obviously Sauer had quite a long break from streaming, but he's back now, isn't he? So hopefully we can make one of them happen. The fuel is around here somewhere. I think it's more over there. There is a spot to fill up for sure. Might be here. That looks like a petrol station, but it's not. It must be this way then. It's near that glass factory, I'm sure it is. Any news on Lights Out 3? I don't think there is a Lights Out 3. They did a very short Lights Out on Saturday, like a single day one. They did a Lights Out for a charity fundraiser because the Lights Out organisers are Spanish, and Spain have had some really bad floods. Like killed a lot of people and absolutely devastated the city of Valencia. So they did a raising stream for that. And did a Lights Out, but I get the feeling, just reading... Building sounded like a player. It's just the ambient noise, but it really sounded like a fucking player. Yeah, I get the feeling reading between the lines that there isn't going to be a Lights Out. I'd love to be wrong, but I don't think there's going to be one. Two balls, thank you for the gifted subs, that's really kind. Big balls, or big balls, 2 balls and Big Country, thank you. Cheers for the support, Big Country. How does one own a server? Sorry, it took me a while to see that, dude. You can do one of two things to host a server. You can either buy or rent the technology, i.e. the equipment, to host a server yourself, and then set it up however you do it. So you need like a physical server in order to host a server, like the physical hardware to do so. Or the more common way to do it is to rent a server from places like game servers or Fragnet or the others. There's plenty of those. There's places you can like rent servers for, but then you have to pay a per slot fee. So if your server has 70 slots, 70 players playing in it, and then a queue of 30, you have to buy a 100 slot server, and that's probably at a guess, this is a guess, but it's probably going to cost about $100 a month. It might be cheaper than that now, but it used to be a lot more. Like $1 per slot is probably a little over the top now, I guess, but it used to be way more than that. Yeah, Nitrado and others as well. Others are available. But you have to physically pay to host them. Whip, I don't know what tech is needed. Like, a lot of people will say it's really simple, but the reality seems to be that hosting servers and making the servers run really well is quite expensive. It's not like there's a limit. If you get a really good piece of equipment, you can host maybe 3 or 4 servers on the same box. But if you start going to too many, it starts to fall down. It starts not running properly and so on. But Happy Bombs is the expert on all of that. He would be able to answer questions on what tech you need and how much and so on. He's the expert, right? I have no clue, but it's not very straightforward when you start wanting to run multiple servers or having really good server performance. And then there's other issues as well, largely around DDoS protection. You know, if you're hosting your own servers on your own equipment, you could end up getting DDoSed, right? You could end up with your own house getting DDoSed if you're keeping it where you live. DDoSing of servers is a really common thing. Habitus, it's a way somebody attacks a server to try to make it crash. You can spell it, go and Google it if you want. Redline, yeah, that was cool. Redline 99, that was a cool moment. The dude killed me on the crane, and then I managed to get my own pistol out of the gun and kill him with it. That was badass. God, someone's actually been up here. I'm just going to shut that door. I am afraid to say that is the end of that chapter for today. That is the end of that. So we ended up doing pretty well in the end. Killed 3 players at the peninsula. All of them, poor bastards, were at fires. Logging off with a DMR and an M4 on Sakal, having not died for 7 hours, was better than I thought we'd do anyway. Thank you very much for coming in. Nordboy, sorry, thank you for the 8 months. Cheers everybody else for the support. I really, really appreciate it. There's many streamers you could be watching. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I will be back again not until Sunday, so I'm off Friday and Saturday. There should, all being well, be a really cool video on Saturday, also involving the DMR on Sakal. A little bit more action in it than we've had today, though, and players that shoot back as well. So check out Saturday's video. It's going to be something, it's called something like 11,000 hour DayZ player gets the best gun in Sakal or some bollocks like that. But it is a really good video. The adventure we had on that day was crazy. That's it from me, guys. Thanks a lot for coming in. Don't forget to check out the video Saturday, and I will be back on Sunday about 1 PM, roughly. 75 to be honest. 75 to be honest today, Beej. All right, I'll start saying something else one day. To be honest, that's it from me now, guys. Take it easy. Love you. Bye.